Chapter 1364. Then, the emergency communication token in Pan Yun Long's arms lit up. Before Pan Yun Long took action, he immediately took out the emergency communication token. Boss Pan, we failed to stop them. All of us have been wiped out. I'm only half alive. You must be careful. All the monsters on the 19th floor have been released by a young demon. Tai Xiaocheng's panting voice came from the communication token, which made Pan Yun Long and his team tense up instantly. All of them were wiped out. That was a team of 19 nascent stars. In terms of combat power, they were above average in the Holy Dungeon. What the Holy Dungeon didn't expect was, originally, Tai Xiaocheng's team could completely suppress the 17 mighty figures. However, what they didn't expect was that the 17 mighty figures' injuries would heal slightly, and even their holy points would recover some saint power. This was completely unexpected. If they had just been released from prison and had no resources, even if the 17 mighty figures were given a month to accumulate power, the prison guards could still suppress this sudden situation. What was even more frightening was their flawless cooperation and unprecedented teamwork. This group of people who were as arrogant as the heavens had never acted as one before. Back then, each of them was a peerless genius and saint talent in their respective fields. If they worked together, whether it was attacking, predicting, exhausting, defending, assassinating, and so on, they could perfectly coordinate into an unprecedented team. It seems that things are a bit serious. We can't delay any longer. Everyone, listen up. Go to the 18th floor at full speed, set up the formation, take out all your assets, and fight with them with real swords and spears. Pan Yun Long's eyes seemed to have ancient fiendish dragons rolling, and his hostility was monstrous. I'd like to see how a group of people with one foot in the door of hell are qualified to break out of prison from my hand. The 18th floor was filled with ghastly yin energy, and it was like eternal silence and darkness. Bang! A prison door suspended in the void was blasted away, and a spirited old man in tattered clothes with his hands behind his back walked in. His eyes were like pearls, and his saint chi was illusory. It was the creation pill saint, Yu Wangsheng. Wangsheng. You actually came out of the 19th floor. In the prison, an old man in shackles in his twilight years had a fierce look in his eyes. When he saw the newcomer, he was full of disbelief. Old friend, long time no see. How have you been? Yu Wangsheng smiled and then said seriously, do you want to join forces and fight Holy Prison? The old man in his twilight years was stunned. Fight with Holy Jail? In the west, 2 prison doors were broken. In front of Fang Ling stood 2 white-haired youths. Although they looked young, their hair was as white as snow, and their hearts were old. Only the saintly body was faintly surrounded by an ancient sword aura. It was as if there were many sword steelies standing there, triggering an immortal and eternal sword aura. Jian Wuji, who was standing behind Fang Ling, narrowed his eyes. Fang Ling's name was too old. The traces of history had long been sealed off by the giant sects. He, Jian Wuji, never had the chance to hear about it. However, these 2 people before him were renowned throughout the sword domain all those years ago. The possessors of the eternal sword body, Lu Dingtian and Lu Yangtian. At their peak, the 2 of them had been 9th heaven true saints, heaven-opening realm supersword sages. A single finger could sever the sun, moon, and stars, and a single sword could shatter the 9 heavens. Another 2 great figures. The 2 of them looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and doubt. They said in disbelief, Senior Fang Ling, how did you get out? Naturally, I had a great opportunity. Ha ha ha. Fang Ling laughed. How about it? Do you want to follow my master and overturn the holy jail with me? Master? Lu Dingtian and Lu Yangtian were both shocked. What was Fang Ling's identity and cultivation? In the entire sword domain, there were very few who could match him. He was one of the people who had been closest to the sword Tao connecting God. What kind of person was able to subdue it and make it recognize him as its master? A sage king? Or a true god? It's fine if you don't want to team up with me. At most, you can move freely. However, I can tell you that we control the secret passageway. If you entrust your lives to us, you will have a chance to live. If you fight alone, you will at most drag someone down with you. Fang Ling smiled coldly. Everyone on the 19th level of the holy jail will follow me. You can decide whether you want to leave or stay. The two of them twitched their mouths. What was going on? All the powerful figures on the 19th level had acknowledged him as their master. Ha, these two must be the geniuses of the eternal sword body. It's an honor to meet you. Two old figures walked over in the air. Jian Wuji's pupils trembled. The old man next to Yu Wangsheng was another big shot. He was an 8th grade saint weapon forging master, Jin Wuxia, who was known as the reverse weapon forging grandmaster. The creation elixir saint is here too. Lu Yongtian and Lu Dingtian understood when they saw this lineup. If they did not fight now, when would they? Lin Chen flew into the 18th level of the holy jail. Suddenly, a hoarse and magnetic voice called out to him. Hey! You are the master they are talking about, right? In the highest prison on the 18th level, a little girl with long black hair was wearing tattered clothes. Her skin was white as snow, and she wore a large handcuff that did not match her clothes. A dim light of the 9-killer seal appeared between her snow-white eyebrows. Her long hair covered her face and trailed on the ground. Beneath her hair, her long and soft eyelashes fluttered a pair of bright and spirited eyes. Lin Chen was shocked. He was now under the protection of Little Shadow, which eliminated his aura. How could this little girl discover him? What was even more terrifying was that the sealing power of her 9-killer seal was slowly weakening, as if her seal was being corroded by a powerful force. You are not a demon, right? Demons can't subdue them. Hehe, let me out, and I will help you kill them. How about it? The little girl lifted her bangs with her slender hand, revealing her eyebrows that were like jade clouds and slanted moons. Her petite and exquisite appearance revealed a different kind of charm. She licked her red lips and said, "Help me break the seal, and I will kill 1,000,000 saints for you. How about it?" Whoosh. The white-clothed fairy White Jade, Xiaolinga relied on the heavenly cycle death seal to sense Lin Chen's location. She instantly rushed over and protected Lin Chen's side. My lord, this is a human-shaped calamity. You can't release it easily. Even someone like Xiaoling was on guard against this little girl. It could be seen how terrifying she was. Lin Chen removed his concealment, and Little Shadow floated on his shoulder. He suddenly smiled and said, "What is your name?" "Me. I have forgotten my name. I have been alone since I was born." The little girl smiled coldly. "They call me the Calamity of Pain." Boom. 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 Space shook. The space in the 18th level of the Saint prison shook violently. Waves of aura that wanted to tear the sky descended from above. 21 pillars of light descended from the sky. Pan Yunlong stood alone in front. His eyes seemed to contain thousands of rays of light as he swept past. When the 21 people's expressions descended, it was extremely interesting. All empty. The 41 prisons in the 18th level of the Saint prison were all empty. A great war was about to break out. Chapter 1365. The 17th, 18th, and 19th levels of the Holy Prison had been completely destroyed by Luo Yaro in the past. Even now, they were still unable to be fully restored. The criminals who were taken away back then had all become subordinates of the demonic race. Those who remained were all experts who disdained to associate themselves with the demonic race. Now, the 18th and 19th levels had been completely released. Even so, Pan Yunlong still stood at the front, his aura suppressing everyone as he looked down on the world. His eyes were as sharp as swords. With a single glance, he could see through thousands of miles of space and quickly scan the entire vast space of the 18th level. Pan Yunlong was once ranked as the 10th assassin of the Heavenly Saint domain. When he became famous, he had killed tens of millions of demons and hundreds of thousands of saints. He was a peerless monster with a notorious reputation. Even the 8th grade sects did not dare to provoke him. He was the strongest expert below the main force of the Holy Prison, a super expert with half a foot in the heaven-opening realm. He was the strongest existence apart from the forces guarding the first level. Pan Yunlong, stop looking. If this old man wanted to hide, would you be able to find me? Jiang Taishu's laughter spread throughout the 18th level. This voice, it's Jiang Taishu. This old monster has also been released. The The two Saint Heart experts beside Pan Yunlong frowned. The worst-case scenario had still happened. In a battle, the last thing one wanted to face was a powerful diviner. A powerful diviner, with a powerful helper, could control the entire battle. Jiang Taishu, don't play tricks. If you were at your peak, this seat would immediately give way. But now, you're just a crippled person. If you want to escape, you can only forcefully break through the space channel of the upper level. With this seat guarding here, let's see who dares to show themselves. Pan Yunlong's shoulders shook, and his saint acupoints turned into clouds, dragons, and tigers. Strange phenomena appeared, and rays of holy light covered millions of miles. It was as if the ruins of an ancient civilization had descended, covering the entire area. Even the 10 Saint Heart experts behind Pan Yunlong stepped out and guarded the 18th level of the holy prison, illuminating it with holy light for millions of miles. Even many of the low-level Demon King legions that had just arrived melted in the boundless holy light in an instant. The 10 guards at the peak of the nascent star realm were ready for battle. They either held high-grade saint artifacts, consumed medicinal pills, or utilized secret techniques that concealed themselves from the world to increase their strength on the spot. It could be said that they'd utilized all their trump cards without restraint. This marshal is leading the team. Do they still need to play tricks? As ridiculing laughter resounded, strands of divine might that could split the heavens and the earth apart swept through the world, and they actually went against the prison keepers as equal. Bathing in the endless holy light, dozens of figures neatly stepped out of a dark path. This group, this group, this group, this group. Some of them were not to the heavens, and were not to the heavens, peerless, like a peerless spear. Some of them were silent, and when they opened and closed their eyes, there seemed to be electric arcs running across their eyes. Their bodies were even surrounded by blue clouds of saint power that were flickering and disappearing. Some of them were chic, and their saint acupoints were whistling with endless sonic booms. It was as if a saint acupoint was hiding a world-destroying storm. Some of them were as vigorous as the 8-armed demon dragon. Countless illusions of true Hu, Chileen, azure dragon, and other primordial strange beasts appeared around their bodies. Some of them were awe-inspiring, and their physiques contained mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. 5 colored clouds covered their heads, piling up thousands of mountains and rivers. It was as if a heavenly lord had descended to the world, personally leading an expedition. Some of them had 9 blazing suns hanging behind them. Golden flames burned the sky, and the sun flames were like a sea of fire, engulfing the entire world. Some of them were sharp, and when their hands were empty, it was as if thousands of swords had appeared. Their sharpness was unparalleled in the world. Some of them were sharp, and with their hands crossed in front of their chests, they cut through the void great Tao and divided the heavens. They caused the supreme saber chi to shine and buzz. Some of them were elegant, and white clouds floated in the sky. Silver splendor sprinkled across the sky like snow. Their peerless beauty revealed a beautiful yet cold killing intent. Some of them were sage-like, and they talked and laughed like ordinary old men. However, their brows occasionally flashed with absolute confidence. It would be difficult to find a second team like this in the sacred boundary. They were all in the saint realm, and they were extraordinary existences. All the prison guards unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Although they were not as easily intimidated as Tai Xiaocheng's team, fighting with this group of people was still a shock to their mental state. One had to know that the criminals below the 17th floor were never in their territory. However, at this moment, this group of people were like stars supporting the moon. They served as a contrast to the evil youth in front of them. His eyes were overflowing with devil chi, and he was evil and sinister. Are you really from the demon race? How can the demon race break my holy hell 9 killers seal? While Pan Yunlong was surprised, he sneered and said, "Why? The proud and unyielding people of the past have finally knelt down and become dogs for the demon race? Ha ha ha, Pan Yunlong, don't use this to provoke us. We know better than you." Sword chi surged all over Lang Fanyun's body, and his smile was as powerful as wind and thunder. Fang Ling was aggressive, and he said sternly, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill them all. Everyone, listen to my orders. Our goal is to break through the 18th floor of the holy hell and kill our way up. Not a single one of you should die. Survive for me. Lin Chen hollered. Everyone's silhouettes flickered as they all moved out. Demons and monsters, I'll destroy you first. A Saint Heart expert sneered and clenched his fist toward Lin Chen. The swirling Saint force was like dozens of yin qi hurricanes. Lu Dingtian and Lu Yangtian, one on the left and one on the right, flashed to the space in front of Lin Chen. Their palms flipped and slapped, and the eternal sword body's sharpness shot out like a spinning top, shaking the world and cutting through the void. Kai tilde. Bang. 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 Both of them retreated at the same time, and a trace of gloominess flashed past their brows. Being injured was troublesome. Even a Saint Heart expert could beat them back. Ha ha ha, you want to touch our master? You're nothing. Long Joshan's bloodline was activated, and his laughter was like thunder. He transformed into a half-dragon state, raised his hand, and a huge dragon claw crushed mountains and rivers. He slapped the heads of the prison guards angrily and tore apart layers of Saint Light. Xiao Ling and Fei Wushuang worked together. Fei Wushuang's crimson Saint force turned into a Saint bow. Xiao Ling drew the bow and arrow, and the arrow broke through thousands of miles, splitting the sky. Stepping on the heavenly river of sabers and swords, wherever they passed, it was as if two peerless blades had swept across the horizon, forcing a Saint Heart Realm expert to take action. Just as he was about to block the two of them, a flash of light flashed past the void, causing the Saint Heart Realm expert's hair to stand on end. Annihilation of heaven and earth. Not good. Double dragon dive. That Saint Heart expert reacted very quickly. He wiped his palm, and a faint blue brilliance wrapped around his body like a dense water dragon. The aqua-blue Saint Light barrier instantly condensed into a barrier. Clang tilde. Clang tilde. The double dragon barrier blocked the sneak attack of Tian Xing and Di Mier. Although he didn't suffer any substantial injuries, that Saint Heart prison guard broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 1366. After hundreds of thousands of years, the Saint Heart Realm cultivator once again felt the fear of death from the previous moment. It was too terrifying. Heaven and earth were destroyed. These two were indeed the infamous super-demonic assassins of the heavenly sanctuary. When they killed saints, they were silent and perfectly hidden. One wrong move and they would die. If they were not injured and their speed was less than 1,000th of their peak, they would have been beheaded. I'm still not used to it. This is a special time. Just bear with it. The two of them hid in the darkness. For peak assassins, the difference between success and failure was often only a split second. They would either kill their opponents or be exposed and die. If they did not succeed in one strike, the operation just now could be considered a failure for the two of them. In all directions, in the 18 levels of the Saint Prison, the sky was filled with chaotic battle rings. Boom. Boom. Rumble. The entire 18th level of the Saint Prison, no, it should be the 16th level and below, trembled violently, the sky changed color, and the plane was turned upside down. This unprecedented battle had only taken place in a short period of time, but the entire 18th level of the Holy Penitentiary had been turned upside down by the two side. Whoosh. 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 8 streams of light, like flowers falling from the sky, surrounded Pan Yunlong, who was about to make a move. They were Creation Pill Saint Yu Wangsheng, Elder 100 Burial Ji Wuchen, Zi Qiancho of the 12 Dao Palaces, Qi Feiyan of the Burning Sky Arrow Saint, Shangguan Wudi of Zhong Quang, Fang Ling of Sword Domain, Lang Fanyun of Knife Domain, and Jiang Taishu himself. Pan Yunlong had opened 80 Saint Acupoints and was at the peak of the Saint Heart Realm. If he opened another Saint Acupoint, he would be in the Heaven Opening Realm. If he was at his peak, even the experts on the 18th level would not be afraid of him, let alone them. But now, their Saint Acupoints were limited and they were all heavily injured. If they fought him alone, no one would be his match. If they wanted to retreat without being injured, they would have to send out their strongest forces. You can't run away. Pan Yunlong suddenly smiled and clenched his fist. A saber with flowing clouds appeared in his hand. The saber was 8 feet long, and it cut through the cloud. Southwest, retreat 3,000 miles. Almost at the same time that Pan Yunlong pulled out his saber, Jiang Taishu sent a telepathic message to the 7 of them. Everyone flashed in the same direction, barely dodging the saber. Facing Pan Yunlong, Jiang Taishu was no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, he was more solemn and serious. Zhon Yu deducing opponents with higher cultivation meant that he had to pay a greater price. Jiang Taishu's divination ability. I'd like to see how many times you can predict. Pan Yunlong stomped his feet, and 100 Zhonglong cloud dragon spread out from his crotch. It was very lifelike, and its dragon aura was vast and mighty. Waves of dragon roars could be heard from thousands of miles away. Wave after wave of saber strikes were launched, and the white light was as bright as the stars in the sky, slashing towards the 8 people. You're not qualified to play with blades. Lang Fanyun sneered. His fingertip continued to swipe horizontally, breaking his saber light time and time again. However, his opponent's aura was becoming increasingly ferocious. Fang Ling's holy power transformed into a sword. He gripped it in the air, raised it high above his head, and slashed down, cleaving apart the great Tao. Back off. Don't forget my lord's order. As Qi Feiyan's rough voice bellowed, an arrow burning with rolling holy flames shot towards them from the horizon. The apocalyptic, terrifying pressure came from afar, as if the arrow was going to shatter heaven and earth. Die. Pan Yunlong drew his saber and slashed diagonally, splitting the layers of illusory images of the azure dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, tearing the menacing arrow light apart. He, why don't you play with me? As the strange laughter reverberated, the sea of blood in the sky churned. A crimson hand reached out from the sea of blood and crushed Pan Yunlong's fatal saber strike. The lingering aura was destroyed and dispersed. Before Pan Yunlong could return the favor to Elder 100 Burial, Ji Wuchen, an astonishingly huge red ball stomped across the sky, causing heaven and earth to tremble as it pushed the sun, moon, and stars away. Yu Weisheng spread his arms, and an azure spiritual net that contained everything in the world enveloped Pan Yunlong's position. The earth-shattering battle was in full swing. The battle circle where Pan Yunlong was at became the scariest area of the battle. No one dared to go near him. Although the 8 mighty beings could hold him back, they could not do anything to Pan Yunlong. In reality, their recovered cultivation base was only around the level of Na Xing. If it weren't for Jiang Taishu's high attainments in various fields, his understanding of each realm, his accumulated combat experience, and Jiang Taishu's ability to deduce the direction of the battle, he would have been able to hold Pan Yunlong back. If it were any other Na Star Realm team, it would be impossible for them to do better than them. There's too little time to recover. Although we have a lot of people on our side, everyone is severely injured to the point of near death. It's not obvious on the surface, but once they're injured, it's like a taut string that could snap in an instant. If it weren't for my order, they would have started fighting with their lives on the line. Lin Chen understood the entire battle's trend with a single glance. The current situation seemed to be evenly matched. If they forced a bloody battle, they would have a chance to tear open a gap and approach the spatial passage of the 18th level. However, the problem was that there would be deaths, and not just 1 or 2 of them. Everyone on the 18th level of the Holy Penitentiary has surrendered to me and given their lives to me. Since that's the case, I can't let anything happen to them. Let me tear open this gap. It just so happens that my 3-piece God of War set has been brewing for a long time. Lin Chen aimed at a Na Xing cultivator at the peak of Na Xing, flashing with a monstrous battle intent. A Na Xing cultivator at the peak of Na Xing was once a lofty giant who could crush him with a single finger, but now, he had to defeat a Na Xing cultivator to break the stalemate. Lin Chen constantly activated the demonic seal in his palm, making his disguise more realistic so that he would not reveal any flaws when he made his next move. As the demonic aura rose, 2 giant horns grew out, and a giant red tail swayed out of his back. He looked more and more like a peerless giant demon. What was more frightening was that Lin Chen's pure strength had begun to soar. 10 trillion dragon power, 15 trillion dragon power, 20 trillion dragon power, and it continued to soar. Lin Chen had finally activated the 3-piece God of War set. His strength soared in a straight line, breaking through 40 trillion dragon power. Once, he had broken the spatial barrier of the Myriad Treasure's secret realm with 10 trillion dragon power and defeated the Clear Sky Holy King's possessed body. Now, His pure strength had reached the threshold of 70 trillion dragon power, and it was still rising. Bang! Lin Chen stepped into the void, and like a flash of divine light, he activated his pure strength at full speed. Wounded, back off. Let me do it. Lin Chen shouted at Jin Wuxia, who was fighting fiercely. When Jin Wuxia was subconsciously ordered to back off, he was shocked again. My lord, how can we put you in danger? Lu Dingtian and Lu Yangtian shouted at the same time, and their voices spread across the battlefield. Protect the lord. Kai. Bang. Rumble tilde tilde. A terrifying explosion echoed between heaven and earth. The light between heaven and earth dimmed for an instant. The Na Xing cultivator who was fighting against several people alone spat out blood and fell down. Everyone was dumbfounded. Protect the Lord. This is too fierce. The Lord still needs protection. Chapter 1367. If they were not in the middle of a fierce battle, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. Defeating someone at the peak of the Na Xing realm with one punch. What did that mean? Everyone more or less knew about Lin Chen's background. Their lord was only in his early 20s, and his cultivation level was around the 3rd level of the Sage realm. Even if he had a better foundation in the Spirit realm and the Body refining realm, compared to the Na Xing realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Defeating someone at the peak of the 7th level of the Sage realm? Where the F***ck did this monster come from? He had not even reached the Aperture expansion realm. Any other genius on the Demon Genius list who had not reached the Aperture expansion realm would not be able to do that. I have been called a freak for thousands of eras. Today, I finally know what a real freak is after seeing our Lord's heroic appearance. Compared to our Lord, I'm afraid we are not even 1% of him. We did not follow the wrong person. I was still around when we were at the same age as our Lord. After defeating someone at the peak of the Na Xing realm with one punch, Lin Chen's aura was like a rainbow, and his demonic chi was overwhelming, sealing his war god aura. The 3-piece war god aura was too unique, and it was very distinguishable. Lin Chen had to disguise himself as a primordial giant demon who relied only on strength. A body-refining demon? Pan Yunlong's pupils trembled, and then he suddenly transmitted a message to everyone: block him. Don't let him get close to the space tunnel. Don't let these people get close to our Lord. Open a path for our Lord. Follow the original plan. Jiang Taishu transmitted a message to everyone, and everyone's battle began to surround Lin Chen to open a path for him. The atmosphere quietly changed. Host has received 1,201 billion high-grade chi and blood, 1,230 billion high-grade essence, 1 million high-grade thunder energy. Lin Chen casually collected a large amount of attribute points dropped by his opponent, and his figure flashed like lightning, breaking through the heavy encirclement. Every plane in the holy prison was created by a different saint king and reinforced by a supreme true god. If one wanted to leave this place, the only way was to create a space tunnel. Other than that, no matter how much space was torn, it was impossible to jump out of the holy prison. There was only one space tunnel, and that was the space door leading upwards. Regardless of whether it was by force or by opening the space tunnel, only by opening the space tunnel leading upwards could one proceed to the next level. Luo Yaro only gave Lin Chen the space seal to open the lower levels. She didn't give Lin Chen the space seal to return because she had directly used it after entering the lowest level of the hidden sacred prison. She didn't need any follow-up methods. Be careful, my lord. When Jin Wuxia saw that Lin Chen was attacking in front of him, he knew that things were not looking good for him. He quickly followed behind Lin Chen and gathered the remaining saint energy in his saint acupoints, turning them into golden rays. The indestructible Gungjin Saint Qi surrounded Lin Chen like dragons, protecting him from harm. TSK. A giant energy palm tore through the air, tearing apart Jin Wuxia's Gungjin Saint Qi, and the sky dimmed in an instant. Do you really think you're the savior of the world? A cold sneer sounded, and a man in a snow-white robe blocked Lin Chen's way. His aura was as majestic as an ancient giant Buddha descending, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Behind Lin Chen, tens of thousands of saint rays surged towards him like an avalanche. The pinnacle of the nascent star realm that Lin Chen had previously repelled was now charging towards him again. Jin Wuxia was forced to fight back, his face pale. Be careful, my lord. This person has a saint heart realm that has opened 71 saint acupoint. Jin Wuxia hurriedly shouted. A saint heart realm that has opened 71 saint acupoints. Lin Chen exhaled, and his battle intent rose. He sternly issued a death order to everyone through the heavenly cycle death seal. Don't let me disrupt your battle rhythm. It's just a saint heart realm, you can't stop me. Lin Chen's order was domineering, carrying with it a trace of arrogance that looked down on the world. Instantly, everyone who was about to riot calmed down again. In a flash, under Lin Chen's body shrouded in demonic qi, the god of war's armor, leg armor, and golden light converged, and streaks of dragon qi that could destroy mountains and rivers and shatter the universe continuously flowed from his flesh and bones. It started to grow, expand, and merge. Waves of invincible divine power that could destroy thousands of worlds danced and soared. Divine light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and it was as if he was possessed by the god of war. As he breathed, he set off a huge storm that could shatter galaxies, blowing the crystal walls of space into pieces and scattering light. His pure power was so powerful that even the knowledgeable servants on the second floor were shocked. Their lord's pure power was faintly rising to 150 trillion dragon power. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Above 160 trillion dragon power, it's close to the limit. At this moment, Lin Chen's power was rising to the limit of his flesh shell saint body, saint points, and spiritual realm. His doppelganger immediately refined more healing items from Qing Shui's plant pouch, such as the glazed body seed, long qingguo, saint peach, dragon blood saliva, dream of 3 lives branch, and so on. He absorbed all the healing items in one go. What a strange demon. You have to pay for overusing your power. You won't have the chance. A battle between saints was ever-changing. The seemingly complicated process actually happened in an instant. The jade-robed Saint Heart Realm's 5 fingers rolled with a murderous aura as he slashed down. Hell's fiend burial claw. The gloomy and deadly aura seemed to have come from the depths of hell. 5 green and white claw marks exuded a destructive aura, rolling and surging. In an instant, thousands of attacks were launched towards Lin Chen. If it was in the outside world, this claw could break through the defense of a peak star realm cultivator and even seriously injure him in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Good. I have a punch that can destroy the world and the sky. Lin Chen was filled with lofty sentiments. Laughing wildly, he punched out. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. Once the punch was out, it overturned time and space. Wherever the fist wind passed, the space within tens of thousands of miles exploded crazily, forming a terrible storm of golden light. The center of the storm was enough to absorb all the light in the world. Even light couldn't escape the space where the fist wind passed. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. A huge mushroom cloud exploded between the two parties. It was impossible to see the end of it with the naked eye. The aftershocks of the explosion along the way overturned many prisons. It was like an apocalyptic hurricane passing through, destroying everything. The space shattered like a spiderweb, smashing a deformed space passage tens of thousands of miles away. The Saint Heart Realm cultivator was forced back more than a few thousand steps. Lin Chen also paid a heavy price. His right arm was bloody and almost unconscious. The injury was not small. However, Lin Chen smiled faintly. He had achieved his goal. You have some tricks up your sleeve. The jade-robed man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Even so, you still can't break through. As long as I'm here, you won't have the chance. Yes, 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 you win. You're so handsome. You're awesome. You're a big idiot. Lin Chen smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Then, he mysteriously retreated. Hey! The jade-robed man was stunned. Not only that, all the powerhouses on the 18th and 19th floors, except for the 8 people in Pan Yunlong's battle circle, all retreated. The next moment, the jade-robed man suddenly turned around, and his pupils shrank. However, in front of the closed space tunnel entrance, a dark shadow sneaked into the void and disappeared, leaving behind a little girl with long black hair. Her gem-like eyes flickered with a strange light, and when she smiled, all the prison guards were shocked. It's her. The painful disaster that even 6th and 7th Revolution saints didn't dare to touch. Chapter 1368. Lin Chen's frontal attack was just a feint. His main trump card was this little girl. This little girl was the only one whose life he couldn't control with the universal death seal. She was also the only one in the entire holy prison who could gradually disintegrate the 9 killer seal. This was something that even the big shots on the 19th level couldn't do. Retreat. Everyone had a tacit understanding and was already prepared. The moment they changed their attack and delayed the opponent, they all retreated, crossing the void and teleporting thousands of miles away. He actually let this monster out. Is this demon crazy? Pan Yunlong, who had always been calm and composed, who would not lose his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, and who was as cold and ruthless as an iron-blooded hero, now looked as if he had seen a ghost. He knew that the 18th level of the prison was empty, but he didn't check the highest level of the prison, because the prisoners there couldn't be called humans at all. They were natural disasters. Hehe, you've done me a big favor by locking me up for so long. Let me give you a small gift. The black-haired little girl smiled mischievously. Her delicate palm slightly pushed open the void, and waves of green, gray, and pitch-black mist instantly engulfed the sky like a tornado, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth. The prison guards didn't even have time to retreat before they were shrouded in the endless mist. It was as if even the space was rapidly corroding, disappearing, and even turning into a vacuum. No, it's really a painful disaster. He's crazy. This demon is really crazy. Brother Yunlong, save us. Some of the prison guards at the peak of the Nashing realm couldn't escape from the safe zone and were caught by an invisible demon hand. Their saint power dissolved and their saint points disappeared. In less than a dozen breaths, they began to shed their skin and flesh like snakes. This scene was extremely horrifying. The Nashing realm was a saint at the top of the saint level. In a 6th rank sect, they were the strongest elders. In a 7th rank sect, they were also highly respected. Even in an 8th rank sect, they could occupy a seat, not to mention the existence of the peak of the Nashing realm. However, at this moment, an entire 10-peak star realm prison guards were gradually moving towards death. Gusts of fishy wind blew past like bone-scraping knives, corroding their saint power into nothingness. Their saint acupoints dimmed and festered, their flesh and blood cracked open and even bubbled with green bubbles. The 5 Saint Heart Realm guards, including the jade-robed man from before, were also in unbearable pain. Streaks of inky black lines coiled around their necks and bodies like snakes. Their saint energy circulated again and again, only to be melted away again and again. However, the life force of a Saint Heart expert was even stronger, and he was able to protect his life vein. He was not completely in danger of dying, but the pain was worse than death. It was enough to drive any Saint Realm expert crazy. Seeing this scene, the experts in the 18th level couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. This is the first time I've seen the pain disaster with my own eyes. This aura is truly terrifying. Now that I think about it, I was actually imprisoned in the same holy prison realm as this existence. Now that I think about it, I'm really lucky to not have died. If I'm not at my peak, I'm afraid that I'll end up in a rather miserable state if I'm in the area where the pain disaster erupts. This might be even more terrible than the calamity of pain in history. She's been imprisoned for so long that it's already beyond comprehension. When Little Shadow returned, Lin Chen caught it with one hand and let it return to Qing Shui's plant pouch. When he looked into the distance, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and was secretly shocked. This is the pain disaster. The world was vast, and there were all kinds of strange things. There were tens of thousands of races in the world, and they were extremely lucky and had their own misfortune. Everything in the world had its own destiny, and even disasters were no exception. When disasters gathered into a form, they would gather spirits and become a form. Although the human race was the weakest among the races, they were famous for being the most intelligent of all things. When disasters gathered spirits into a form, they would become the human race. In the history of the human race, there were very few cases of human disasters. The human disasters that were born gathered all the bad luck, and calamities in the world into one. From birth, they would become the center of all disasters and the source of all pain. Smallpox, evil spirit seal, rotten saint corpse poison, and so on. These extremely strong poisons that were almost incurable, and even saints would die if they came into contact with them, were gathered in one body. As long as they appeared, they would trigger an unprecedented disaster. In the future, the people of later generations called this existence the pain disaster. It was symbolized as the source of all pain. If the auspicious beast was a surprise given to living beings by the world. The calamity of pain was the wrath of the heavens and earth. When the pain disaster was born, its aura could turn any existence below the war emperor into blood within a radius of 100,000 miles. If a war emperor was within 10,000 miles, he wouldn't even be able to last a breath before his internal organs would be corroded and he would die. Even if a saint got close, he would die on the spot. Moreover, this was only a baby, and it already had such a baleful aura. In the past, as long as any pain disaster existed in the world, it would cause countless disasters and take away countless lives. Regardless of whether the host was willing or not, the existence of the pain disaster would mercilessly reap all the lives in the world once it erupted. After that, the pain disaster became an existence feared by all the races in the world. The dragon race once waged war with the human race several times, saying that it was the most terrifying disaster in the world. The history of the pain disaster was extremely long and rare. Moreover, there would only be one pain disaster in any era. As long as the current pain disaster didn't die, there would never be another disaster born. Tracing back to a certain period of history, the human race's pain disaster seemed to have disappeared forever and never appeared again. However, the truth was that it didn't disappear. The host of the pain disaster was suppressed under the holy prison by a mighty figure back then. However, such an existence was no longer something that could be suppressed by humans. Even if it was suppressed, the power of the disaster would accumulate and grow day by day. In order to prevent the endless pain disaster from continuing to appear, the upper echelons of the sacred boundary chose a way to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. They imprisoned the last humanoid disaster at that time. The result was the scene in front of them. There was no doubt that this little girl had surpassed any previous pain disaster. She had grown to an unprecedented level of power that no one could estimate. If she was placed in the outside world and placed in any rank 7 or even rank 8 sect, corpses would be everywhere in a short while, and saints would fall in drove. Kai tilde. Kai tilde. Kai tilde. Waves of green smoke rose. A peak Na Xing realm cultivator was the first to be unable to hold on and turned into a pile of saint bones. One had to know that the prison guards who died on the 19th level had only just entered the Na Xing realm. Most of the saint points that they had opened were between 61 to 64 saint point. As for the Na Xing realm cultivators who followed Pan Yunlong, all of them had opened 70 saint points and were at the Sacred Heart realm. Then, there were 2, 3, and 4. They were unstoppable. The existence that was extremely difficult to kill in the past, the peak Na Xing realm cultivators, was now falling at a hair-raising speed. And all the criminals in the holy prison saw a strong ray of hope. The hope of breaking out of the holy prison grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 1369. Time passed slightly and returned to when Lin Chen was negotiating with the calamity of pain. Ju Tian's seal of life and death used the seal of life and death to implant a living being's spirit source. But this little girl only had a body and consciousness, she didn't have a spirit source. When Lin Chen infiltrated her spirit and consciousness, it was like a chaotic and boundless storm. Just as the legends said, a disaster in human form. Strictly speaking, this little girl could not be considered a complete life. Lin Chen said, "You said that you can completely control your own power now, right?" The black-haired girl nodded. "Yes, I can freely release and control the eruption of my body's energy. I already don't want to stay here anymore. I want to find a chance to completely die. Being imprisoned here and enduring endless years is a very boring thing. Death is a release, isn't it? Even if I go out, even if I want to hide at the ends of the earth, your human race will use the slogan of righteousness to kill me." The little girl's tone was a little lonely. Then, she giggled and said, "You are different from the others. When you look at me, there is no fear. You have a way to kill me, right? Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, I will let you out. However, without my order, you can't act on your own. If you go against the agreement, you will lose a chance." "My lord, please don't." Xiao Ling hurriedly stopped him. The black-haired girl ignored Xiao Ling. Her beautiful eyes flickered like a black light as she asked curiously, "What chance?" Lin Chen looked directly at the little girl in the prison and smiled. "A chance to leave the holy prison, a chance to truly return to being ordinary and not be hunted down by all living beings." Crack. When the shackles fell to the ground and the 9-killer seal was removed, the little girl stared at the person in front of her in a daze. "Return to being ordinary? Can I also return to being ordinary? My lord is really fearless. He even dares to release the calamity of pain. It is indeed a shocking and crazy move, but if we use it well, our chances of breaking out of the holy prison will greatly increase. If we want to break through the holy prison, we'll have to face more powerful opponents than this team. If we can get the help of the pain disaster, our chances of success will be greatly increase." The powerhouses of the 18th floor gathered at the edge of the 18th floor and propped up endless holy light to protect Lin Chen. When they looked at Lin Chen from time to time, their gazes were filled with reverence and admiration. Imperceptibly, their admiration for Lin Chen rose to another level. Although Lin Chen could control the life and death of these experts, it didn't mean that he could control their thoughts and consciousness. Lin Chen's performance in the previous battle had exceeded all of their expectations and knowledge. Strength was always the only way to express the truth. It was also the best way to convince others. Boom tilde. Pan Yunlong rode on the 1,000-feet-long cloud dragon and traversed thousands of miles. When he passed through the layers of encirclement, it was as if his movements had been seen through. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun attacked again with their saber and sword, killing him in mid-air. "Damn it! Everyone, go and save them," Pan Yunlong shouted angrily. The Sacred Heart prison guards who weren't surrounded could only grit their teeth and use all their defensive skills to charge into the area shrouded by the pain disaster. "Now!" Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly. He suddenly waved his hand. "Follow them. When they save them, it's time for us to break out of the encirclement." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The poisonous fog dissipated and receded like a tide. 1,000 feet wide space avenue opened up in the direction of Lin Chen and the others. There was no poisonous gas in it, and it led directly to the space door. The black-haired little girl and Lin Chen looked at each other from a distance. Lin Chen smiled and gave her a thumbs up. The little girl stuck out her tongue slyly, looking very cute. If not for the fact that they were in the poisonous fog, she would be no different from an innocent girl in the outside world. Everyone followed Lin Chen's footsteps and rushed toward the space avenue that opened up, rushing to the space door that led to the 17th level. There were tens of thousands of space talismans, layers of which destroyed the void. They surrounded the entire space door, like the remains of an ancient civilization. The space door's enchantment was so powerful that it was far beyond the work of any saint in the outside world. "How do we open this space passage?" "Old Shia, it's time for your space great art to be put to use." "Use my ass. I've only recovered a little of my strength. Why should I use my space great art?" Facing the giant spatial door, the powerhouses were somewhat helpless. "Get out of the way. Who cares? Let's give it a kick first." Lin Chen shouted, and everyone hurriedly retreated. An obscure divine light flashed past. Kai. Bang. The ultimate divine power that pierced through heaven and earth gathered at one point and suddenly bombarded the space door. It shook the heavens and the earth, and a gap of more than 100 feet appeared on the space door. When they saw Lin Chen lifting his leg and retracting it, the expert's jaws almost fell to the ground. This lord was too fierce. He kicked open the space door that led to the upper level. When it was time to do it, he did not hesitate at all. "What are you waiting for? Your lord is handsome, but now is not the time to admire him. Hurry up, yo-yos." Lin Chen waved his hand, and everyone was excited. They rushed into the silver-white space passage above. Long Jiushan, who had always been known for his ferocious fighting style, patted Lin Chen's shoulder and sighed. "My lord, you are too fierce." Lin Chen smiled faintly. His confidence was laced with flirtatiousness. "I have something even fiercer." The black-haired little girl turned into a black light that filled the sky. She left the poisonous fog area and shot toward Pan Yunlong. Pan Yunlong felt his hair stand on end. He felt a sense of danger as if he had been targeted by a primordial species. The black fog condensed into a slender, jade-like hand that flickered with a strange black light. It slammed down. Pan Yunlong blocked it with his saber and slashed it. Kai! Bang! The black fog exploded, and the slender hand that had just formed was cut into nothingness. However, it successfully covered Jiang Taishu and the others' retreat. "Do you want to play with me too?" The black fog rolled, and a slender and exquisite figure appeared. Her beautiful black hair was like a waterfall. The soft hair contrasted with the girl's smile, making her look breathtaking. The horror of the calamity of pain was that even the top saints could not guard against it. Its frontal combat ability was slightly inferior. Even so, Pan Yunlong did not dare to be careless. It was not like those imprisoned criminals. Its power was a monster that was growing day by day in the holy prison. In terms of threat level, it was not wrong to lock it up on the 19th level. Back then, he had locked it up on the 18th level so that the Hell Masters on the 17th and 19th levels could support the 18th level immediately. If there was any movement, they could instantly gather their strongest power to suppress it. "Girl, come back." When Lin Chen's voice came, the little girl's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes moved and quietly hid. "Want to run?" Pan Yunlong's eyes flashed with anger. Chapter 1370. Just as he was about to continue his pursuit, he heard the screams of his subordinates. "Brother Yunlong, save me. I can't hold on any longer. I don't want to die like this. Brother, save them first." Everyone, regardless of whether they were in the Star Realm or the Sacred Heart Realm, shouted for Pan Yunlong in unison. "Damn it, shut up." Pan Yunlong was filled with rage. He flew up with his saber and charged into the poison tide aggressively. He had no intention of letting Lin Chen and the rest go. On the other side, Lin Chen had Little Shadow hide his doppelgangers. After collecting all the attribute light balls dropped by the fallen prison guards, everyone except the last 8 people entered the space passage. At this moment, the last 8 powerhouses on the 18th floor saw that Pan Yunlong was relentlessly chasing after them. Instantly, they were on high alert, and their expressions were solemn. "I'll bring up the rear. You guys go first." At this moment, the handsome and carefree Qi Feiyan stood at the back of the team and smiled faintly. "After this, I'll leave the safety of the Lord to you guys." All the powerful people on the 19th level were shocked. "Qi Feiyan, are you going to use your true cultivation? Don't be crazy. You'll die." The others were bewildered. Qi Feiyan laughed. "Ha ha ha, of course I can't use my true cultivation, but it's still enough to deal with a peak Sacred Heart Realm cultivator." Boom tilde. Qi Feiyan's Saint Acupoints glowed brightly as crimson-red Saint Light danced in the air. Qi Feiyan's temperament was constantly changing. His long hair fluttered in the wind like flickering flames. His Saint Acupoints began to release a trace of saint energy that could suppress eternity. 10 red suns burned fiercely beside him. The heat spread throughout the entire 18th level of the sacred dungeon. Its power was overwhelming, burning all the poisonous fog until it sizzled. Qi Feiyan stretched out his hand. Within the 10 red suns, streaks of red light surged violently. Finally, he pulled out a red arrow that was hundreds of feet long. The tip of the arrow flowed with a terrifying sharpness that could pierce through the heavens and earth. It was as if a red sun had been formed from the 9 heavens. The temperature that could burn the heavens and burn the earth caused the 7 people standing beside him to feel a violent burning sensation. 10 crimson suns ignited into fiery dragon-like waves of fire and transformed into a crimson bow brimming with saintly might. It appeared out of nowhere and was grasped by Qi Feiyan. He used the crimson sun as a bow and the crimson mist as an arrow. Qi Feiyan came riding on the rolling waves of fire. When he slightly leaned back to draw the bow, the ends of his hair danced and the crimson mist surged. It could be said that he was extraordinary, like a deity descending to the mortal world. The corner of Qi Feiyan's mouth was bleeding continuously, but he was laughing heartily. "I've been singing madly in the air, swaggering and domineering for who's the hero. This arrow is a gift from me, Chi Fei Yan, to my lord. Clang. Whoosh tilde. The sound of wind being torn apart came like a sonic boom, and a wisp of crimson light flashed and rose from the horizon. It enlarged infinitely, and finally became the most dazzling light in the world. The hearts of the 7 retreating experts shook violently. He was back. The sky-burning arrow saint of the flame domain had returned. The charm of this arrow was the same as it was in the past. This arrow traversed tens of thousands of miles. One arrow could shatter the universe, one arrow could burn the sky, and it was undefeatable like a god. Pan Yunlong, who was targeted by the crimson bow, felt his scalp tingle. It was as if he had been targeted by the sharpest blade in the world. The coldness was bone-piercing, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His life's instincts kept warning him. Rumble tilde. Dazzling crimson light burst out from the 18th level of the holy dungeon and filled the entire holy dungeon. 15 minutes later. I've underestimated them. Pan Yunlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hovered in the air, panting like a bull. His chest was full of holes, and his bones were broken. There was a fist-sized scar in front of his chest that directly penetrated his divine body. It was a ghastly sight. A true dragon was still a true dragon. Even if a dragon was in shallow waters and was broken and incomplete, it was still a true dragon. Chi Fei Yan's arrow had almost killed him on the spot. Unfortunately, he was an expert at the peak of the Sacred Heart realm. As long as his Sacred Heart was not broken, his body would never die. These bastards won't be able to escape. I'll kill them later. It's not that simple. You have to face the Lord and prison guards of the entire holy dungeon. What can you do with your broken bodies? Later, I'll surround you from the front and back. All of you will die. Pan Yunlong sheathed his saber and charged into the poison tide to rescue his subordinates. Inside the space tunnel, Lin Chen gave the black-haired girl a thumbs up and chuckled. You killed 7 Peak Star Realm experts in one move. Not bad. The black-haired girl put her hands on her hips and smiled proudly. Don't forget your promise. No problem. After this is done, I'll even treat you to a lollipop. What's a lollipop? It's something that all men like to treat girls to. When everyone was relieved, the last 7 people caught up with the main group. Lin Chen's expression changed when he saw Chi Fei Yan unconscious. What happened? The 7 people looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Jiang Taishu said, in order to cover the rear, he released some of his strength. Now that his wounds have split open again, although his life is not in danger, he can't fight anymore. Lin Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the retreat was so successful and Pan Yunlong didn't catch up. It was Chi Fei Yan's doing. Take good care of him. None of you can die. All of you have to survive and return to the sacred boundary. Lin Chen scolded everyone as he handed Jiang Taishu a storage ring. Everyone looked at each other and laughed heartily. Time passed slightly. When the battle on the 18th floor had turned the world upside down. Even deeper on the 19th floor. Rumble tilde tilde. The space entrances of a few demon dens suddenly expanded. Unlike before, it wasn't low-level holy demon kings that were transported over this time. Instead, it was a group of demons in human form. The leader of the group was a young man. His face was fair and handsome, his eyebrows were sharp, and his nose bridge was high. He had a heroic aura, and when the corners of his mouth curled up, he was like an elegant and untainted young master. However, the strange thing was that a crack suddenly appeared on his fair neck. A grayish-white eyeball was rotating and scanning the surroundings as if it was alive. Hiss 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 tilde tilde. Demonic snakes with rising demonic aura stuck out their tongues from both sides of his shoulders. 10 grayish-white eyeballs opened and closed continuously on the young man's cheeks and neck. It was extremely strange. The 10 powerful demons stood quietly beside him. They didn't dare to make a sound and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, the young man laughed heartily. Yes, the vision that I sensed was indeed correct. There was a huge battle here. The humans who were imprisoned here have also disappeared. That female demon took away a group of powerful humans. Although the remaining humans are not as powerful as the previous batch, They have the most potential. Yes, they disappeared at the same time. It seems that they have escaped from prison. The young man looked up at the sky of the 19th floor and smiled slightly. Without the 9 killer seals, they are just food on a plate that can be easily obtained. If we can obtain these bodies, our plan can continue one step ahead. Kings, follow me to watch a good show. It would be best if, when the 10 eyeballs opened on the young man's forehead, he smiled evilly. It would be best if we could bring them back. Chapter 1371. System, have you confirmed it? The search has been completed for the host. This is the Calamity of Pain chapter recorded in Tuor Shung's 980th volume. It can transfer the Calamity of Pain's luck to a spiritual plant of fate. This spiritual plant will become an unprecedented spiritual plant of disaster. Attention to the host, all records of the Calamity of Pain chapter are theoretical. There may be different effects and risks compared to actual practice. Lin Chen was confident that he could turn the Calamity of Pain into a harmless spiritual body. Although the black-haired girl could control the power in her body freely, it was not absolute control. Without the 9 seals, there would still be large-scale disasters after a period of time. Once it was released to the outside world, it would be a disaster. Everything had a chance. When Lin Chen released her, he had already confirmed that Tuor Shung had met the previous Calamity of Pain. Tuor Shung was good at recording the characteristics of other races. He had a deep understanding of the Calamity of Pain. Unfortunately, before he could put it into practice, the previous Calamity of Pain had been besieged and killed by the powerful human beings. I hope my wish is fulfilled. If this little girl can become a harmless spiritual body like the one in the Void Thunderpool, it will be the same as having a super expert by my side. The black-haired girl was different from Lin Chen's other servants. Even if he could lead them back to the sacred boundary, they would not be able to help Lin Chen in a short time. First, their identities could not be exposed. Otherwise, if the higher-ups of the sacred prison found out, Lin Chen's background would be investigated immediately. Second, their strength. After being imprisoned in the sacred prison for countless eras and going through countless battles with the demon race, their cultivation and sacred body had been weakened to an extremely low level. They had to rest well. Third, resources. Their identities could not be exposed, which meant that it would be extremely difficult for them to obtain resources to heal their injured bodies. There were almost no ways or opportunities to obtain treasures that could heal their injuries. Secondly, with Lin Chen's alchemy skills, it would be like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. He could not completely heal them. At most, he could delay their injuries and replenish their sacred power. Even though Lin Chen had the creation pill saints Yu Wangsheng as an authoritative figure in alchemy, first, he couldn't cook without rice. Second, he couldn't display his alchemy abilities. With his injured body, how could he refine top-grade saint pills? Therefore, all in all, the only person that Lin Chen could bring out of the encirclement was this black-haired little girl. Of course, his identity could not be exposed. She had killed star warriors as if she were picking up grass. Just the thought of bringing this big shot with her was exciting. Lin Chen's heart was filled with anticipation when Jiang Taishu suddenly said, "My lord, we've reached the entrance to the 17th floor." Lin Chen's spirit was roused. He rubbed his palms together and his fighting spirit soared. He shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle. These bastards must be thinking of surrounding us like dumplings and attacking us from the front and back. Hee, then we'll give them a good beating. If they start fighting later, we'll try our best to stall for time." All the experts were on guard. Everyone had the same guess. They had only passed the first trial. Next, they would have to face all the experts in the holy dungeon. The corners of Marshal Lin's mouth rose crazily. "You want to attack me from the front and now you're attacking me from the back. I like to be in the middle." The 17th floor of the holy dungeon. Buzz, buzz, buzz tilde. The space rippled as Lin Chen and the rest descended. This. Brother Tai Xiaocheng and the rest didn't come back? Sensing the arrival of the group, the remaining 4 prison guards on the 17th floor were shocked. "Everyone, listen up. Reinforce the 16th floor. You must suppress all the criminals on the 16th floor. At this moment, the 4 prison guards received an urgent message. They looked at each other and immediately opened a giant portal to the 16th floor of the Holy Dungeon. The main forces of the Holy Dungeon were all mobilized to the 16th floor. Long Jiushan and Ji Wuchen stood right in front of them, ready for battle. It was only then that the crowd realized that there was not a single guard on the 17th floor of the Saint Prison other than the dark and gloomy cages. They've all left. While Long Jiushan was puzzled, Lin Chen stepped forward and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Little Shadow sent a telepathic message to Lin Chen. They've just opened the portal above and are heading to a higher floor. A higher floor. Looks like they're gathering their forces and planning to kill us all at once. Lin Chen was silent for a moment and then smiled. However, they won't be able to take the people on the 17th floor away in time. These people will also be an important force for us to break out. In the extreme cold dungeon on the south side of the 17th floor of the Holy Dungeon, a shirtless man was resting with his eyes closed. Frost covered his body, and the bone-chilling cold invaded his body. His face was pale, but he stood still and sat cross-legged in the cage. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were actually the color of green jade, as if there was a hidden sharpness. This is... Whoosh. A gust of wind came. Bang. Boom tilde. The ice cage was blasted away, and the frost exploded into pieces. A white ray of light shot into the forehead of the green-eyed man. His 9-killer seal had been removed. Then, evil laughter spread throughout all the cold prisons in the south. Sleep, my ass. Wake up. Those who are not afraid of death and want to destroy the holy prison, come with me. We'll break through the holy prison together. Killing 1 is worth it, killing 2 is worth it. Whoosh. The sky was filled with raindrops that flickered with golden light and white light. The eyes of the half-naked man with green pupils trembled. They were all gold Saint Origin coins. Demons. How can the demons have the means to remove the 9-killer seal? Break through the holy prison? Ha ha ha, count me in. We'll be used as tools if we stay here. We'll die sooner or later. Let's F***king fight before we die. Many experts responded to Lin Chen from all directions. Lin Chen led his team to liberate all the criminals on the 17th level and left behind a large amount of gold Saint Origin coins. He gave them the choice. Then, Lin Chen's team charged toward the portal to the 16th level aggressively. Get out of the way. Let us do it this time. Long Jiushan, Lang Fanyun, and Fang Ling rushed to the front. Long Jiushan imitated Lin Chen and lifted his leg to kick, shaking the entire spatial door with pure strength. Lang Fanyun and Fang Ling immediately unleashed their sky-piercing sharpness. Using their saint power as blades, their sharpness split the sky and condensed into saint swords. Their sharpness was unstoppable. Together with Long Jiushan's attacks, they split open the spatial door, an extended portal to the sky. The entire team entered it instantly and went to the next level. Seeing the space door open, the powerhouses of the 17th level that were released entered the space channel one after another. They were all gathered together, forming a large group. My lord, don't you plan to subdue the people on the 17th level? In the portal, Jiang Taishu asked Lin Chen telepathically. Chapter 1372. In any case, these experts of the 17th floor who had survived until now had not lost their courage and pride because of the holy prison. Back then, when the holy prison was broken, they did not become lackeys of the demon race. Lin Chen replied without even turning his head, if you want to subdue them, you'll have to reveal your true identity. Who knows when those fellows below will counterattack? There's no need to risk exposing your identity by explaining to these people. In fact, these reasons were secondary. The most important thing was that Lin Chen's spiritual realm was limited. After engraving the heavenly cycle death seal on the 18th level expert's spiritual sea, he was nearing his limit. Every expert's spiritual consciousness was like a star's core, and their energy was vast and vigorous. The Jutian death seal could control their life and death, but at the same time, it required the user's spiritual energy to be strong enough to control more experts. Controlling 41 experts on the 18th level and 17 experts on the 19th level was already nearing Lin Chen's limit. At most, he could add 3 or 4 more people. Now that the holy prison had begun to gather their forces, victory could be decided in a minute or a second. He did not have time to explain his identity to subdue 3 or 4 experts. Don't let the opponents group up. It would be best if they could take turns to fight with him. His side was not afraid of a battle of attrition, as there were many experts. But if they focused on a battle of attrition, the entire holy prison would be overturned. The enemies could be injured, but Lin Chen's side could not. Once they were injured, it could be fatal. Holy prison, 16th level. Shua 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 tilde tilde. Silver light poured down, and the 5-colored holy light descended. More than 20 figures walked out of the holy light and occupied one side. In the silver holy light, a man with a body like a mountain and an aura like a giant mountain slowly walked out. Holy prison's 11th level's prison master, Kwong Wanli, leading 24 prison guards, in position. Clang tilde tilde. A long sword cry rang out like a dragon, and 3,000 sword lights spun like a river of stars, pouring down from the 9 heavens. More than a dozen people with holy swords on their backs stood in the south, exuding a dignified aura. Holy prison's 10th level's prison master, Duan Yinhai, leading 18 prison guards, in position. In the west, an inky green tornado spun like a millstone. 20 figures appeared in the eye of the hurricane cave. Jun Qianfan, the master of the 9th level of the holy prison, and 20 prison guards, in position. The entire 16th level of the Saint prison changed drastically. One by one, the strongest teams arrived in person, and all the Hell Overlords gathered at the 16th level of the Saint prison. In the outside world, any one of these groups was enough to destroy a rank 6 or even a rank 7 giant. All of them were gathered in all directions of the 16th level. Xiao Yunyun, the overlord of the 6th layer of Hell, was absent-minded at this moment. She was sweating profusely. Someone has snuck into the holy prison. Could it really be related to Jian Wuji, who disappeared from the 6th floor some time ago? No, that can't be a coincidence. I don't believe it. There are still people who can sneak into the 19th level from the 6th level. Xiao Yunyun's anxious look was seen by some prison overlords. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the prisons floated up one after another. Like the shifting of stars, they were sucked in by a giant hand of energy high up in the sky. After moving a few times, they were all placed in the same area. All the criminals on the 16th floor were detained in the same area by the Hell Master of the 16th floor. Cake, looks like there's going to be a good show. After being quiet for so many years, is there going to be some big movement in the Saint prison? Look at these people. They look like they just ate shit. I haven't seen them like this for a long time. The criminals who were detained in the same area were all restless. Among these people, they were all ruthless characters. Once there was a riot, they would also become restless factors. The Hell Masters of the 2nd and 11th levels are all here, right? There are still people from the 12th and 15th levels who haven't arrived yet. An old man in linen robes appeared in the void. He had a hunched back and looked weak and harmless. However, his eyes shone with a soul-stirring light that was like a bottomless abyss. Everyone, be on guard. I have sensed that the space passage to the 17th level has been blasted open. Once they appear later, beat them to death. The old man in sackcloth ordered. All the prison overlords and prison overlords who had gathered here aimed at the entrance to the next level. Swoosh. Suddenly, a strange blood-red light beam shot out from the space vortex. The Hell Master of the 16th level, the old man in sackcloth, suddenly shouted through telepathy. Attack! Whoosh! Boom! 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 On the 16th level of the Saint prison, the wind and clouds changed color. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. Countless colorful saint powers were all attacking the strange light beam. Unexpectedly, the blood-red light beam was moving at a speed that was almost faster than light. It kept turning and dodging the saint powers' attacks. The explosion caused heaven and earth to churn, and the saint prison's space trembled. What a fast speed! He's rushing to the space passage here. Stop him. We can't stop him. His target is those criminals. Many prison overlords saw that the blood-red light beam was unbelievably fast and broke through their defense line. Rip tilde. The space was torn apart, and a huge black hand turned into a giant palm that covered the sky and smashed the blood-red light beam violently. The light beam shattered, and what disappeared was only an after-image. What? In the distance, the old man in sackcloth's eyes trembled. When the light beam shattered, he saw two figures. The blood-red light beam descended on the area where all the criminals were being held. In just an instant, hundreds and thousands of light beams shot out. Buzz tilde buzz tilde buzz tilde. When the space rippled violently, all the prison overlords' expressions changed drastically. The 9-killer seal was dispelled. In an instant, all the prison overlords saw clearly that inside the blood-red light beam was a man with long hair as white as snow. He was wearing a blood-red cloak, and his eagle-like eyes were as sharp as knives. He was handsome and cold. Beside him, there was also a young and evil devil. None of the prison overlords would mistake this big shot for someone important. It was the Blood King imprisoned on the 19th level of the Saint Prison, Yun Tianguang. He used to be the overlord of the Blood Realm. His blood escape technique and 3,000 blood shadows were known as the top 20 orange-grade movement techniques in the sacred boundary. No wonder all the prison overlords couldn't hit him earlier. It's him. This is big trouble. The criminals on the 16th level are also a bunch of lunatics. These guys escaped too quickly. They didn't have time to switch to the other levels. The one beside him is a demon. Doesn't this guy think highly of himself? Why is he with a demon? While all the experts were shocked, the handsome and evil demon couldn't help but laugh. His laughter reverberated throughout the 16th level of the Saint Prison. Thank you, prison overlords, for giving us such a beautiful opening fireworks. You even helped us gather all our helpers. Good people. You are really a group of good people. Rip tilde. Bang. 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 At this moment, the 16th level of the Saint Prison was filled with fireworks. Groups of people landed on the 16th level of the Saint Prison like ghosts. Faint shadows were dissipating from their bodies, making it impossible for the prison overlords to guard against them. Chapter 1373. Facing the sudden arrival of the team, the 300-odd prison guards could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. When did they rush up here? The old man in hemp clothes stared at Jiang Taishu, who was in the air, and his expression darkened. So that's how it is. First, Jiang Taishu predicted our attack and the location of the criminals. Then, he used Yun Tianguang as bait to let us attack first and avoid the most dangerous moment. Then, he used a method that even I could not detect to hide his aura and brought everyone to the 16th level. While Yun Tianguang attracted the enemy's attention, he also lured this demon to release the other criminals' seals. What a good plan, what a good plan. He had spent so much effort to detain all the criminals, but it had instead encouraged the other party to break out of prison. Rumble. The battle began. Beat his mother for me. Long Joshan shouted and led the charge. A chaotic battle instantly broke out. The prison guards and the others did not expect this at all. They did not expect the final battle to unfold in such a manner. However, the prison guards were all shocked. Who exactly are you? The old man in hemp clothes was terrifyingly gloomy. He looked straight at the only demon in the field, and his 79 Saint acupoints surged with power. The young demon laughed mockingly. Who am I? I am the most handsome demon king among the demons. You can call me the most handsome among the demons. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch in his direction. The wind created by the punch pierced through the void and shook the galaxy. You're courting death. The old man in hemp clothes smashed Lin Chen's punch with his palm, causing the surrounding spatial crystal walls to crack like spider webs. Everyone, listen up. Focus on the fellows who came up from below. The criminals on the 16th level are secondary. Prison masters from the 7th level and above target Jiang Taishu. Don't let him take over the battle. The old man in hemp clothes charged toward Lin Chen and Yun Tianguang like a sharp sword. I want to see how much saint power you have to use your movement techniques. My lord, let's go first. Yun Tianguang protected Lin Chen while Fang Ling and the others descended to block the old man in hemp clothes. Oh! Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianchou, Shangguan Wudi, Lang Fanyun, and Fang Ling ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would need to mobilize such big shots to stop this old man. What's wrong? You didn't accept the Holy Prison's invitation to surrender. Aren't you very arrogant? In the end, you've become the lackeys of the demon race. In the end, you're just a few spineless cowards. The hemp-robed old man laughed coldly, then sliced his finger through the air. Instantly, the sky seemed to split open, and a bizarre beam of light shot toward the crowd. Don't fall for this guy's provocation. Fang Ling calmly transmitted his voice to everyone. Everyone had a tacit understanding and worked together. They surrounded the hemp-clothed old man in a battle of attrition and guerrilla warfare. While Lin Chen was retreating under the cover of Yun Tianguang and the others, Little Shadow appeared in the air with painful disaster on his back. Lin Chen looked at the black-haired girl and said seriously, "Little beauty, it's up to you now." Within her long black hair, the little girl revealed her white teeth and smiled innocently. "I will let them die in a very rhythmic manner." On the other side, the criminals on the 16th floor rushed out of their cages and joined the battle. Most of them directly attacked the Holy Prison's people, but a small number of evil people attacked the experts on the 17th floor, causing the situation to become even more chaotic. Although the Holy Prison did not have the upper hand, they still had the absolute advantage in terms of strength. There were 371 prison guards, and many of them were elites. On Lin Chen's side, including the experts released from the 17th floor, there were currently 200 people. Even if other prisoners escaped, the number would not exceed 400. The number of prisoners on the 16th floor was uneven. Although there were close to 500 of them, their condition and combat power were not comparable to the experts brought out by Lin Chen. Even the powerhouses on the 17th floor had absorbed some golden saint origin coins and could mobilize some saint energy. The criminals on the 16th floor did not pose much of a threat to the prison masters or powerhouses of the same cultivation level as the prison masters, but at least they could share some of the burden. Right now, the battle was almost 50-50. Neither side had a breakthrough. Furthermore, Pan Yunlong's men were not completely annihilated. Once he attacked from the back, Lin Chen and the others would be surrounded and attacked from both sides. Therefore, there must be a decisive force to break the current balance and let Lin Chen and the others break out. This decisive force might be the calamity of pain. "My lord, the prison guards from the Holy Prison have not completely arrived yet. We must break out before they arrive." Jiang Taishu secretly transmitted his voice to Lin Chen. He and Little Shadow worked together to send the black-haired girl into the most chaotic battle. Rumble tilde tilde. The next moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the plague surged. The terrible tide of poison formed a vortex, and with the little girl as the center, it rapidly expanded and covered the area where a large number of saints were fighting. The old man in hemp clothes' expression changed slightly. Calamity of pain? Damn it, is this demon crazy? How could he release such a disaster? The prison guards' scalps tingled. Even if they had not seen the calamity of pain, they had more or less heard of it. It was an existence that even saints would tremble in fear. Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up. "I'll leave it to you. I'll go and blast open the space door." Kai. Clang. 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 Before Lin Chen finished speaking, 12 chains flew out like coiling dragons and shot across the sky of the entire 16th level of the Holy Prison. They condensed into streamers and shot toward the black-haired girl like lightning. These 12 streamers were like a tribulation, and she could not dodge or retreat in time. They instantly bound her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The tide of poison pulled back the black-haired girl's delicate body. She could not trigger the tide of calamity. She looked surprised for the first time. "This is, old Ma, I'm late. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, I went to see Lord Heavenly Saint's experiment. It's really useful. I didn't expect that it would become a life-saving straw now." 3 teams appeared out of nowhere. The man in the lead was dressed in a fluttering white robe. He was extraordinarily handsome and dignified. Cold killing intent flashed past his eyebrows. When the corner of his mouth rose, he looked at Lin Chen with a sneer. "I knew that you bunch of desperate escapees would release this damned human-shaped disaster. After all, you're just a bunch of mad dogs forced to a dead end. But now, Let's see what you're going to use to fight against my holy prison." The prison guards were overjoyed. It's the prison masters of the 12th and 15th levels. Great, the most crucial reinforcement. So they went to use the binding chains that Lord Heavenly Saint made to suppress the calamity of pain. No wonder the reinforcements were delayed. These criminals are finished. The moment these 4 teams appeared, the morale of the prison guards' camp soared. Something that can suppress the calamity of pain? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The holy prison was indeed the holy prison. They even had such a backup plan. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been since we brothers fought together? At this moment, a loud laughter that shook the universe came from the passage below. A cloud dragon danced in the sky as it soared through the horizon. Pan Yunlong had a saber by his waist as his killing intent skyrocketed. Pan Yunlong had also arrived. On the prison break team side, everyone's heart sank. This old man had caught up so quickly. They were surrounded. Chapter 1374. Lin Chen and the rest were pincered. The entire Saint Prison's top forces were gathered on the 16th level. The balance of power between the two sides was suddenly broken. Although Pan Yunlong and the rest had lost 7 Pinnacle Star Realm experts, none of their top Saint Heart experts were lost. The number of Na Xing Realm and Saint Heart Realm experts was the key to determining the outcome of this decisive battle. Looks like we can only stop here. At least we can come out and fight. Staying in that broken prison all day long, I'm going to die of boredom. Many experts had long been indifferent to life and death. Facing this desperate situation, they were extremely indifferent. In fact, many experts even surged with an even crazier battle intent. Come on, dogs of the Saint Prison, I'm going to kill you all today. This old man used to command the various domains of the sacred boundary. Do you think it's your turn to judge my life? If you want to eat this old man, you'll have to break a few of your front teeth. The entire 16th level of the Saint Prison glowed with holy light in all directions. An 8-armed demonic dragon appeared out of thin air, pushing mountains and rivers, and punching through the space barrier. Holy power swept through the sky. The vigorous holy power condensed into countless killins, black tortoises, azure dragons, and other ancient species. They rushed toward the prison guards like crushing dry weed. Flowers fell from the sky. Holy lightning turned into lightning and pierced through the prison guards' bodies. Kai. Terrifying saber chi burst forth and slashed across thousands of miles. It split open the bodies of the 2 criminals, causing their saintly blood to splatter everywhere. Within the 16th level of the Saint Prison, an unprecedentedly fierce battle broke out. All the experts began to fight with their lives on the line. Some were sinister and cunning, some were savage and bloodthirsty, some were crafty, and some were fearless in the face of death. None of them retreated. They were so ruthless that they were willing to trade their lives for theirs. They didn't care if they could survive to the next move. One had to know that all the experts on both sides added up to a total of 1,200 saint. None of these 1,200 experts were super experts whose cultivation was lower than life and death realm. Even in the outside world where experts were as common as trees in the forest, they would be considered first-class expert. But here, they were just the starting standard. Such a terrifying and tragic battle was extremely rare in the history of the sacred boundary. It was an unparalleled battle that only happened in a few super event. Life and death realm, complete life and death realm, star realm, and peak star realm experts all had a great risk of dying here. The slightest carelessness would be drowned by the crazy attacks. Even if they focused on defense, it was very likely that they would become the target of the bombardment. Once the defensive formation was broken, they would be blasted into pieces in an instant. If it weren't for the fact that the spatial barrier of the Holy Prison was one of the strongest planes in the Holy World, this place would have long been destroyed. If it were the outside world, the entire region would be in an uproar. Of those who were imprisoned from the 16th level of the Saint Prison and below, which one of them wasn't at the top of the genius ranking, a potential monstrous genius, or even a top genius on the monstrous genius ranking? Their mental states had long since been tempered by the mortal world, and this so-called hopeless situation was utterly incapable of scaring them. Kai, 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 Kai. I'm afraid we can't avoid it. Let's wait until the next life to decide who wins. Let's fight the last elimination round first. Lang Fanyun and Fang Ling exchanged a glance in the midst of the battle. Everything was understood without words. Have we been caught up? Lin Chen stood by the side of the little girl who was in agony as he scanned the surroundings. The spatial tunnel was completely guarded by the 4 teams. If they wanted to break through, they would have to break through the defenses of the 4 Hell Overlords. Although the 4 Hell Overlords had moved, their main force, the Saint Heartrealm experts, did not retreat. From the looks of it, they were going to defend the entrant. If Pain Calamity was still on the side of the prison break team, there might be a chance. However, Lin Chen's demonic seal did not have a way to remove the binding calamity chains. No wonder these guys are so confident. Judging from the current situation, our chances of winning are less than 20%. Lin Chen's mind raced as he tried to think of a solution. He looked at the binding calamity chains on the black-haired girl. The chains were carved with dragon patterns and were made of pure gold. If Lin Chen released a little of his spiritual power, he would be lost in it. It was an extremely powerful spatial sacred artifact. This item had an owner. He could not break it down no matter how he tried. The binding calamity chains did not have absolute control. The aura flowing in the black-haired girl's body was slowly eroding it. In this world, there was nothing that could absolutely restrain Pain Calamity. The same went for the 9 killer seals. If she was given enough time, she might be able to break the chains. However, this time was enough to last until the end of the battle. The black-haired girl suddenly smiled. Thank you. Her eyes suddenly became as dark and deep as black jade. Black energy faintly flowed at the ends of her hair. Waves of destructive aura like the great calamity of the heavens were brewing inside her petite body. Run. Let your people protect you with all their might. You might have a chance to escape. Although this chain can restrain my power, if I explode with all the energy in my body, I will be able to break free. However, at that time, my power will not be at the level that I can control. You have to protect yourself well. A trace of relief appeared on the girl's sparkling face. It was as if some knot in her heart had been untied. Lin Chen felt that something was wrong and said in a low voice, "What will happen if you completely break free?" The girl smiled. "It will attract all the energy of the calamity. After it completely explodes, I might vanish. Although I can't completely escape, it's a good ending for me, isn't it? Master." At this moment, the 7 people that were surrounding the hemp-clothed old man flew over and flashed to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen said in surprise, "Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to delay that old man?" Pan Yunlong helped him break out. "They don't plan to tangle with us. They went to kill the people on the 17th floor first. They plan to leave us for last and kill us together." Xiao Linger frowned slightly. Zi Qianchou shook his head and said, "These guys are not stupid. They know that if we fight to the death with them, once we temporarily release our true strength, it is completely possible for us to drag them down with us." Yu Wangsheng said, "These guys plan to drag the battle out until the end and then concentrate all their forces to deal with us." That's right, the experts on the 19th floor, even though they were all heavily injured and had less than a tenth of their original strength, the strength and trump cards of these 17 people far surpassed the experts on each floor. Each and every one of them was a monster that defied common sense. If that wasn't the case, how could they have been the overlords who led the various eras in the past? If they really wanted to drag an expert down with them, even a heaven-opening stage expert of the 9th layer of the Saint Realm would not dare to underestimate them. No one knew what other trump cards they were hiding. Jiang Taishu's face was even paler at this moment. It seemed that he had used some method that had cost him a lot. He said in a low voice, "Master, I have already deduced the trend of this battle. We will not survive this battle." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere was especially heavy. The more powerful a diviner was, the more they could deduce calamities and opportunities when they were close to the limit. Even Jiang Taishu said that this battle would not end well, which proved that the chances were close to zero. Fang Ling immediately said, "The only choice is to abandon the general to protect the general. We will use the last of our strength to escort the master out." "No need. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and rubbed the little girl's beautiful black hair beside him. The little girl's violent desire to kill was soothed by him. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Taishu and said with a smile, "When you were deducing this battle, you missed the most important detail and factor." Jiang Taishu was stunned. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Master, please enlighten me." Lin Chen laughed maniacally, looking extremely domineering. "That is, you didn't include the most handsome man in your list." Chapter 1375. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the crowd was instantly stunned on the spot. After a short pause, Jiang Taishu's body suddenly trembled. Others did not immediately react, but he, Jiang Taishu, immediately understood. Yes, he did not include the Lord in his calculations. No, to be precise, it was not included in his calculations. Out of everyone present, he was the only one who couldn't see through the general trend of fate. Jiang Taishu's expression was as if he had been enlightened, and he said with a trembling voice, "I beg the Lord to solve my doubt." Everyone was puzzled. The power that the Lord could unleash with his cultivation of Saint Leia III had indeed overturned their understanding. However, to be able to single-handedly control the situation in such an unparalleled super battle, only those with Saint Heart and heaven-opening realm could possibly do so. Could it be? Everyone's pupils trembled. Could it be that the Lord was still holding back? Lin Chen took a step forward, and when he loosened his muscles and bones, a series of explosive sounds could be heard. Next, when all of you who are injured retreat, don't think about self-destructing. Just stand by the side and be an obedient and cute little girl. Even though he had transformed into a demon, Lin Chen's smile was still as arrogant and overbearing as before. "Let this marshal come and hammer them all to death." Lin Chen suddenly issued an order. "System, I want to awaken the third stage of the flesh shell. Host currently has 106.9 billion intermediate heavens path points. Consuming 100 billion intermediate heavens path points. Beginning to fully awaken the third stage of the flesh shell, 210%, 230%, 270%. The further one progressed, the more terrifying the attribute points required. From the fourth stage onwards, almost all of them required intermediate heavens path points of trillions. One had to know that Lin Chen's previous 10 billion heavens path points were accumulated from stealing from all the experts in sword domain and the enforcers. This time, his attribute points had directly exceeded 100 billion. 100 billion intermediate heavens path points were all accumulated from stealing from the criminals in the Saint prison. The attribute points that each criminal stole were different, and just the heavens path points alone exceeded 100 billion. The moment he activated Flesh Shell Awakening, Lin Chen's pure strength began to soar. When he was in the holy prison, not only had he sealed his acupoints, but he had also sealed the power of his flesh shell to prevent himself from being exposed if he made a breakthrough in his cultivation. His pure strength was originally at 34 billion dragon power points. After the second stage of the Flesh Shell Awakening, the 200% increase in pure strength allowed him to break through 100 billion dragon power points. At this moment, his pure strength had increased by another 100%, which was close to 140 billion dragon power point. This bit of pure power was naturally unable to turn the tide of the battle. What Lin Chen needed was the increase in his foundation brought about by the awakening of his flesh shell. This would allow him to withstand a greater increase in pure strength from the three-piece Ars God of War set. Originally, Lin Chen had planned to keep these heavenly Dao points for a more comprehensive upgrade. However, he had changed his mind. If he wanted to fight, he would use all his trump cards in one go, be indifferent to life and death, and fight if you don't accept it. Break through the holy prison. If my woman can do it, there's no reason why I, Lin Chen, can't do it. Three-piece Rs set, activate. Lin Chen let out an angry roar. Under the protection of the demonic chi, the divine power of the three pieces of the God of War set surged wildly. Golden light enveloped his body and entered every inch of Lin Chen's flesh and bones. Boom, boom, boom. Mountains and rivers rumbled, and the stars moved. The sudden increase in pure strength caused Lin Chen's disguised devil chi to rise. His figure erupted with the aura of an unparalleled giant demon, faintly showing signs of a giant demon that could cover the sky and cover the earth, commanding the winds and cloud. At this moment, the 17th level of the holy prison trembled. It was as if even this space couldn't withstand the emergence of this power. 80 trillion dragon power points, 100 trillion dragon power points, 150 trillion dragon power points, 180 trillion dragon power point. Lin Chen's power finally came to a stop at the 200 trillion dragon power mark. However, it wasn't over yet. System: activate the heaven-defying ability. Host has activated the limit instant kill orange grade innate ability, heaven-defying ability. The heavenly Tao is merciless. The heaven-defying ability returns. Break the defense and instantly kill. System notification: when the host activates the heaven-defying ability, the host will enter the heaven-defying ability for a limited time. When the host's attack can completely break the enemy's defense and enter the enemy's body, the heaven-defying ability will be activated. Range of application: temporarily effective for those below the 9th Heaven True Saint realm. Temporarily ineffective for 1st Revolution to 9th Revolution True Saints. Duration of heaven-defying ability: 59 minutes 59 seconds. When Lin Chen opened his eyes once more, a streak of azure light flashed through his golden pupils. The space in front of him shattered into pieces in an instant. His gaze was like a god descending upon the world. Wherever he looked, everything before him would be swept away. Everyone was dumbfounded. The experts standing beside Lin Chen were completely dumbfounded. Their lord's strength had actually reached another level. What was his limit? What made them even more frustrated was that their lord's cultivation was only at the 3rd Heaven True Saint realm. How could he contain such terrifying strength? Lin Chen's blood was boiling, and he was in an unprecedentedly high state. He had never controlled such a terrifying amount of pure strength before. He had a feeling that he only needed to use a single finger to shatter countless continents. Even the spatial crystal walls of the sacred boundary felt the same way. When Tian Wu and Earth Annihilation sensed Lin Chen's almost frenzied battle intent, they immediately shouted, "Quick, retreat! Our lord is about to make his move." The experts immediately pulled the black-haired little girl and teleported away. Lin Chen used the heavenly cycle seal of life and death to issue an order to all the servant. "Everyone, listen to my orders. Stand aside. I don't need you to make a move. Protect your lives. No one is allowed to die." Lin Chen's voice boomed like thunder in the ears of all the servants. They reacted instantly and took advantage of the moment when the experts were still in shock to retreat from the battle. "What is that?" "Hiss. Is that the devil's strength? What's going on? He's still holding back. Quick, stop him. Damn it. Destroy it first. That thing is too strange." Many guards were shocked. The group closest to Lin Chen was the group of the 8th floor's Hell Overlord. With a single order, the Hell Overlord ordered his subordinates to surround Lin Chen at the fastest speed possible. 4 life and death realm experts turned into 4 streaks of Saint Light and moved thousands of li away. They were the first to surround Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't look sideways. He opened his mouth and exhaled slightly. The space around him collapsed and distorted. Then, he suddenly exhaled. Huff tilde. Boom. 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 A hurricane appeared in a radius of hundreds of thousands of li. Like a cosmic storm, it swept through the 4 life and death realm expert. Violent gales shot out in all directions. They were like swords and sabers, causing light to distort and dim. The terrifying hurricane penetrated the 4's saint power defenses and pierced through their saint bodies. Saint blood spurted out, and the 4 were injured. However, what happened next toppled everyone's understanding. The 4 who were injured just now were full of doubt. Their faces were filled with disbelief before they died. Their saint bodies cracked and shattered. Finally, they turned into fine powder and scattered into nothingness. Lin Chen exhaled 4 life and death realm experts with a single breath. They couldn't resist at all. Silence. A strange silence. Whether it was the Hell Overlords, holy prison criminals, or Lin Chen's servants, they were all stunned. This scene frightened everyone. It wasn't shock, it was pure terror. Chapter 1376. The fall of the 4 saints brought terror to the entire 16th level of the holy prison. 4 life and death realm experts who had put all their strength into defense had actually been reduced to ashes by a single breath from the devil race. That wasn't some small fry, but a life and death saint at the 6th heaven true saint realm. Even if their defenses were broken, they would be heavily injured, or even killed. It was impossible for them to be frightened. However, being reduced to ashes in an instant, what kind of concept was that? Sweeping through mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, annihilating life and death realm experts with a single breath. This man was practically invincible. My lord is invincible. No one knew who was the first one to shout at the top of their lungs. They were so excited that they were shouting from the bottom of their heart. At this moment, it was simply too shocking. They would never forget it. The moment they became prisoners of the holy prison, they were tormented to the point where they wished they were dead. This scene was simply unimaginable to them. At this moment, all the powerful figures and experts who had followed Lin Chen were either kneeling on one knee in the void or shouting excitedly towards the sky. My lord is mighty. My lord is number 1 in the heavens. My lord is invincible. My lord is the strongest. Too damn strong. Did you see that? Did you see that? 1 breath. Just 1 breath. He didn't even lift a finger. What kind of heaven-defying method is that? Bastards of the holy prison, did you see that? 1 breath. 1 breath. 1 breath. F***CK. This daddy has never seen such a powerful man in my life. I'm going to chase after this man for sure. This daddy is convinced. Ha ha ha. This is too awesome. What kind of fortune did this daddy cultivate in my previous life to follow such a lord? Tyrannical. Fierce. I like it. I've set it. In an instant, Lin Chen had boosted everyone's morale and fighting spirit, igniting them to the highest point. Previously, there were many reasons for them to follow Lin Chen. Some were forced to do so, some were forced to choose, and some were forced to bet on Lin Chen's potential. But it was different now. They were sincerely convinced. From the bottom of their hearts, they had completely acknowledged Lin Chen as their lord. In fact, they were proud of him. Every expert of the 18th floor, if at their peak, could kill a life and death saint with a flip of their hand. This was not difficult at all. They could even imitate Lin Chen and kill him with a single breath. However, they would never be able to annihilate the opponent's saint body in an instant. These were 2 completely different concepts. What age was he? He already had such strength. If he was allowed to expand his acupoints, condense his condensation, break through life and death, and receive the stars, wouldn't he be a true dragon soaring into the sky, unstoppable? This kind of heaven-defying behavior had completely conquered all the servant. No one was unconvinced, and no one was not shocked. At this moment, in the hearts of all the servants, Lin Chen's figure had become unreachable, lofty, and imposing, like an insurmountable mountain. The 15th level's Hell Overlord's expression was extremely ugly as he gave the order. Everyone, listen up. Guard the 16th level of the Saint Prison with your lives. No one is allowed to retreat. Boom tilde. Lin Chen's demonic aura surged violently. His figure moved, and with a turn of his feet, he shattered the void. His pure strength was like a violent dragon that swept through the sky. Wherever he passed, everything was swept away. The 4 prison guards who were guarding the portal felt their scalps explode. He's coming. This monster is coming towards us. Come with me. I don't believe that all of us can't defeat a demon like him. Don't be fooled by him. The stronger the power, the more you have to pay the price. I can't do it. How can a body-refining demon like him overturn the heavens? All of you, guard with your lives. No one is allowed to retreat. Boom. 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 All the Hell Overlords stood at the forefront of the team. While consoling the hearts of the people, their power skyrocketed. A handsome and cold man rose from the void. Faint holy light floated in the air within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, like a feather fluttering in the wind as it spread its holy wings. An exquisite and beautiful figure bathed in millions of moonlight descended from the sky. The moonlight blocked everything in its path, and it was invincible. Streaks of sword light danced in the air like dragons, and the saber light was like the moon, hanging high in the sky. The bloody cross-shaped light scattered all over the sky, blocking Lin Chen's path of advance. Regardless of whether it was a life-saving sacred artifact or a secret cultivation technique, he used all of them to block Lin Chen's attack. The 4 Hell Overlords had used all their trump cards. Follow the Hell Overlords and annihilate this demon. He's only one demon. Let's concentrate our attacks. The Hell Overlords regrouped, and none of them retreated. Let's not let that guy succeed. A streak of saber light slashed across the sky like a dancing dragon. Pan Yunlong ordered all the Saint Heart Realm subordinates to pursue Lin Chen closely. The 4 Hell Overlords were in front of him, and Pan Yunlong and the rest were closing in on him from behind. Lin Chen seemed to be surrounded by enemies from both sides, and there was no way for him to retreat. Let's go and help the Lord. The experts on the 18th floor wanted to move, but Jiang Taishu stood in front of them and shouted in a low voice. Don't act rashly. Trust the Lord. Jiang Taishu stared at Lin Chen's back as he spoke with a trembling expression on his face. I have a feeling that the Lord will lead us to break out of the encirclement. Just follow his orders. Swoosh. Lin Chen was the first to arrive in front of the 4 teams of Hell Overlords as the wind whistled through the air. What a good defensive formation. But, break it. Lin Chen turned in the air, and his leg fell like a meteor. His pure strength gathered on his attack, and he directly collided with the formation of the entire defensive team. Bang tilde tilde, boom tilde. When he unleashed his pure strength, a golden light flashed through the monstrous demonic energy. His battle prowess was unstoppable, and he was invincible. The golden light was like a war spear that pierced through the sky, piercing through the defensive formation of the 4 Hell Overlord. The cultivation of the 4 Hell Overlords was between the middle and late stages of the Saint Heart Realm, between 75 to 77 Saint points. Lin Chen's current strength was close to the pinnacle of the Saint Heart Realm. The strength of his attack was just enough to break the formation of the 4 Hell Overlords, forcing them to retreat. Although the formation was broken, they were not injured. Buzz. Buzz. The space roared, and the space around the space door distorted violently, forming an unprecedented golden hurricane hole. And in the center of this hole was Lin Chen's fist. The 4 Hell Overlords' hearts skipped a beat. That punch was his trump card. Oh no. The 4 of them instinctively activated their strongest defense. The Hell Overlords had just come back to their senses, but they were a beat too slow. Lin Chen suddenly swung his fist. This punch was filled with divine light, and its battle prowess broke through the sky. This punch was like millions of volcanoes erupting, and a divine dragon soaring, breaking through the barriers of the plains. All the light in the entire 16th level of the holy dungeon seemed to be absorbed into the shining golden fist, and it quickly destroyed the 4 Hell Overlord. The pure strength was like a wild dragon, sweeping away the clouds, and making the world lose its color. It swept through 3,000 planes, and the planes were destroyed. Those below the Saint Heart Realm were penetrated by this force. When the saint body was injured, the vitality of the saint body would stop abruptly and collapse. This was the moment when life and death were decided by this punch. Those who could completely block the attack of this punch would be able to survive. If even a little bit of defense was penetrated, the moment the saint body was injured, they would be killed instantly. Boom tilde 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 boom tilde tilde boom tilde tilde. Dust and sand filled the sky, and space was turned upside down. Everyone saw a flash of golden light, and then their vision was drowned. Endless roars echoed in their ears. When everyone looked again, they were instantly stunned. What entered their eyes was a faint golden divine light, which paved a golden path that led to the broken space door and extended into the space passage. Other than the 4 prison masters who were sent flying, no one else from the 4 prison guards survived. Only one person stood upright on the golden divine light path. His lips curled into an evil smile, and he silently raised his thumb, pointing at the space passage at the end of the golden light path. Everyone's heart trembled. One punch to kill 100 saint. Chapter 1377. 100 saints were annihilated with a single punch. They were reduced to ashes, and not even a speck of dust was left. None of these 100 saints were lower than the life and death realm. More than 28th level Saint Heart Realm experts had died in the battle. Apart from the 4 Hell Overlords, none of them survived. Even an ordinary 9th layer Saint or Heaven Opening Realm expert could not achieve this. It was almost impossible to annihilate 100 Saints in a single move. This was the terrifying part of the Heaven-defying realm's innate talent. Either one could block the attack without being injured, or be injured and killed instantly. It was a true life and death battle. Seeing his lord bathing in divine light, Fang Ling, who was always calm, was filled with excitement and fanaticism. It seems that we have followed an invincible lord. If we are too weak, we will be a burden to the lord. The black-haired girl stared at the figure under the golden divine light in a daze. It was as if he alone could hold up heaven and earth. What are you waiting for? The Lord has opened up a passage for us. Let's go. Jiang Taishu's rare excited shout was understood by many experts. They activated their movement techniques and moved in the direction of the spatial door. The large group that was chasing Lin Chen slowed down. No matter how strong their state of mind was, it was impossible for them to remain calm in the face of this punch. It was too terrifying. Could they really defeat this guy? If this fist were to land on them, how many of them would be able to survive? Thinking of this, many life and death realm and star realm experts could not help but take a few steps back subconsciously. Damn it, how can we fight this? I can fight with my life, but it doesn't mean that I want to die. It's obvious that we can't win this battle, but we still want to fight. Damn it, where did this monster come from? Didn't they say that high-level Saint Demon Kings are not enough to cross the entrance between Devil Prison and Saint Prison? While many experts were hesitating, Pan Yunlong roared angrily. You know the consequences of retreating. Don't let this dog have his way. I can kill him with a single slash. On the other side, Little Shadow excitedly enveloped Lin Chen's holy dragon, eliminating its aura. The holy dragon roamed the void, collecting a sea of attribute light balls. Host has received 4,008 billion high-grade essence points, 6 billion cultivation technique essence points, 1. 2 billion spiritual power points, 5. 2 billion spiritual power points, 2. 1 billion rune energy points, 1 billion heavenly Tao points. With the fall of the 100 saints, the number of attribute light balls Lin Chen obtained was much more than what he had stolen before. Jiang Taishu rushed to Lin Chen's side and said, My lord, we've achieved our goal. Let's retreat while they're hesitating. Lang Fanyun arrived and said solemnly, Yes, my lord, let's retreat now and fight our way up. They won't have a chance to stop us even if they want to. The main force of the holy prison is already gathered here. Lin Chen didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand and smiled. Your goal has been achieved, but mine hasn't. You guys go first, I'll bring up the rear. I'm going to block all of them here and destroy them all in one go. Lin Chen's words were shocking. Even the strongest 17 experts, other than the unconscious Qi Fei Yan, couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they heard Lin Chen's words. Their lord really didn't play by the rules. Destroy these prison guards. Even if the 4 prison guard teams were destroyed, there were still more than 360 Saint Realm experts among the prison guard. Among them, there were 30 experts with Saint Heart Realm expert. Most importantly, with the 15th and 16th levels Hell Overlord Pan Yunlong holding the fort, even a Heaven Opening Realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy all of them easily. Lin Chen's actions seemed crazy, but in reality, they were the best choice. My heaven-defying technique can only last for a limited time. If I let these guys live, they will definitely become a variable. Without the heaven-defying technique, just the 15th level's Hell Overlord will be able to hold me back. Moreover, destroying them will give me more attribute points than stealing prisoners from the holy prison. Pan Yunlong used some unknown method to unify all of his teams, and all of them charged over with no fear of death. My lord, it'll be too late if we don't leave now. Xiao Ling was burning with anxiety. Just as she was about to pull Lin Chen away, Lin Chen didn't even give the others time to be surprised. In a flash, he arrived at the lowest level of the 16th level of the holy prison. He stretched out his hands and condensed pure energy. It was like an ancient giant palm clamping down and holding the entire 16th level of the holy prison. The greater the dragon power, the stronger the strength. The most important thing was the control of the power. Just like how Lin Chen could use pure energy to display a speed that was not inferior to the top movement techniques, the realm of the body refining technique not only increased the strength, but also the control of the power. Long Jiushan, who had just stepped into the space passage, was shocked when he saw Lin Chen's move. Long Jiushan was so excited that his teeth chattered. It can't be. Is my lord going to do that? Boom. 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 Heaven and earth roared, the wind and clouds changed color, and all the light dimmed. Lin Chen's pure energy had reached the peak, and the azure light in his golden eyes suddenly flash. Get up for this handsome guy. At that moment, the golden light dazzled the world. Lin Chen's hands burst out with nearly 200 trillion dragon power, and he suddenly lifted them up. Ka. Bang. 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 Rumble tilde. The airflow whistled like a knife, and the ground cracked and exploded. All the saints felt that the world had turned upside down, and they were dizzy. They felt that they had lost their balance, and all of them were forced to stop. Some were even blown away by the broken corpses that suddenly shot out. It was as if they were standing on a carpet that had suddenly been flipped over. In the void, there were endless fragments and meteorites. Some were as large as mountains and rivers, and many of the prison guards who had somersaulted were a little confused. What happened? What did that demon do? I only saw darkness in front of my eyes, and I was knocked away. What happened? Are there any casualties in your teams? Reporting to prison master, no, but our team has been scattered. Where are our people? Where did they go? Heaven and earth returned to chaos. Space was upside down, mountains and rivers were broken, and the 16th level of the holy prison was full of huge rocks and meteorite-like fragment. The majestic group of prison guards was destroyed by this sudden storm, and the entire group was thrown into disarray. Only Pan Yunlong and the hemp-clothed old man were the first to react. When they saw the huge rock fragments in front of them that were as large as continental plates, their eyes trembled. The powerful figures standing in front of the broken space were even more shocked. This lord's way of doing things was simply beyond common sense. He did not follow the conventional way of thinking at all. Pan Yunlong's mouth trembled. He actually overturned the entire 16th level of the holy prison. Our team has been completely disrupted. The hemp-clothed old man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. As if he had thought of something, he immediately shouted a voice transmission. Everyone, be on guard. This demon wants to defeat us one by one. As soon as he finished, Kai tilde, bang tilde. The earth-shattering explosion was endless, and the aura of the 3-star realm prison guards completely disappeared. This demon is here. Chapter 1378. Whoosh. Bam. 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 Lin Chen's fist was like a real dragon flying into the sky, piercing the stars and splitting the meteors. The wind from his fist hit the 4-star realms, and the moment they were injured, they were instantly converted into attribute values. Heaven-defying talent triggered. Target killed instantly. Little Shadow seemed to have become the most professional scavenger. It would go wherever Lin Chen's Saint Dragon willed it to go, absorbing all the attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests into its body. Host opened the Supreme Treasure Chest and received the orange-grade Talent Enhancer. Received 12, 1 billion high-grade ability essence, 1209, 1 billion high-grade chi and blood, 2 billion fire-type energy. Lin Chen's attributes soared all the way. However, his cultivation didn't reveal the slightest bit, and the Tai space was sealed tightly. Damned demon. The 2 Saint Heart Realm prison guards wielded 6th-grade Saint Blades and slashed out a blade aura that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. It was curved like a crescent moon, spanning thousands of miles, splitting the continental plate and slashing toward Lin Chen. Rip tilde. Lin Chen turned around and lashed out with a whip kick. When the blade aura exploded with a sonic boom, his body moved like a flash of light and a golden shadow. Lin Chen smashed through countless drifting gravel and charged toward the 2. When the 2 wanted to fight with Lin Chen by force, he kicked across the air. The golden radiance was dazzling like a falling star, shattering the 2 Saint Heart Realm guards' defenses. When the pure power penetrated their weapons, the power tore through their flesh and blood, and the two vomited blood. Heaven-defying talent triggered. Target killed instantly. When the two vomited blood, their faces were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? I'm just injured, and I'm dying just like that. Is this why the others lost to this demon? This. What kind of power is this? I'm a Saint Heart Realm cultivator. How can I die if my Saint Heart is not broken? Everything they had on them had melted away, and even the two rare weapons had turned into set essence attribute points. Before they died, the two Saint Heart Realm guards couldn't solve the doubts in their hearts. How could there be such a terrifying killing method in the mortal world that could injure and kill a Saint Heart Realm cultivator? The biggest difference between the Saint Heart Realm and the Star Receiver Realm was not only strength, but also tenacious vitality. As long as his Saint Heart remained intact, he would never die. This was also the reason why Pan Yunlong was able to recover quickly and continue fighting after being shot by Chief Ayan's arrow and having a huge hole in his chest. The only thing that was consumed was his saint energy and the vitality of his saint body. Lin Chen sped through the 18th level of the holy prison, activating his dragon force and transforming into a bolt of golden lightning. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. Every time Lin Chen punched out, a terrifying dragon force would sweep through the sky. His aura was so domineering that it looked down on the world. Every time his attack hit his opponent, at least one Saint Realm expert would die. His momentum was so strong that it was simply unstoppable. Even a Saint Realm expert would find it difficult to resist his attack. As long as his second attack broke through their defense, they would die on the spot. In addition, Lin Chen overturned the continental plates of the 16th level of the holy prison with all his strength, instantly throwing the team into chaos and catching them off guard. His perfect Saint Realm mental energy and the mental energy awakening brought about an extremely fast speed. It allowed him to lock onto his opponents faster in a chaotic situation and launch a surprise attack with all his strength. Those who were not Saint Heart Realm experts in the later stage could not withstand more than a few rounds. At the spatial passage, Xiao Linga covered her red lips with her white hand, her eyes filled with shock. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. This slaughter of Star Receiver Realm experts and even Saint Heart Realm experts was like killing chickens. Throughout the history of the Sacred Boundary, there were not many battles that were so tragic. Saint Heart Realm experts were already at the top of the Sacred Boundary, but in front of Lin Chen, they still did not have much power to resist. Fang Ling, did you see that? The speed at which the Lord killed those Saint Heart Realm expert. As Lang Fanyun protected the spatial passage, an unprecedented shock brewed under his calm expression. I saw it. To be fair, if we were at our peak, it would not be difficult for us to defeat Saint Heart Realm experts. But if we want to kill them and completely annihilate them, we would have to put in some effort. Fang Ling said seriously. When the two of them looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. That's right, in a certain aspect, their current lord was even stronger than them at their peak. He could kill any god or saint that stood in his way. In Lin Chen's violent battle, every strike was at full strength. The energy consumption of his three-piece God of War set was unprecedentedly fast. Almost every punch would reduce the energy consumption. After a dozen punches, the energy consumption would decrease by about 1%. However, because of the saint artifacts on the prison guards' bodies, the effect of the heaven-defying talent was triggered when the saint artifacts on the prison guards fell. When the owner died, the set attribute essence would quickly replenish the energy consumption. Ha 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 ha, awesome. Aren't you prison guards very fierce? Don't you like to play with the lives of criminals? Come on, come and play with me, the handsome one. Wanton, wild, and domineering, Lin Chen fully displayed the characteristics of the demon clan. Other than the faintly flickering golden light and the God of War's might that could destroy the heavens, he was just like an ancient giant demon. Bang! With one punch, he shattered the Saint Heart Realm expert's shocking palm, shattering even the Saint Bone. Rip Tilda. With one kick, he crushed the airwaves and tore apart the defenses of several Star Realm experts. Blood splattered everywhere. Those who were injured by it all perish. Lin Chen fought from the east to the south of the 16th floor. Everywhere he passed, there were no survivors. Saint Slaughter, and saint slaughter. He killed until the sky turned dark. He killed all the way. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than 200 Saint Realm experts had fallen. This number was shocking to the eye. Damned thing, die for me. I've never met such a strange demon in my life. Today, even if I don't care about the guy who broke out of prison, I'll destroy you. When the terrifying roar came, it filled the sky and the earth. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Kai tilde. Bang. When the floating continent cracked open, holy light filled the sky like a silver waterfall. Over 100 Saint Realm cultivators stood in rows, surrounding Lin Chen. It was as if they were encircling a top-tier Saint Demon King in a great battle in the primordial era. Among the 100 Saint Realm experts, there were the 4 prison masters, the hemp-clothed old man, and Pan Yunlong who had just survived. As long as the 6 of them were still here, the other party still had the strength to fight. This body-refining demon is very strange. Don't go rashly. As long as you're not injured, he can't kill us. The 2 of us will fight head-on. I don't believe that he can maintain his invincible state for long. There's a price to pay for the power that's beyond common sense. Surround him and fight a war of attrition. The 6 Hell Masters were indeed experts who had fought against the Devil Clan for many years. Their eyes were sharp and ruthless. They had already seen through the mystery of how Lin Chen killed his opponent when many saints died and sacrificed themselves. As long as they were not injured, they could fight with him. The personal experience of the 4 prison masters had verified this possibility. Chapter 1379. Rumble tilde. Rip tilde. The light of the blade was like the moon, sweeping across thousands of miles. Lin Chen unleashed his dragon aura and punched toward Pan Yunlong and the old man. However, what followed was an overwhelming wave of attacks. All kinds of saint power attacks were focused on Lin Chen alone. Even Lin Chen would have to avoid the attack of over 100 Sage Realm expert. Whoosh tilde. Little dark shadow passed through the void and grabbed Lin Chen. The terrifying wave of attacks missed and shattered several continental plate fragments floating in the void. Bang! 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 For a moment, Pan Yunlong and the old man in sackcloth attacked Lin Chen fiercely, making him unable to get close to them. Even if Lin Chen got close, the other 4 prison masters would defend with all their might. In addition to the independent saint power protection of the other prison guards, it was equivalent to having 2 layers of protection. Lin Chen only needed to break through 1 layer of protection to expose himself and be chased by Pan Yunlong and the old man. It was an endless cycle. Huddling together like an iron bucket, Quite tough. I can't fight a protracted battle with them. Let's end it quickly. Lin Chen was about to unleash the killer move that he had been accumulating for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whooshing sounds came, and 16 beams of saint power descended. Fang Ling and the others had all arrived. The 16 people on the 19th level stood in a row beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but be annoyed. Didn't I tell you to yo-yo first? F***ck, why did you come back? How can you fight on the front lines while we, the servants, hide behind you? Ha ha ha, seeing my lord overturn the 16th level of the holy dungeon, my hands are also itching. How can I tolerate this? Didn't you tell me to take off my underwear halfway before entering the bridal chamber? Forgive me for not being able to comply. Long Joshan and the others laughed. They were sincerely convinced by the way they called themselves servants. Lin Chen was helpless. He really couldn't stand these guys. Then be careful. Help me tear an opening in their battle. I have a way to deal with them. With Ju Tian's Heaven's Death Seal connected to their spiritual sea, everyone had a tacit understanding of each other. Their battle tactics could be said to have been completed in an instant, and they all took action. Pan Yunlong's face slightly changed as he berated, "Don't underestimate them just because they are injured. Be careful of these monsters." Whoosh tilde. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen took the initiative to meet Pan Yunlong and the hemp-garbed old man head-on. His pure strength was pushed to the limit, and the 3-piece set's energy was rapidly depleted. His leg was like a battle axe as it chopped down. TSK. Rip tilde. Lin Chen angrily smashed down with his leg. It was like a stream of light that divided the sun and moon, chiseling open the heavens and earth. The two of them met each other head-on. While maintaining their defenses, they also attacked with their palms and sabers, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. They collided with Lin Chen's pure strength. TSK. Bang tilde. A terrifying explosion filled the heavens and earth. Lin Chen was forced back 1,000 miles, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. In a situation where he couldn't break through their defenses, his pure strength was at most equal to Pan Yunlong's. It was easy for him to be at a disadvantage in a one-on-two fight. However, the moment Lin Chen was forced back, a gap was opened in the prison guards team. Their two-layered defense was broken for the first time. Change the field. Little Shadow carried Lin Chen. With pure strength and shadow traversing void, Lin Chen's speed was extremely fast as he swept toward the prison guards team. Want to run? No way. Pan Yunlong and the other rode on their cloud dragons and flashed, wanting to block Lin Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them were blocked by the holy light. Their opponents were instantly changed to Jiang Taishu, Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, and the rest of the 12. They were just enough to stall them. As for the other 4 servants, it was better to deal with the 4 Hell Masters. Although this injured body couldn't defeat the 4 Hell Masters, it was completely possible to stall for time. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Chen rushed into the prison guards team and threw a series of punches and kicks. Every time, he used nearly 200 trillion dragon power. He was invincible and unstoppable. Lin Chen seemed to have turned into a golden flash, shuttling back and forth. In a few breaths' time, the fist waves reached everyone. Some blocked it, but some had their defenses broken and their holy bodies injured. Crack, crack, crack. Their holy bodies cracked. When the defenses of many life and death and star realms were broken, their holy bodies began to turn into dust, turning into attribute light balls and scattering. There were still dozens of late-stage star realms and above who could barely resist Lin Chen's pure strength. System, activate Super Chaos. The host has triggered Super Chaos 42 times on 34 targets. 5 billion talent points have been consumed. All activated. Buzz buzz buzz. Many of the surviving Saint Realm experts felt their scalps go numb. What's wrong with my holy point? My holy power is completely mixed up. Why is it out of control? Does the demon race have such a divine ability? My spiritual power. How is it possible? My spiritual power is at the profound Saint Rudiment realm. How can I not sense the aura nearby? Everything was in a mess. More than half of the star realms and Saint Heart realms were like poisoned curses. They either lost control of their blood chi, spiritual power, or holy point cultivation. Die. Lin Chen's eyes flashed fiercely. He stomped his foot, and a golden light flashed out. He rushed forward, shrouded in shadows along the way. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he blew up all the saints who were in the super chaos state, penetrating the enemy's defense. Activating the heaven-defying instant kill effect. Penetrating the enemy's defense. Activating the heaven-defying instant kill effect. The situation of the battle changed almost instantaneously. In just a few breaths, a large number of experts fell. The 6 prison masters' hearts twitched when they saw this. It was not that they had no resistance just because they had the super chaos talent. This was a misconception. Even with the interference of the super chaos talent, the 7th level star realms and 8th level Saint Heart realms could still exert most of their combat strength. However, their opponents were beyond common sense and extraordinary. It could be said that facing Lin Chen, they died with unprecedented grievances. If they were even slightly injured, they would be turned into ashes by Lin Chen. They had no chance to fight back at all. This time, he was so powerful that it was simply against the heavens. Bang! 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 Fei Wushuang, Xiaoling and Yu Wangsheng were the first to be broken through by the 3 prison masters. They were injured again. After all, to the 3 of them, combat was not their strongest point. Lord, be careful. The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Lin Chen had already prepared his next trump card. 3 prison masters, huh? Good. Ha ha ha, try this. Lin Chen pushed his left hand across the air, and a grayish-white light flash. Kai. Rumble. At this moment, the grey light shrouded heaven and earth. Everyone's heart was inexplicably shrouded in a layer of haze and fear. It was as if some apocalypse had arrived. Host consumed 1,060 billion points of high-grade rune energy to activate the slowdown rune. An enormous greyish-white talisman that covered the heavens and the earth like the sun, moon, and stars descended from the sky and completely exploded. At this moment, the entire 16th level of the Saint prison was frozen and stagnant. Whether it was the criminals on the 16th level who had yet to escape or the powerful figures, prison guards, and prison masters who were deep in the fierce battle, they all felt a fatal threat. Their movements, meridians, saint acupoints, and even consciousness became especially slow and sluggish. They were as slow as a turtle. Slowdown rune. That's right, this was one of Lin Chen's ultimate trump cards. The slowdown rune that was activated with 1,060 billion points of high-grade rune energy. Chapter 1380. In the past, when Lin Chen fought with saints above the aperture expansion realm, he rarely used the slowdown rune. It wasn't that the slowdown rune was useless, but that the realms above the aperture expansion realm were very special. The saint power stored in each saint aperture was too large, and it was extremely difficult to completely freeze the saint power in the saint aperture. If he mobilized a large amount of rune energy to freeze the opponent for a moment, it would be very inefficient. Lin Chen's main rune energy was still used to make up for the phantom doppelganger. However, once the amount was enough, it would cause a qualitative change. The 1060 billion points of rune energy was the majority of the rune energy Lin Chen had accumulated from slaying countless saints. This slowing rune was able to seal the fate of anyone below the heaven-opening realm. If this slowdown rune was used on the 9 provinces continent, it would be enough to freeze all the trillions of creatures in the 9 provinces continent for more than 10 years. They wouldn't be able to move for 10 years. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. To put it bluntly, at this moment, Lin Chen was the master of the entire 16th level of the Saint prison. All the space in the 16th level of the Saint prison was frozen by him. Apart from him, the movements of all the saints were restricted by at least 50%. Now, let's see how you're going to defend against this wave. Lin Chen activated Little Shadow. He didn't even bother to retrieve the elemental light balls that he had used to kill life and death and star-receiving realm experts. Riding the golden shadow, he closed in on all the prison guards with his fist. When the last remaining prison guard was penetrated by the fist wind, he died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. I'm not willing to accept this. I can't believe I died in the hands of the demon race who leads these lowly criminals. How many tricks does this demon race have? Is my impenetrable saint prison going to be broken again? There's still a lord guarding behind. You can't escape. Many prison guards didn't even have time to escape before they were annihilated and turned into ashes. Lin Chen beat them all the way until he arrived in front of the 4 prison masters. No, demon race, you can't kill me. I'm a prison master. Lin Chen sneered. Prison your head. Rip tilde. When he swung his fist, it pierced through his defense and saint weapon. The terrifying force penetrated through the sun and moon and penetrated his chest, causing a prison master to vomit blood. The prison master of the 11th level was killed. Following that, Lin Chen's fists were like dragons, hammering the remaining 3 hell overlords to death. Not a single one of them was spared. Attribute light balls were scattered all over the ground. Under the influence of the slowing rune, the strength they could unleash was too limited. Before they could react, they were killed by Lin Chen. This was the terrifying part of the innate talent of a heaven defier. As long as there was a weakness realm experts, they would die. Our Lord is really a god. I've never seen or heard of demon races. Spatial stagnation that is infinitely close to the time limit is too terrifying. Level demon realm was. Dead time realm of the realm, they, of was realm, was. The sharpness in Lin Chen's eyes increase. There was no way out. The slowdown rune was one of his trump cards. Saints above the acupoint expansion realm would recognize it the second time he used it. In other words, if he used the slowdown rune, he would have to kill everyone. Otherwise, if he used the slowdown rune outside the holy prison, He would be in danger of exposing his identity. He's coming for us. Damn it, prepare to self-destruct. Leave your spiritual power and fight with him. While Pan Yunlong and the old man were going crazy, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly trembled. He and Little Dark Shadow retreated a long distance at the same time. Pan Yunlong and the old man in the hemp garment were fighting for their lives, but the next moment, they were stunned. Poochie tilde. Rip tilde. Their divine bodies were torn apart like paper. Even the space of the 16th level that Lin Chen had frozen with the slowdown rune was torn apart by a force that could tear heaven and earth apart. What's this aura? Jiang Taishu and the others felt their scalps tingle. They instantly flashed to Lin Chen's side, looking unprecedentedly serious. I've never seen such a strong devil chi. Could it be that those damn things below have come out of their cages? The 16 people's expressions were extremely serious. Even when they were in a desperate situation, they didn't show such expressions. In the space in front of them, there was a deep devil chi abyss. Strangely, a fair-skinned young man appeared in the abyss. He casually tore Pan Yunlong and the old man in the hemp garment apart. He was so ruthless that he killed them with one blow. They didn't even have a chance to recover. Between his eyebrows and neck, there were grey eyeballs rotating. After the flesh and blood of the two men were torn apart, the two fiendish pythons on the young man's shoulders spat out their tongues and swallowed the remains of their divine bodies. The young man licked his lips evilly. 2 divine hearts. Just as an appetizer. His eyes were very strange, as if they were absorbing all the light in the world. Lin Chen's heart trembled inexplicably. This young man was very strange. He was not a human. Moreover, he was terrifyingly strong. System prompt. The automatic activation of the innate talent, Stealing Omen, has failed. Unable to steal attribute values from the target. Reason: the target's cultivation is too high. The system screen that popped up caused Lin Chen to suck in a breath of cold air. Where did this guy come from? The number of times he failed to steal attribute values is very few. The last time he failed was when he failed to activate it on Yarrow. Lin Chen didn't expect that he would enter the tiger's den after killing his way out of the wolf's den. His heaven-defying innate talent didn't have much time left. Boom. 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 10 powerful demons descended beside the young man and knelt on one knee. The evil fair-skinned young man glanced at everyone and finally his eyes fell on Lin Chen. The fair-skinned young man smiled evilly. You're not a demon, right? Lin Chen was shocked. Who was this person? He saw through his disguise at a glance. This was a divine ability that even Fang Ling and the rest couldn't see through. Your disguise is very clever, using demonic energy to cover your entire body's blood and bones without clashing with the Saint Cave to create the perfect body of a demon. The fair-skinned young man's voice was slow and unhurried. There was a kind of supreme majesty between his eyebrows. His tone was as if he was pointing out the world. However, I'm one of the origins of the demon race. You want to pretend to be a demon in front of me? In the words of you humans, this is showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. You have that woman's scent on you. She helped you enter here, right? Lin Chen frowned. Who are you? Ha 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 ha. The young man laughed at the sky. You can kill your way into the Saint prison, so you can be considered a top figure of the human race. You're barely qualified to know my name. My name is Heaven's Burial. I've eaten many of your human race's Saint Kings in the past. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. This guy had eaten Saint Kings before. Chapter 1381. In a dragon palace on the first level of the Saint prison. The golden-armored man opened his eyes, and a vertical eye as dazzling as the sun opened between his eyebrows. It was as if he could see through the endless void. A moment later, his expression was extremely calm, and under that calmness, there was anger and bewilderment. They were all annihilated. Among all the prison masters and prison guards below the 5th level, it seems that only Tai Xiaocheng is still alive. The golden-armored man stood up, and his aura was invincible. It was as if he was going to split open the sky. His figure rose like the sun, and when he stood up, the sunlight shone on the first level of the Saint prison, illuminating heaven and earth. No matter how many people come, I can still annihilate all of you in the first level of the Saint prison. This is the strongest prison in heaven and earth, and it's not something that you people who are about to die can break through. Rumble tilde tilde. Responding to the golden-armored man, the first level of the Saint prison was surrounded by a vast array. It was as if balls of suns were floating in the sky, and its aura was like a holy light. It was undefeatable. The first level of the Saint prison had the last 3 layers of protection left behind by the true God. Even a Saint King would die if he tried to break through. The situation on the 16th level of the Saint prison had changed drastically, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. Demon. Demon Emperor. It's the famous Demon Emperor. He's a supreme being. Some of the criminals on the 16th level who had not managed to escape in time could not help but gulp. Every demon emperor of the demon race was rarely recorded in the history of the human race. It was rumored that they were existences that could rival the gods of the human race. If the demon emperor came in person, it would not be so simple. He would cause the space in the Saint prison to be unbalanced. This demon emperor was most likely just a clone. Even if it was just a clone, it was an existence that was far beyond common sense. Killing a saint would be as easy as picking up grass. When Demon Emperor Tianzong announced his name, Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun stood in front of Lin Chen. All the saint points in his body were shining brightly, and his aura was soaring. His expression was calm and determined. Miss Wu Shuang and Miss Ling please escort the Lord out. We won't be leaving. Fang Ling's eyes were sharp, and his cultivation that had been suppressed for a long time finally began to be released. At the same time, his life was like a candle in the wind. The two of you, Xiao Ling was horrified. They were completely going to fight to the death. The opponent this time was unprecedentedly difficult to deal with. Unless all of them were at their peak, there was no chance of survival. Fang Ling, don't act recklessly. Lin Chen placed a hand on Fang Ling's shoulder, his gaze cold. The situation might be grim, but it wasn't the most desperate time yet. As long as the heaven-defying talent didn't last until the last second, anything could happen. System, break down all the sacred weapons in my hands now. Analyzing the spoils of war obtained by the host, Lin Chen's set essence attribute increased once again. Little Shadow seemed to have a mind of its own as it left his body and cooperated with Lin Chen's holy dragon to take away the other attribute light balls. Oh, you want to fight me to the death? Heaven Burial Demon Emperor smiled and said, don't worry. Why don't you listen to my opinion? Heaven Burial Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes as if he had sensed Little Shadow's location. He frowned and muttered, Demon Clan? Or the Dragon Clan? And that innate Shadow's stench. However, he didn't take it to heart. He smiled confidently, as if he had absolute confidence in controlling the world. Even if you left because of the guys in the lower 3 levels, and now that you've defeated the prison keeper of the sacred prison, it's impossible for you to break through the first level of the sacred prison. Even if you do break through and return to the human race's sacred boundary, you'll just be a stray dog. The Demon Emperor's eyes shone with a demonic light. Instead of that, why don't you submit to me? I'll let all of you enjoy the same treatment as the highest Demon King. I'll also heal your wounds and restore you to your peak. What do you think? It's impossible for you to even improve your cultivation. With your potential, it's very possible, isn't it? The Demon Clan has been planning for eons, but the human race's true gods are in constant internal strife. The sacred boundary will belong to the Demon Clan sooner or later. When the time comes, you'll help me conquer the sacred boundary, and the sacred boundary will belong to you. Why don't you follow me and complete the most important task? Tianzong Demon Emperor's tone was sincere. You're the most elite geniuses of the human race, but they treat you like this. Why should you risk your lives for the human race? The gods have abandoned all life, and the demons will save the world. Serve this emperor. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, and the others burst into laughter. Even Heaven Destruction Earth Devastator, who usually didn't smile, showed a mocking smile. Jiang Taishu shook his head and laughed. Demon Emperor, do we look like fools to you? Heaven Burial Demon Emperor maintained his smile and didn't show any killing intent. He looked like he was here to make peace. He smiled and said, no, you don't. I believe you're all smart people. Yun Tianguang sneered. You might be able to trick those fools from the demon race, but you can't trick us. From the moment we acknowledged the Lord as our master, we don't acknowledge any of the gods in the sacred boundary. With my lord, there are no gods. The demon emperor was a little moved by their determination. He was moved not because he had failed to recruit them, but because these arrogant humans had actually acknowledged him as their master. Master! The devil emperor's gaze shifted, staring at Lin Chen. Suddenly, he laughed. With just you? Lin Chen stepped forward and smiled evilly. Yes, me. You don't agree? Say it. I won't change it anyway. Everyone was speechless. Their lord was really fearless. He even dared to joke around with the demon emperor. Consumed 9.2 billion heavenly path points. Complete decomposition. Host received 340 million set essence. Beginning charging of the God of War set. Ultimate right arm armor, 4.8%, 4.9%. Ultimate right leg armor, 4.3%, 4.4%. The charging of Lin Chen's God of War set continued to soar. At this moment, the weather suddenly changed. Boundless demonic energy transformed the sacred prison into a demon prison. With the sky-burying demon emperor as the center, an endless vortex appeared. He shook his head and sighed. Sigh, looks like our negotiation has failed. I will ask you one last time. Will you submit to me? I will only accept one answer. Boom. 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 The 10 holy demon kings blocked everyone's path of retreat from 10 directions. I will try my best to open a way out. The two of you must break out with the Lord. Long Jiushan's saint physique was vaguely accumulating energy as he transmitted his voice to the two girls. Stop talking nonsense. At this moment, Lin Chen interrupted everyone. He stood alone in front of them and shouted. I have said that all of you have to get out of here alive. Rays of golden divine light broke through the demonic energy vortex. Lin Chen's fighting spirit instantly broke through the demonic energy's encirclement. Lin Chen looked directly at the demon emperor. His sharp eyes were filled with domineering intent. What kind of dogsh *T demon emperor is this? I will destroy him. Chapter 1382. Jiang Taishu was shocked and sent a telepathic message. My lord, he's a devil emperor. Lin Chen cut him off. So what if he's a devil emperor? Hope is always obtained through fighting. As long as I can fight, the possibility of success will never be zero. I'll leave the other devil kings to you. Leave this old man to me, ha ha ha. The sky-burying devil emperor looked like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Kill them all. Their corpses must be intact. I'll deal with this guy personally. The devil emperor waved his hand, and the 10 top-tier Saint Devil Kings moved in unison. Sonic booms tore through the air and created layers of spatial rift. The people protecting Lin Chen were forced to make a move. An even more terrifying battle than before was about to break out. Lin Chen's side immediately fell into a disadvantageous position the moment the two sides exchanged blows. All 16 of them were injured, and it was extremely difficult for them to fight against someone with a Saint Heart or above, let alone 10 top-tier Saint Devil King. The corners of the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's mouth curled into a cat-and-mouse smile. Come, let this Emperor see what kind of tricks you use to convince these people. What kind of tricks do you have that you dare to spout nonsense in front of this Emperor? He had absolute confidence that he could suppress this kid. However, he was really curious. What kind of tricks did he have? The sky-burying Devil Emperor really wanted to see. Charging complete. Host's War God 3-piece set, Ultimate Right Vambrace, 15%, Ultimate Left Leg Guard, 15%, Ultimate Right Leg Guard, 14.5%. Lin Chen grinned. You'll find out soon enough. With a twist of his palm, Lin Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the 4 saint pills in an instant. There was the barbaric dragon blood explosion pill that exchanged one's vitality for power, the void pill that temporarily increased one's mental power, and so on. These pills were all forbidden pills that temporarily increased one's power. In the past, Lin Chen would only give them to his doppelganger. However, he had to stake everything on this one now. The moment the saint pills dissolved in his body, an even more domineering power ignited Lin Chen's life force like a divine flame. Absolute. Life. Life. Death. Chi tilde. Rumble. The orange flames were like a ray of dawn that illuminated the endless darkness. His hair fluttered in the wind as the orange flames flickered and burned Lin Chen's entire being. His mind, body, and cultivation were all burned into pure energy. Extreme dual innate skill, absolute life and death. Target, heaven-burying devil emperor. Consumed 1 billion talent points to activate orange talent, absolute life and death. As per the host's request, focus on increasing the host's pure strength. 50 times, 100 times, 200 times. Lin Chen's life force was completely ignited. His eyes were crimson red and his body erupted with power, as if he wanted to break free from the range of the disguised demonic energy. Oh! The demon emperor was slightly surprised. To burn all the energy of a living being and convert it into power, are you trying to perish together with me? You must be dreaming. With just this bit of power, the heaven-burying devil emperor simply struck out with his palm. Crack! The void of the entire 16th level of the Saint prison suddenly split into two halves. The faint five-fingered devil seal was like the sun and moon, slamming towards Lin Chen. Absolute life and death, thousandfold power, three-piece war god set, the highest limit that the body can withstand. Lin Chen's pure strength instantly broke through 200 trillion dragon power and directly broke through 300 trillion dragon power. He was risking his life. The vortex of golden light instantly formed, and Lin Chen's fist was right at the center. He swiftly punched out. Kai. Bang. The entire 16th level of the Saint prison shook. When the golden divine light at the center collided with the demonic energy, the aftershock destroyed everything. Jiang Taishu and the rest of the 16 people were instantly sent flying. This terrifying power seemed to make heaven and earth crawl before it. My lord is still holding back. What a terrifying power. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's comparable to the heaven-opening realm. Oh no, although my lord's aura is strong, his life force is nearing its end. When the 16 people temporarily retreated from the battle, two figures appeared in the void. One of them was Lin Chen. His entire body was bathed in blood. The orange flames burned more and more fiercely, and the tips of his silver hair were dyed white. When he vomited blood, Lin Chen's life force was nearing its end. On the other hand, sky-burying devil emperor looked relaxed. He even teased the devil on his shoulder with a disdainful sneer on his face. That's it. Sky-burying devil emperor smiled. You want to shake me with this brute strength? Is this your trump card? You've really disappointed me. One punch. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. His voice was clean and crisp. The last punch. It will decide who's stronger and who's dead. Boom tilde tilde. Billions of golden divine light pierced through the demonic energy, and an immortal battle intent reverberated between heaven and earth. It was as if the invincible war god had descended upon the world. The golden divine light tore apart the demonic energy's disguise, and the demonic race's disguise was torn apart by the war god's aura that broke through the sky, revealing the younger and more tender face of a youth. Sky-burying devil emperor was moved for the first time. Although his face was as pale as paper, his murderous intent became even more ferocious and violent. His eyes shone with the battle intent to risk his life. Host is consuming the three-piece war god set's energy. 14%, 12%, 10%, 7%. Host is accelerating the activation of absolute life and death. Host's life force is depleting at a rate of 300 times. Host's life force is about to be depleted. Time remaining, 10 seconds. System shutdown time remaining, 10 seconds. The system will shut down if the host dies. Lin Chen's power broke through an even higher limit once again. 400 trillion, 600 trillion, 900 trillion dragon energy. In the end, he didn't even know what level he had reached. A wave of invincible energy that could destroy the myriad of worlds appeared for the first time, and it was completely released from Lin Chen's body that was on the verge of burning up. Even sky-burying devil emperor revealed a slightly serious expression for the first time. He actually vaguely felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. It was as if he was facing an invincible war god who dominated thousands of worlds. This divine aura is completely different from the divine beings I've fought before. This kid has a divine fate. Sky-burying Devil Emperor activated the devil blood of his doppelganger. All the living beings on the 16th level of the Saint Prison were frightened by this power and fled toward the 15th or 17th level. Oh no, protect the Lord. The 10 Saint Demon Kings felt their scalps go numb. In a flash, they rushed to Sky-burying Devil Emperor's side. Lin Chen had unleashed absolute life and death to the extreme. He had burned all of his life force to ashes in advance. Sky-burying Devil Emperor put his palms together and a giant cross rose behind him. A vast and shocking devil figure was bound on the cross. Countless chains shot out from his body and formed an earth-shattering devil prison that covered the 16th level of the Saint Prison. He wanted to imprison Lin Chen and his power. 1000 Devil Burial Prison. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Devil Emperor, you'll suffer a great loss if you underestimate the human race. Boom tilde. In the next moment, Lin Chen swung his fist and rushed forward. This punch was like millions of true dragons that appeared out of nowhere and destroyed countless worlds. This punch was like the most terrifying storm in the universe that exploded at a single point. This punch was like the arrival of the war god himself, and it carried an absolute aura that could sweep through thousands of worlds. The golden divine aura penetrated the edge of the devil prison, and the wind from the punch penetrated the entire 16th level of the Saint Prison. All the meteorite fragments, continental plates, and cages were destroyed. There was no earth-shattering aura, only silent annihilation. It was like a golden divine light that flashed across the sky, bringing with it a breathtaking sight and shedding the darkness. It destroyed everything, annihilated everything. Chapter 1383. The 16th level of the Saint Penitentiary had an unprecedented scene. There was nothing in the shattered space except for a space door and a space tunnel. The 16th level of the Saint Penitentiary was completely empty. What's the result? Jiang Taishu and the others looked in the direction of the battle. In the void, a figure gradually appeared. It was the sky-burying Demon Emperor. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the fiendish python on his shoulder was broken. Demon eyes with monstrous demonic aura spun around him as he spoke with a deranged expression. Very good, very good. A puny trash of the human race dared to hurt my noble body. I want you dead. It was as if being injured by Lin Chen was a great humiliation. On the other side, Lin Chen stood proudly in the air. The amount of blood flowing out of his body had reached a shocking level. It was as if he had crawled out of a pool of blood. Fresh blood flowed out of his body, and he was covered in bloodstains. R's 3-piece recharge set, ultimate right arm guard, 0%, right leg guard, 0%. Left leg guard, 0%. All the parts of Lin Chen's R's set had been reduced to 0. He had bet everything on that punch just now. Huff, huff. Lin Chen was panting. When the blood flowed down his cheek, he grinned. As expected of the Demon Emperor. You are the first one who can finish his sentence while standing after being hit by my heaven-defying talent. Just as Lin Chen's voice fell, the sky-burying Demon Emperor's pupils trembled. He looked at himself in disbelief. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of cracking was like a piece of brocade cloth being torn apart. Ghastly cracks spread out like spider webs as the demonic chi collapsed and crumbled. I lost. Lin Chen was panting. He grinned and said, "It seems that your clone's cultivation is not higher than rank 1. Demon Emperor, the next time we meet, if your attitude is better, maybe we can have supper together." Lin Chen had made the right bet. He had bet that the sky-burying Demon Emperor's clone would not be able to kill the heaven-defying talent. Otherwise, if his clone was stronger than the heaven-opening realm, perhaps he would have led a team to the Saint Penitentiary. There was no need to fish in troubled waters now. The sky-burying Demon Emperor suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. This emperor actually lost. Throughout the entire human race, this emperor has never seen someone like you. Perhaps you will become a threat to my race. This emperor looks forward to the day when we truly meet. Crack 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 crack. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor's avatar had been reduced to ashes and dust. The heaven-defying bearer's effect has been successfully triggered. Instant kill effect has occurred. Target's killed target has been killed. Heaven-defying talent's talent, Lin Chen's, SSSS Demon God. Mother **Ker, taking a pill to increase one's strength on the spot was really painful. It was as if one's flesh and blood were being minced. However, Lin Chen, who was in intense pain, welcomed a pleasant surprise. At the same time the sky-burying Demon Emperor died, the 10 high-level Saint Demon Kings were also injured by his punch and died. After the sky-burying Demon Emperor's clone died, it dropped attribute light balls that filled the sky like a galaxy. There were at least 10,000 attribute light balls. Moreover, each attribute light ball was of heaven-defying quality. However, what made Lin Chen so excited that he forgot about the pain was the dazzling attribute treasure chest in the center. It was like a pillar of light rising into the sky. This dazzling attribute light, there was no mistaking it, there was no mistaking it. Little guy. Lin Chen hurriedly transmitted his voice. Little Dark Shadow understood and immediately flew in the direction Lin Chen pointed. Although it could not see the attribute light balls, it would not hesitate to carry out Lin Chen's orders. Host has received 12 trillion high-grade essence, 55 trillion high-grade essence, 1,950 trillion high-grade mental energy, 59 trillion high-grade blood essence, 100 billion strengthening points, 120 billion high-grade dark energy. Lin Chen's attribute value soared. The attribute value he received was extremely terrifying. Just the mental energy attribute value alone was absorbed by Lin Chen's 4 clones. This time, Lin Chen absorbed all the high-grade blood essence attributes into his own body, because this time, there was no need for disguise. Lin Chen's pure strength started to increase crazily by 300%. It broke through 200 billion, 400 billion, and was still rising. Host has received the War God Set's attribute treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest. Obtained, Gold War God Set's ultimate left vambrace. Charge, 0%. As expected. Ha 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 ha. 4 pieces of the set. Now, only the Gold War God armor and the divine left vambrace are left. When I have both, I can unleash the true power of the War God Set. Lin Chen laughed heartily in his heart. The corners of his mouth twitched as he felt both pain and joy. Apart from that, Lin Chen's gains were astonishing. Although Pan Yunlong was killed by the Demon Emperor, one of the Demon Emperor's clones and 10 top-tier Holy Demon Kings made up for the attribute value that was unprecedented. Host has opened the Orange Grade Talent Attribute Treasure Chest. Obtained Orange Grade Active Talent Fragment, Transdimensional Fragment, 1/3. Host has obtained Transdimensional Fragment, 2/3, Transdimensional Fragment, 3/3, Permanent Intermediate Orange Grade Active Talents. Transdimensional Talent has been automatically integrated. A new talent. Lin Chen's spirits lifted. It was an intermediate Orange Grade talent. When Lin Chen quickly accessed the talent pane to read the new talent, he was completely stunned. Talent pane Intermediate Orange Grade Talent, Transdimensional. Within the range of the host's spiritual senses, the host can consume a large number of talent points to select one or more enemy targets and absorb them into the transdimensional realm. The transdimensional realm is exclusive to the host. After absorbing the transdimensional realm, the enemy will not be able to break it. The only way to remove the transdimensional realm is by the host's initiative or by exhausting the talent points. The teleportation point will remain at the original location before the transdimensional realm was absorbed. The usage limit will increase according to the host's strength. Based on the host's current cultivation, the host can freely select a target to absorb into the transdimensional realm if the host is below the 7th Heaven Sage realm. The talent points consumed will depend on the number of people and the target's cultivation. The longer the host stays in the transdimensional realm, the more talent points will be consumed. Damn, this talent is another trump card. Lin Chen was stunned. This talent was simply shameless. Forcibly absorbing the opponent into his own transdimensional realm? Didn't this mean that as long as Lin Chen had enough talent points, he could fight with anyone he wanted? If he encountered an enemy, Even if he was surrounded by a group of powerful saints, he could accurately choose the target he wanted to kill first. Just think about it. Even if Lin Chen was surrounded by a group of Sixth Heaven Sage Realm experts, he only needed to choose an enemy target and pull them into the transdimensional realm. After that, he would enter the transdimensional realm and release all his clones. In an instant, the disadvantage would become an advantage. It could be said that he could safely take the head of the enemy's general even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Ferocious, too ferocious. Ha 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 ha, this talent is simply bullying to the extreme. As long as I pull the opponent into my transdimensional realm, they will be meat on my chopping board in minute. I can eat them whenever I want. Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he laughed, causing everyone to be puzzled. What's wrong with the Lord? Did he eat bee poop? Why is he laughing so happily? Lin Chen waved his hand and laughed from ear to ear. Let's go. Break out of the holy prison. There is a great world waiting for us outside. Chapter 1384. Let's go. Break out of the holy prison. There's a great world waiting for us outside. Next time, I'll treat you to a great sword. Lin Chen grinned from ear to ear. This time, it was the fourth piece of the Golden Hours set and a new intermediate orange permanent talent. The harvest this time could be said to be heavenly. Lin Chen's heart felt like it was floating. This kind of feeling was like marrying a peerless fairy as a wife and giving her a peerless beauty as a concubine. It was so good that Lin Chen almost couldn't find his bearings. Our Lord is truly a profound master. I can't see through him at all. If you can see it clearly, then you don't deserve to be our master. Ha ha ha, let's go, let's kill our way out. Everyone laughed heartily as they helped Lin Chen to his feet. Then, they flew up into the air toward the 15th level of Sage Penitentiary like a hot knife through butter. As he left, no one noticed that a pair of eyes were staring at Lin Chen's back from the demonic energy vortex that led to the spatial tunnel below. He's not a demon. The man muttered to himself doubtfully. How is the Lord? Just now, the spiritual imprint in my mind was about to reach its limit and almost disappeared. Did something happen to the Lord? Mother ***, whoever dares to touch our Lord, will go back and beat them up. Isn't it just death? Who's afraid of who? Did you drink chicken blood? Why was he so impulsive? Use your muscle-filled brain to think about it. It wasn't easy for us to rush up here. Don't let down the Lord's efforts and rush back. What are you afraid of? If we're going to do it, we'll do it together. If we're going to die, we'll die together. The group finally made it to the 15th level of the Holy Penitentiary after much difficulty. Seeing that the heavenly cycle seal of life and death in their spiritual sea was getting dimmer, they wanted to push it back. At this moment, Lin Chen's hearty laughter rang out. What do you mean by death? We're going to enjoy ourselves from now on. Everyone, charge out. Lin Chen dragged his injured body out of the spatial tunnel with the other 16 people. Everyone was overjoyed. My lord, you're not dead. Lin Chen's lips twitched. F***ck, what kind of tone is that? You can't wait for me to die. Aya, look at my cheap mouth. Everyone was laughing and joking along the way. Like a hot knife through butter, they broke through 14 levels after 15 levels. It wasn't that the 14th level of Saint Prison was empty, but the main forces had all gathered on the 16th level. They had all been wiped out by Lin Chen, and the remaining prison guards were nothing to worry about. They even had to take a detour when they saw Lin Chen's army. Lin Chen did not plan to be a good person. He released more and more criminals along the way. Although he did not plan to bring these people out, at least they could cause a lot of trouble for the holy prison. 13th floor, 11th floor, 9th floor, 5th floor. The prison overlords from before the 5th level were still there, but in the face of the chaos created by the criminals released by Lin Chen, they could not control the situation at all. Finally, Lin Chen and the others broke through to the 2nd level. There was no longer anyone who posed a threat to them. Carrying Lin Chen on his back, Little Shadow looked off into the distance, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Finally, I'm finally going to escape from this damned place. After staying in the holy prison for half a year, he was always vigilant and alert. He was so tense that he almost went crazy from holding it in. When Lin Chen's team approached the center of the second level of the holy prison, the giant space door right above them faintly released a scorching and terrifying pressure. Even Lin Chen felt a burning sensation. This familiar smell, it should be that brat from back then. At this moment, the unconscious Qi Feiyan opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. He's probably waiting for us to go up to the first level. It's his responsibility to guard the first level. It's also the first and last line of defense of the holy prison. Even if all of us recover to our peak state, we might still be annihilated if we force our way in. Fang Ling laughed. What a pity, let him wait. We don't even need to go to the first level. Lin Chen smiled but did not say anything. It was said that the first level of the holy prison had the means and foundation left behind by the gods to suppress everything in the holy prison. Unfortunately, he was going to overtake them halfway. Little Shadow used his bloodline ability again to hide everyone's aura in a large area and eliminate it. Its purpose was to prevent the criminals who were about to charge up from below from knowing where to escape. Except for those below the 17th level, Lin Chen did not trust anyone. These criminals were all imprisoned for different reasons. Some of them were big devils. If they were released indiscriminately, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Those below the 17th level, at least, did not submit to the demon tribe. They were trustworthy. Needless to say, those on the 18th and 19th level had entrusted their lives to Lin Chen. They were on the same side. Rushing all the way, Lin Chen came to the abandoned prison cell. When he activated the demon seal in his palm, the hidden space passage opened up again. This space passage once connected to the demon tribe's territory. What a brilliant space concealment technique. I'm afraid the higher-ups of the holy prison did not expect there to be a space passage here. Jiang Taishu could not help but be moved. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't just sigh. There is still an energy hurricane inside. We can only be considered to be out after we survive it." Everyone looked at each other and smiled. To them, this was child's play. Even the holy prison had attacked. This was nothing. Everyone stepped into the space passage. Little Shadow and Lin Chen hid their auras and covered the rear. Finally, the second level of the holy prison returned to silence. Holy prison, first level. The prison guards on this level were all on guard. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. They did not think that the criminals would break through the holy prison, but they also did not think that they could survive in a chaotic battle. That was a group of criminals that had killed all the prison masters below the 5th level. A group of people who were not afraid of death. Who knew what they would do when they were about to die. The golden-armored man occupied the center of heaven and earth. His eyes were like the sun as he stared at the space passage on the first level. Not here yet. What's going on? Are they afraid? They know that I am going to destroy them all on the first level. Are they trying to create chaos through other methods? Just as the golden-armored man was about to move to the second level, a figure appeared from the space passage. Everyone was on guard. Don't fight, I'm on your side. The newcomer was the prison master of the 3rd level. He hurriedly ran to the golden-armored man and reported in a trembling voice. Reporting to my lord, all the criminals seem to have disappeared. I don't know where they are hiding. What? Everyone's scalp exploded. Inside the space passage, inside the hurricane, everyone activated their holy power to defend themselves. Their faces could not hide their surprise, nervousness, anticipation, excitement. They were like the bridegroom entering the bridal chamber on the first level. Their breaths were tight, but there was also a hint of anticipation. They were like brothel patrons who went to the brothel for the first time, yearning and excited. They were like young men and women who met their first love for the first time. They were finally going to get out. They did not even dare to dream about it. Are we finally going to get out? Next spring, I'm willing to visit all the 36 domains with my lord. Who are you looking down on? With our lord's tolerance, handsomeness, face, and third leg, do you still need to visit prostitutes? Who are you humiliating? You are right there. Chapter 1385. Heavenly Sacred Region, the central region of the sacred boundaries 36 regions. This region was infinitely large, and it was said that it once occupied a quarter of the sacred boundary's total area. It had given birth to countless geniuses who had created history. Heavenly Sacred Region, one of the 100,000 dragon cities. Inside an extremely elegant and noble palace. Her blue dress was like a blue ocean, elegant and ethereal. The elegant and noble woman was like a holy goddess who had descended from the 9 heavens. However, under her ethereal elegance, her expression was cold, as if she was not interested in anything in the mortal world. She slowly walked into the palace and finally sat down on the throne. Her beautiful eyes were like a blue ocean. Under her elegant beauty, there was an extremely cold chill. Have you passed down the order? Do not neglect any of the invited guests. Her beautiful lips parted as she instructed. The screens on both sides opened, and 6 beautiful maids knelt on the ground. Madam, all the 8th grade and 7th grade forces have been invited, as well as the people you have instructed. They have all been invited. However, Miss Qingwu, a beautiful maid, hesitated. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, however, Miss Qingwu is unwilling to marry. We have gone to Xixia King Valley several times, but she is unwilling to leave. Miss Qingwu said that she wants to see you, madam. This, her fate, has never been up to her to decide. The beautiful woman was as cold as snow as she slowly stood up. Fine, I will go personally. If Xixia King Valley is stubborn, then there is no need to care about our old friendship. Green Region, Wood Sea, Tianqing Secret Realm. In the deepest part of the extreme east, in a hurricane cave, many figures turned into a beam of holy light and descended. In the Grey Canyon, everyone looked at each other in a daze and muttered to themselves. We are back, we are back. Have we really returned to the sacred boundary? All the experts felt as if they were in a dream, as if they had been overwhelmed by ecstasy. In that boundless dusk, as if they had fallen into eternal darkness and silence, they did not know how many eras had passed. They had long become a speck of dust in the vast history of the sacred boundary. However, they had returned. The dragon sank to the bottom of the sea, but its heart remained. Today, it met its master and turned into a dragon. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Thank you for saving my life. Shua, 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 bang, bang, bang. The earth veins cracked, and the 17 people on the 19th level, 41 on the 18th level, and 4 on the 17th level all knelt down on one knee. These supreme experts who had lived for countless years all knelt down in gratitude, their eyes brimming with tears. As long as they could return to the sacred boundary alive, they would take back the glory that belonged to them one day. Lin Chen waved his hand, dispelling the devil chi that had wrapped around him. When he regained his true appearance, he lifted everyone up and laughed heartily. From now on, we're all on the same side. Don't beat around the bush. Listen, we've only succeeded in the first step. Let's find a place to discuss this. Everyone nodded and quickly left the hurricane cave. A day later, inside the desolate mountain gorge, the bodies of the 2 saint beasts were roasted alive and eaten by everyone. Lin Chen sat beside everyone and said seriously, the next problem is where we're going. Now, all of our identities can't be exposed. When it came to this matter, everyone sat cross-legged on the ground and listened attentively. In addition to the 41 people on the 18th level and 17 on the 19th level, the remaining 4 supreme experts on the 17th level had also recognized Lin Chen as their master. They were the last 4 people on the 17th level who had survived. The rest had all died in the final battle. Lin Chen looked at Yu Wangxing and said, Senior Wangxing, you're the one who needs to recover the fastest among all of us. Yu Wangxing was flattered and quickly cupped his fists. My lord, is there anything wrong with this? Lin Chen waved his hand and said, there's nothing wrong with it. You're an 8th grade sacred grade alchemist. Only when you recover can you heal everyone's injuries. That's right, Yu Wangxing was the only top sacred grade alchemist in the team this time. His alchemy skills at his peak were at a level that even the current Lin Chen couldn't compare to. With a flip of his hand, dozens of destiny plant pouches appeared in Lin Chen's palm. Everyone was given 1 destiny plant pouch. Only Yu Wangxing was given 5. Some of these destiny plant pouches were dropped by the prison guards after their deaths and were recovered by Little Shadow. The resources inside were naturally not worth a mention compared to when everyone was at their peak, but now they were crucial resources. Among them, there was also a large number of pseudo-mid-grade destiny plant pouches that Lin Chen had specially given to everyone. With their current identities, they couldn't have any risky contact. Their channels to obtain resources were extremely limited. No one disagreed with Lin Chen's decision. Only when Yu Wangsheng recovered would everyone's injuries show signs of recovery. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. You can communicate with each other through the seal of life and death. You can sense each other's location. Remember, if one person is in trouble, help will come from all directions. We are now on the same line. No one can leave one in the lurch. After hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone looked at each other and remembered it well. As for everyone's identities, before I find a way to help you disguise your identities, no one can see the light of day. You can't fight unnecessary battles. Without absolute safety, no one can use their previous connections. Otherwise, if one person dies, the entire team will be exposed. Everyone had the same feeling when they heard this. Although they had escaped the sacred prison, they weren't completely free from danger. With their connections, it wouldn't be too difficult to heal their injuries. But now, if their whereabouts were exposed, it would affect the entire team. You can use the mysterious domain's Ice Heart Palace as a base. If there's anything, you can go there and wait for me. Before that, act separately. Hiding your identities is the best choice to save your lives. You can't rush to recover your strength. Lin Chen looked at Yu Wangsheng and asked seriously, "How is it? Are you confident you can recover in a short period of time?" Yu Wangsheng pondered for a moment and then said with a serious expression, "If you can send me to the pill domain and find an old friend, I might be able to recover more than half of my strength in a short period of time. It might be a bit difficult to recover to the point where I can refine an 8th grade saint pill, but refining a 7th grade saint pill shouldn't be a problem." Lin Chen asked, "Is it safe and reliable?" Yu Wangsheng nodded, "It's absolutely safe. That old friend and I have a life and death relationship. When I was imprisoned in the sacred prison, he personally went to defend me. If it weren't for the fact that those fellows in the sacred prison saw that he was one of the pillars of the alchemy world, he would have been imprisoned with this old man." "Good. Since that's the case, 3 of you can recommend that you escort Yu Wangsheng to the pill domain. The rest of you can move freely. If there's anything, gather at the mysterious domain's Ice Heart Palace. Be careful." Lin Chen immediately agreed. He was leading such a large group of people. His identity couldn't be exposed, so he couldn't move freely. Letting them find a way out was the best choice. Chapter 1386. All of Lin Chen's servants knew a lot of secrets, such as the coordinates of some ancient treasures. They didn't need to rely on their connections to find resources. They could explore the sacred boundary and beyond the sacred boundary. The best way was to let them move freely. In the end, Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianqiu, and Xiaoling who were also at the 19th level, escorted Yu Wangsheng back to the Dan domain. Jian Wuji was injured, but returning to the sword domain wasn't a big problem. As for the little girl who was suffering from the calamity of pain, she would follow Lin Chen. Lin Chen still had to help the little girl solve her problem. "Although there's no ceremony, I still look forward to the next time we meet." Lin Chen stood up, exchanging glances with the others. The next time they met, it wouldn't be in this broken state. "My lord, we'll meet again." Everyone stood up and said goodbye. Jian Wuji walked over to Lin Chen and advised him, "Little guy, before you have enough strength, don't go looking for the whereabouts of that cultivation technique. Back then, it was one of the strongest sects in the heavenly sanctuary. Now, it's stronger than before. It's best to wait for your people to recover." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "Senior Jian Wuji, I know what to do." Jian Wuji was talking about the whereabouts of the 4th volume of the Tai Futian scripture. The family that had copied his family back then was now one of the strongest sects in the heavenly sanctuary, the deity sword villa. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When everyone flew away, only Jin Wuxia and the black-haired little girl were left beside Lin Chen. I'll be able to break these shackles in less than 2 days. Can you really turn me into a little girl of the human race? The black-haired little girl shook the shackles on her body and asked curiously. Lin Chen said, "Ha ha ha, of course, I'll keep my word." Jin Wuxia cupped his fists respectfully and asked, "I heard that my lord is looking for six-fingered Shenyuan to forge a saint weapon?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, I want to forge a saint weapon above the 6th grade. Jin Wuxia sighed. "I wonder how my old friend is doing now. Back then, he and I reached the level 8 together. I didn't expect that after I was wrongly imprisoned, his lover passed away not long after." Reverse Forging Grandmaster Jin Wuxia, a super forging grandmaster who had been imprisoned on the 18th floor. His attainments in forging were so high that he was famous in the sacred boundary. He and the six-fingered Shenyuan that Lin Chen was looking for were close friends. "There's no time to lose. Let's go." Lin Chen carried the black-haired girl and transformed into a streak of light. Although the wooden sea sky green mystic realm was a mystic realm controlled by a rank 7 sect, if they wanted to leave, they did not need to go through the normal spatial passageway. They had the ability to break through space and leave. 3 days later. Wonder Domain, Jade Cloud City. In a dimly lit tavern. "Senior, please reconsider. My Shangguan clan is willing to pay 10 times the salary of a guest elder to invite you out of the mountains to forge weapons. Senior, I'll use the level 7 sacred or universe starstone to invite you out of the mountains to forge once more. Senior Shenyuan, I'm willing to use the level 7 sacred pill, body life transforming pill to invite you out of the mountains to forge weapons once more. Why don't you pay attention to the path ahead? Today, there are rank 7 and rank 8 geniuses who want you to forge weapons. Why don't you just come out of the mountains and forge a treasure sword? Wouldn't that be great? Single Machine King is the coolest. There's a retard causing trouble here. Beat him up." Inside the tavern, many young prodigies were thrown out of the tavern. Impatient voices could be heard coming from the tavern filled with the fragrance of wine. "Scram! Scram! Scram! Forge weapons! Forge weapons, my ass! I've sworn that I won't forge weapons again in this life. If you're here to buy wine, I'll welcome you. If you're here to cause trouble, I'll hammer all of you to death." The group of prodigies tidied up their attire. Their expressions were ugly. They had traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here, but they did not expect to be snubbed. One had to know that they were all reputable figures in their respective domains. They were on the demon genius roll, the son of a rank 7 sect, and the heir of a rank 8 sect. What a joke! An order from him could make countless powerful cultivators risk their lives for him. It was bad enough that they had to lower their voices and beg for help, but they were even rejected. With such a bad temper, it's no wonder the grandmasters wanted to cut ties with him back then. Sigh, it's harder to find powerful forging masters. I spent a lot of money to find out where he is. Am I going to return empty-handed? If the forging guild had not been destroyed back then, why would I need to look for him? F***CK. While the prodigies were frowning, 3 black-robed men wearing capes walked into the alley. The prodigies were stunned. These 3 people? Everyone felt that there was something mysterious about these 3 people, but they could not pinpoint what was wrong. Then, the 3 of them pushed open the door of the tavern. The black-robed man in the lead smiled. "Senior six-fingered Shenyuan, I would like to invite you to forge weapons." The moment he opened his mouth, the monstrous geniuses looked as if they were watching a good show. "How do you think he'll be thrown out later?" "I think he'll land on his head first." While everyone was guessing, the tavern suddenly fell silent. It's really you." Voices of disbelief could be heard from the tavern. "Ha ha ha ha, quick, come in." With a loud laugh, the 3 of them were invited into the tavern. Then, the door was closed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded prodigies. Did the sun rise from the west? F***CK, am I seeing things? I've invited him for 3 days and 3 nights. I've used both hard and soft tactics, but he didn't give the Black Heaven sect any face at all. He just invited 3 random people in. I'm not moved at all. I even want to burn this damn tavern down. Inside the tavern, old man Shenyuan was excited. His eyes were filled with disbelief and ecstasy. He stared at Jin Wuxia, who had taken off his cape, and gave him a bear hug. Tears flowed from his eyes. "Brother, you're really not dead." "Yes. I've been resurrected. It's all thanks to my lord," Jin Wuxia exclaimed. Old man Shenyuan was shocked. "My lord." This big brother of his was famous for his arrogance back then. How could he recognize a lord? "Come, Shenyuan. Let me introduce you. This is my lord, Lin Chen. He's my savior who brought me back to life." Jin Wuxia patted old man Xuanyuan's shoulder. When Lin Chen took off his cape, he looked at six-fingered Shenyuan. He had a head full of white hair. He had the aura of a hero past his prime. He was dressed casually in a grey robe. He was the kind of person who would not be found in a crowd. However, Lin Chen could feel the Gungjin Qi sealed in six-fingered Xuanyuan's body. Once it was released, it could pierce through heaven and earth. Six-fingered Shenyuan was a genuine grandmaster blacksmith. Old man Shenyuan was also looking at Lin Chen. He was moved. His big brother was locked up in the holy penitentiary. It was very likely that he was locked up in the lowest 3 levels. Where did this young man come from? How did he save his big brother? How was that possible? To save a criminal locked up in the lower levels of the holy penitentiary was something that had only happened during the demonic tribe's calamity. It was impossible for an ordinary human to do it. Could it be? Old man Shenyuan thought of a possibility and felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 1387. When Lin Chen and the others sat down, old man Shenyuan couldn't help but ask, "How did you, Shenyuan?" Jin Wuxia scolded, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The Lord will tell you what he wants to say." Old man Shenyuan shook his head and sighed. Jin Wuxia quickly asked, "I heard that you don't forge anymore. What happened?" Old man Shenyuan sighed deeply at the mention of this. "Back then, when you were sent to prison, I was in so much pain that I wished I was dead. Not long after, because Yunyun cultivated her family's cultivation method for a long time, her body finally broke down and she didn't have long to live. When she left, she told me that her last wish was to witness the birth of a true divine artifact and restore the glory of the Blacksmith Guild. Before she died, she entrusted this wish to me. We came together because of forging. She was born because of forging, and she died because of it." Old man Xuanyuan's eyes were filled with helplessness and powerlessness. A divine artifact, what kind of existence and concept is that? "Big brother, you should know better than me. Although I've been drinking in seclusion all these years, I haven't neglected the cultivation of the artifact forging technique for a single moment. However, my artifact forging technique has been stagnant for a long time." After listening to old man Xuanyuan's narration, Lin Chen suddenly understood. His lover's last wish was for him to forge a divine artifact and restore the glory of the Blacksmith Guild. This path was too difficult. Moreover, forging a divine artifact meant destruction. The Blacksmith Guild had been completely destroyed because of the forging of a divine artifact. To old man Shenyuan, this was something that was impossible. After losing his best friend and lover in forging, the reclusive old man Shenyuan was unable to recover from this setback and chose to live in seclusion. Haha, indeed. Forging a divine artifact is extremely difficult. Forging a divine artifact means challenging the gods. The gods won't allow divine artifacts to descend. Jin Wuxia suddenly smiled. "However, challenging the gods is a path that we must take. I also believe that my lord is someone who can challenge the gods. Every blacksmith hides the dream of witnessing a divine artifact. As long as I'm alive, this dream will never cease. The possibility is never zero." People, after experiencing the most despairing moment, once broken and standing up, they would soar to the heavens. Jin Wuxia was like that. Back in the day, his talent in weaponsmithing was amazing. He was a close friend of old man Shenyuan, and that was when he met him. In terms of talent, he was even more talented than old man Shenyuan. He was one of the most likely candidates to reach the pinnacle of the forging master realm. After being pushed to the brink of death in the holy prison, his temperament had been sharpened to the point that it was countless times stronger than before. "Shenyuan." Jin Wuxia looked at old man Shenyuan and said, "Let's start the forging process. As usual, I'll guide you." "Big brother," Old Man Shenyuan was moved. Big Brother seemed to have more drive and vigor than before. Thank you, sire, for saving Big Brother Jin's life. For this favor, this old man will do his best to forge. Lin Chen smiled and said, as for the materials, I have all of them here. Lin Chen placed a storage ring on the table. Old Man Shenyuan inspected the treasures sealed within the storage ring and praised, excellent 7th grade holy ores and even 8th grade holy artifact. May I know what sire's requirements are? Old Man Shenyuan cupped his fists solemnly. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, 1 spear, 1 blade, 1 sword, 1 bow, and 3 throwing knives. I can use any of them. The higher the grade, the better. The two looked at each other, shook their heads and laughed. Looks like we're going to be busy, ha ha ha. Although Jin Wuxia was heavily injured and could not fully participate in the forging process, his vision and experience were still there. With his guidance and participation, it would definitely be a strong team. Oh right, does Great Master Shenyuan know the little demon empress of Purple Cloud King Valley? Lin Chen suddenly asked. When he mentioned Old Man Shenyuan, the little demon empress reaction seemed to be a little different. Purple Cloud King Valley, Old Man Xuanyuan's eyes were filled with emotion as he said, my lover is from Purple Cloud King Valley. Lin Chen was shocked. So Old Man Shenyuan was from Purple Cloud King Valley in some way? I haven't been back for a long time, but I heard that something strange happened to Purple Cloud King Valley. Old Man Shenyuan frowned, although I haven't returned to the valley, I heard that Purple Cloud King Valley was attacked, and the person who attacked was the Valley Master's wife. Although the area of the attack was not large, the upper echelons of the valley seemed to have changed greatly. Qingwu was even brought to Heavenly Sanctuary by her mother and arranged for a marriage. The Valley Master's wife attacked Purple Cloud King Valley, and the little demoness was taken away. Lin Chen's face darkened. Purple Cloud King Valley had helped Lin Chen many times, and his relationship with the little demon empress was not shallow. Looks like after the forging process, I have to immediately go to Purple Cloud King Valley to clarify the situation. If the little demoness took the initiative to participate in the marriage, then forget it, but if she was forced, a cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Gululu tilde at this time, the black-haired girl pulled Lin Chen and pouted. Are you done talking? I'm hungry. If I don't eat, the energy in my body will go berserk again. Lin Chen withdrew his thoughts and laughed. All right, I'll treat you to something now. Great Master Shenyuan, I'll leave it to you. Six-fingered Shenyuan invited everyone to the basement. He even opened up a new space underground, like a paradise. On a mountain peak filled with spiritual light, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. A wooden barrel was placed on the mountain peak, and the smell of medicine permeated the air. Take off your clothes and go in. Lin Chen lowered his head and handled the herbs in his hands, and smiled casually. The black-haired girl undid her robe and jumped into the barrel, muttering. Stinky Lin Chen, you said you would treat me to good food, but in the end, you want me to drink medicine and soak. The little girl's head sank, and the water in the barrel made a gurgling sound, and a series of bubbles appeared. Lin Chen smiled faintly. What's wrong? Complaining? This is necessary to control the energy in your body. Once you control it, you'll be a living person. Then, you can eat whatever you want. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand, and 10 pseudo-middle-grade plants of providence appeared. The branches and leaves connected and extended into the barrel. Kai tilde. The violently surging poisonous gas turned into a whirlpool and was absorbed into the branches and leaves of the plants of providence. Something miraculous happened. The black-haired girl's long hair gradually shortened, and her pair of lively eyes also became full of vitality, extending to her delicate body in the barrel. The little girl's delicate body trembled, and the dancing black gas was like ink dragons, fusing into the plants of providence along the branches and leaves of the plants of providence. The 10 plants of providence instantly turned from a treasure to a dark demonic plant. There was no vitality at all, and they were dim and dull, brewing a destructive aura. However, the black-haired girl was transforming at an astonishing speed. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her face was healthy and rosy. The method left behind by Tuo Sheng is indeed effective. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised and smiled. It's a success. If you continue to grow in the future, you'll need to continue adding more plants of providence that can withstand your disastrous aura. Give yourself a name. Now, you're a living person. The black-haired little girl looked at her red palms as if she was in a dream. Suddenly, she smiled. I'm not a symbol of pain. Then, I'll be called Ping'an. Like you, my surname is Lin. I'll be called Lin Ping'an. Chapter 1388. Lin Ping'an. Lin Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect this girl to choose the same surname as him. In the future, all the calamity energy attracted by your physique will be transferred to the spiritual plant in the Providence plant pouch. Although you can release the energy in your physique, every release will increase the burden on the Providence plant pouch. Lin Ping'an asked curiously as a small head popped out of the medicinal bath. Her wet hair was covered in mist. Then can I still stay by your side? I don't know where to go. Lin Chen said with a smile as he added different heavenly materials and earthly treasures, refining them into neutralizing energy and adding them into the medicinal bath. Of course you can, but you have to be obedient. Although the Holy Purgatory destroyed all traces of your existence in history a long time ago, and there are almost no records of your existence after the ancient era, there's no guarantee that other old monsters will discover your identity. So, until the last moment, you can't do anything without my permission. If you can do it, I'll let you follow me. The little girl nodded happily. Her jade-like legs kicked up a storm, as if she was enjoying the feeling of becoming a complete spiritual body. Lin Chen was helpless. Apart from ignoring life, this girl's temperament was just like a child's. On this day, Lin Chen went to find Jin Wuxia and Old Man Shenyuan. After the two of them deliberated and calculated, they had decided to forge a sacred weapon and attribute for Lin Chen. Old Man Shenyuan even wanted to take out nearly half of his family's wealth to make up for the shortfall, to repay Lin Chen for saving Jin Wuxia's life. Both of you, I forgot that if you want to forge a sacred weapon, you can use this. Lin Chen opened his palm, revealing a bottle of pure dragon blood. It was filled with an unprecedented dragon's aura. The aura was so strong that the two old men's expressions changed. This is the blood of the ancestral dragon? My God, my lord, how did you get this thing? Jin Wuxia carefully held the jade bottle. The dragon blood was two-colored, grayish-green and golden. The purity of its dragon's aura vaguely had a supreme, domineering aura that surpassed heaven and earth. Even with their spiritual attainments, after staring at it for a while, they actually felt dizzy, as if they had fallen into a spinning world. It was as if time had stopped. This isn't pure ancestral dragon blood. It's just a little bit of essence blood from the holy dragon I've been rearing. Lin Chen said with a carefree smile, scaring the two even more. A holy dragon in captivity? Oh my God. The holy dragon reared in captivity had the blood of the ancestral dragon? If this news were to spread to the dragon clan, the various dragon clans would probably be shocked. The ancestral dragon was the origin of the dragon race's civilization. Every ancestral dragon was the most powerful existence in the world, comparable to the ancient god. Above the sacred dragon was the divine dragon, and above the divine dragon was the ancestral dragon. In the era when the ancestral dragon was the overlord, even the gods of the human race did not dare to provoke him. However, for some unknown reason, all of the ancestral dragons disappeared in the end, as if they evaporated into thin air. Lin Chen's holy dragon possessed an extremely small amount of the bloodline attributes of the ancient Taishi dragon and the ancient Taiju dragon. Although it had the bloodline, it was unable to recreate the body of a dragon because the bloodline was too thin. However, it was not a problem to save up a little dragon blood. There's also this. I hope that the two of you can add this when you forge the sacred artifacts. Lin Chen waved his hand, and a dragon scale appeared. The dragon scale was the size of a millstone that was dozens of feet long. It was grayish-green, like an antique from the prehistoric civilization. Hiss. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air. With their experience and insight, they could see through the authenticity at a glance. This item was the ancestral dragon's scale. These were the genuine dragon scales of the ancestral dragon body. With their forging foundation, if they added the ancestral dragon's scale during the forging process, the sacred artifacts would definitely surpass those of the same level. However, they did not know why Lin Chen would have the ancestral dragon's scale. The two of you can do it, right? Help me add this item to the remaining sacred artifacts. Lin Chen asked excitedly. Old man Shenyuan said resolutely, no problem. In my lifetime, I have never used the ancestral dragon's item to forge. With the help of this divine item, perhaps. He and Jin Wuxia looked at each other and saw the fanaticism in each other's eyes. With the thin ancestral dragon's blood essence and the ancestral dragon's scale, they might be able to forge an unprecedented sacred artifact in the sacred boundary. It's good that there's no problem. Haha, then I'll leave it to the two of you. Lin Chen laughed. He had studied the art of forging and knew that such a rare divine item was the best wine for a forging master. Being able to add this item to the forging process might be a new breakthrough for a forging master. In the remaining days, Lin Chen helped Lin Pinggan gradually control her body of disaster in 3 steps. Her strength was several times more terrifying than before. In the past, she had at most the key to unlock the shackles of her body, but she could not completely control the energy in her body. Now, with the spirit plant as a guide, as long as she activated all the disaster energy in the world, she would become the strongest pain disaster in history. However, as long as she made a move, the burden on the spirit plant would be great. If she was not careful, she might even lose a portion of the plant. If he had a choice, Lin Chen would rather not let this girl make a move forever and just be a glutton in peace. On the 25th day, in the secret room below the tavern, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and opened the system. The Myriad Eyes attribute window appeared. System notification: all of the host's basic attributes have been upgraded to mid-grade attributes. All mid-grade attributes have been converted to high-grade attributes. All high-grade attributes have been automatically converted to peak-grade attributes. Ratio: 100 million points. Host, please take note. Heavenly Tao Possession System version 7.0, Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, 3rd Heaven True Saint Realm, Heart Sutra, Middle, Peak Essence, 36 billion points. Limit, 1,420 billion points of Dragon Power, Flesh Shell Awakening plus 300%, Peak Vitality, 87 million points. Peak Spiritual Power, 24 million points, Peak Saint Realm, Peak Cultivation Technique Soul Essence, 7 million points, Peak Rune Energy, 5 million points, High-Grade Heavenly Tao Points, 100,000 points. High-Grade Talent Points, 2 billion points, Set Essence, 85 million points. Mid-Grade Strengthening Points, 650 points, Odd Crystals Refined, 41 pieces. Peak Elemental Energy, Fire 13877 points, Earth 13897 points, Wood 13978 points, Metal 13978 points, Water 13793 points, Lightning 13491 points, Wind 14549 points, Light 14049 points, Dark 14109 points. Set Column, Golden War God Set, Equipped Parts, Ultimate Right Arm Armor, Ultimate Left Arm Armor, Ultimate Left Leg Armor, Ultimate Right Leg Armor. Active Talent Column, Super Dimensional Teleportation, Steel Omen, Absolute Life and Death, Instant Light Split Shadow, Annihilation, Ultra Spacetime. Passive Talent Column, Dual Cultivation Acacia, Super Chaos, Extreme God Possession. Bloodline Status Column, Cultivation Technique Status Column, Life Awakening Column. Killing Skill Column, Characteristic Rune Column, Talent Combination Skill. This is too scary. I didn't even know I had collected so many attribute points. Lin Chen's mouth twitched a few times. Peak Essence, 36 billion points. Chapter 1389. 36 billion top-grade essence points. What kind of concept was that? Compared to before, half a year ago, when Lin Chen entered the Holy Purgatory, his top-grade essence points were less than 40 trillion. Converted to top-grade essence points, it was at most 400,000 top-grade essence point. How much was it now? 36 billion top-grade essence points. In other words, Lin Chen's attribute value had increased by more than 90,000 times. This attribute value was too crazy. One had to know that the attribute value that Lin Chen had stolen was from all the criminals in the Holy Purgatory. Even if their strength was less than 100%, they were still formidable characters and holy lords of their generation. In the entire Holy Purgatory, he had killed all kinds of prison keepers, prison masters, and even killed one of the Demon Emperor's avatars. Damn it, if I release the sealed acupoints, not to mention expanding them, will I be directly blown to death? Lin Chen was sweating profusely. Once Lin Chen released the sealed acupoints, he would definitely break through. And it would be an unprecedented breakthrough. His acupoints expansion would definitely be at a level that could shake heaven and earth and shatter planes. Lin Chen found it hard to imagine how many times he could expand his acupoints. The standard for the expansion of the demon list was 15 times for a saint acupoint. Perhaps he, Lin Chen, could expand a saint acupoint 50 times? Or 100 times? He didn't dare to think about it at all. Not to mention, his elemental attribute values had undergone earth-shattering changes. Compared to when he entered the Holy Purgatory, all of them had increased by more than 200 times. Once the acupoints were expanded, Lin Chen's cultivation and combat strength would skyrocket and become unparalleled in the world. My holy dragon has finally finished refining all the blood chi attribute. When Lin Chen looked inside the holy dragon's body again, the dragon's body was as majestic as several continents connected together. The dense and crisscrossing dragon veins contained an aura that could destroy the world. The holy dragon's dragon veins had broken through 700 billion, and its pure strength had broken through 7 trillion dragon power. It had broken through to become a rank 8 high-grade holy beast. It had truly advanced by leaps and bounds. During his time in the holy prison, Lin Chen had transferred the majority of the blood essence he had collected or fallen into the holy dragon's body. Even the blood essence he had obtained from killing the Demon Emperor's avatar was the same. However, the Shenglong's personality was too strong. Basically, he would be remembered the moment he made a move. Therefore, Lin Chen had not allowed the Shenglong to make a move. Right now, an ordinary life and death saint was nothing more than a punching bag in front of Lin Chen's saint dragon. I wonder if my acupoint expansion will allow me to contend against life and death realm experts. Lin Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. If he did not use some of his trump cards and spiritual power, he could at most fight against a saint who had just entered the life and death realm with pure strength and cultivation base. I might as well expand the acupoints now. Lin Chen was just about to unseal his acupoints, TSK. Boom tilde. The plane trembled, and a phenomenon appeared in the entire Jade Cloud City. Winds and clouds surged. This is... Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, then his face lit up with joy. The sacred artifact that I want has appeared. Jade Cloud City, Fengyun Tower. The various sects' experts and monstrous geniuses who had been rejected outside the door had gathered here. They had been waiting nearby, waiting for the 3 black-robed men to appear. They wanted to learn from them how they managed to move that monster, Old Man Shenyuan. Damn it, those 3 people have been in there for so long, and there's still no movement. Damn it, should we break in by force? I've already called for people. Should we just break into the store later? We came here after traveling hundreds of millions of miles. We can't return empty-handed. If it still doesn't work, we'll use force. Yes, we'll use force against them. How hard? As hard as possible. Just as the monstrous geniuses were about to agree, a phenomenon suddenly appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Heavenly flowers rained down as divine light surged. 9 different types of sacred light covered the entire Jade Cloud City. The Jade Cloud City Lord, who was in seclusion, was suddenly awakened. Looking at the terrifying phenomenon in the sky, his eyes trembled. This is the phenomenon of a 7th grade sacred artifact appearing. 7th grade. A 7th grade sacred artifact was qualified to be recorded in the Sacred Boundaries Legendary Sacred Artifact ranking. Lin Chen appeared in the sky above Jade Cloud City in a flash. 9-colored sacred light rose between heaven and earth. Every ray of sacred light was like a rainbow, absorbing the spiritual essence and providence of heaven and earth. Is this the phenomenon of a 7th grade sacred artifact? Lin Chen was shocked. Sacred artifacts were divided into 9 grades, especially the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. Every grade was a dividing line. However, 7th grade sacred artifacts, which were above 6th grade, were absolutely different. 6th grade sacred artifacts contained spirituality and understood all things, while 7th grade sacred artifacts had spirituality. A 7th grade sacred artifact only recognized one master. Unless the master voluntarily chose to pass on his legacy to someone else, then it could change masters. Otherwise, those who snatched it by force would not be able to obtain a 7th grade sacred artifact. If the master died, the 7th grade sacred artifact would also abandon its spirituality and disappear, turning into a pile of scrap metal. As Lin Chen roamed the Saint prison, he had obtained grade 6 Saint artifacts from some of the stronger Hell overlords with rich resources. However, the situation was urgent at that time, and he had chosen to break them down in exchange for a large amount of set essence attributes. That was why he had not left them behind. However, Lin Chen had never obtained a 7th grade sacred artifact. This was because the forging of a 7th grade sacred artifact was too difficult and expensive. Even if it failed once, it was enough to cause a 7th grade sect to suffer great losses. Sects that possessed 7th grade sacred artifacts were usually 8th grade families, or very few top-notch 7th grade sects. They would have a sacred artifact of their own. A 7th grade sacred artifact could be considered as an embryonic form of life. In Lin Chen's knowledge, among all the sacred artifacts he had seen with his own eyes, only the 5-colored golden sword in Lin Xingchen's hands had shown signs of life. On the other side, the phenomenon of a 7th grade sacred artifact. Oh my god, could it be that 6-fingered Shenyuan has come out? Something's not right, something's not right. This phenomenon is not limited to just one 7th grade sacred artifact. Many monstrous prodigies stood up in shock and immediately rushed in the direction of the phenomenon. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Many auras were heading in his direction. The birth of a 7th grade sacred artifact will definitely trigger a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Furthermore, it will need to absorb the providence of the heavens and earth to condense spiritual consciousness. This will definitely attract the covetous eyes of powerful cultivators. Lin Chen frowned. With the two elders' experience, it was impossible for them not to know about this. There was only one possibility for them to allow the phenomenon to appear. Perhaps some unexpected accident had occurred during the forging process. After all, this was a sacred artifact forged from the ancestral dragon's item. There are quite a few people here. Just in case, let's protect this area first. Extreme prison, heavenly prison. Lin Chen released the sacred dragon that had transformed into a human form. Azure dragon light burst forth from his palms and filled the sky. Boundless water prisons surged like raging waves, engulfing the horizon and heavily protecting the area around the pub. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a spatial shift, close to 100 people appeared thousands of miles away. All of them were powerful cultivators, and none of them were weak. Friend, you're the one who invited Senior Shenyuan, right? I'm Xu Daoqing, ranked 6766 on the monstrous prodigies list. Ask your people to remove the protection. We're also looking for Senior Shenyuan to forge artifacts. Yes, why don't you share with us how you managed to invite Senior Shenyuan? We're willing to exchange for something of equal value. Beep beep, brother, I'm Tailwind. Don't close the door. Open the door. Little brother, come out and play. Chapter 1390. With Sheng Long's current strength, using a transcendent bloodline ability was far more powerful than before. He could even block all life and death realm expert. When the supreme prison, heavenly prison, rose high and the geniuses were blocked outside, he sent a secret message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. Do these people really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? The grade 7 sacred artifact was currently absorbing spirit chi and condensing spirit chi. If he snatched the grade 7 sacred artifact now, he could immediately get it to recognize him as its master. Although it would damage its spirit chi, it would be a huge gain if he managed to snatch it. These guys definitely didn't come with good intentions. Delicious down there. Go *CK yourself. Everyone. At that moment, Lin Chen sent a telepathic message. He smiled faintly, his smile filled with killing intent. If you want to rob me, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? I've always been indifferent to life and death and fight if you're not convinced. If you're not convinced, come at me, rumble. Lin Chen released his sacred phoenix wings and rushed out of the extreme prison heavenly prison's range. He smiled mockingly as he faced the monstrous prodigies. Do you want to fight one-on-one or as a group? If it's one-on-one, I'll fight all of you. If it's a group fight, I'll take care of all of you together. The fake smiles on the monstrous prodigies' faces gradually disappeared. Xu Daoqing, who had spoken earlier, said indifferently, "Hehe, brother, looks like we have nothing to talk about. Let's break in first and have a good talk with Senior Shenyuan." "Talk my ass. I'll talk after I snatch it." "Ha ha ha. Little brother, are you open to force but not persuasion? Then I'll have to appease little brother." The monstrous prodigies looked at each other. The life and death realm cultivators they brought all gathered on the other side, planning to storm the extreme prison heavenly prison. There were a total of 76 cultivators in this group, and 5 of them were at the peak of the life and death realm. 23 monstrous prodigies surrounded Lin Chen. Even grade 7 sects rarely had grade 7 sacred artifacts. They were not afraid at all. They would be fools not to snatch a sacred artifact that had appeared in front of them without any background. What benevolence, righteousness, and morality! In the face of such huge benefits, all of it was nonsense. Plus, these heaven's favorites didn't stop there. Because if they get it, it's very likely that it'll be theirs. In their own sects, most of them were the pillars of the younger generation. They were the strongest in their sects. Once they obtained the 7th grade saint artifact, they would pass it down to them. Moreover, they were on the demon genius list. Even if they took 10,000 steps back, their lives would not be threatened. Boom tilde, bang, bang, bang. High up in the sky of Jade Cloud City, all the life and death saints brazenly attacked. Their saint power illuminated the surrounding tens of thousands of li as they bombarded the extreme hell heavenly prison. If 76 life and death realm saints joined hands, even ordinary star-receiving realm experts would not be able to stop them. What is this cage? Even a Na Xing cultivator might not be able to withstand our combined attacks. This seems to be a move of the Dragon Clan. How is that possible? Such a powerful dragon has infiltrated Jade Cloud City, yet we actually failed to sense it. Don't hold back, go all out. If we don't blast this thing open, none of us will be able to break in. Sheng Long was alone in the extreme hell heavenly prison. Boundless raging waves turned into a high wall of waves. The azure energy rippled like jade waves, shaking violently from the life and death realm saints time and time again. On the other side, the Jade Cloud City Lord's forces also wanted a share of the loot. They gathered near the extreme hell heavenly prison. 23 monsters besieging a young man. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. I keep feeling like I've seen this kid somewhere before, but I can't remember where. That dragon looks strong, but I don't think he can hold on for long. Let's take advantage of the chaos later and try to take advantage of it. The Jade Cloud City Lord and the others hid in the dark. At this moment, Lin Chen was surrounded. Boom tilde. Xu Daoqing and a flirtatious lady attacked first, slashing out a sword light that resembled the sun and moon. A sword came from the west, overflowing with celestial aura. The sword light spun faster and faster, finally slicing the space in front of Lin Chen into 4 halves. Many monsters had already turned their attention to the extreme hell heavenly prison. They didn't take Lin Chen seriously at all. Just based on Lin Chen's life force fluctuations, which were even younger than theirs, all the monsters unanimously agreed that this kid posed no threat to them at all. There was no prodigy in the mystic realm who could withstand their siege at all. Lin Chen casually threw out a punch and a kick. More than 1 trillion draconic force tore through the air, howling through the mountains and rivers. Kai! Bang! 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 After destroying the two's attacks head-on, Lin Chen flapped his holy phoenix wings and flew away quickly. Hey! Body refining sage! Be careful, this kid has some tricks up his sleeve. The monsters instantly perked up. No one wanted to be injured and fall into a disadvantageous position in the upcoming battle for the sage artifact. The 23 monstrous prodigies, the weakest of whom was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, were all supermonsters with 44 to 48 cores. Among them, there was no lack of supermonsters who could expand their sage points by 40 times and condense their sage points by 15 times. They could even challenge life and death realm cultivators. Lin Chen's lips curled up, and his shoulders trembled. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh. 6 beams of divine light descended like phantoms. Lin Chen's 6 clones appeared at the same time. The monsters, who had been calm and collected earlier, suddenly had serious expressions on their faces. But it was not over yet. Lin Chen did not intend to tangle with them at all. The moment the clones appeared, all the clones pushed their palms forward. Peerless talismans, which could suppress eternity and look down on the world, descended as if they were tearing the sky apart. They shot out like lightning and exploded on the heads of all the monsters. Host has consumed 5,000 points of top-grade talisman energy to activate the slowdown talisman. The expressions of all the monstrous geniuses changed greatly. What kind of move is this? Most of my sage power can't circulate. I've never seen such a cultivation technique before. From their sage points to their sage points, and even space, everything had become stagnant and slow. The clones flashed in front of a silver-armored monster and punched out violently. That silver-armored monster had been hit by the slowdown talisman and did not have much energy left to retreat. Before he could react, the clones had already punched through his sage protective armor, and he spat out blood. The punches were like a storm. Knee strikes, whip kicks, uppercuts. Lin Chen's clones did not pause at all. Every punch unleashed more than one. 3 trillion dragon power. Bam! 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 Lin Chen and his 6 clones instantly started a massacre. Ha ha ha. You probably think that you won't be punished because you're on the monster rankings, right? You've robbed the person you shouldn't have. Since you dared to provoke your brother Chen, none of you can leave today. His laughter was domineering. Lin Chen smashed the skulls of 2 monsters with a palm strike and sent one flying with a kick. He continued to beat them up violently. Hiss. The dozen or so sages on the Jade Cloud City Lord's side sucked in cold breath. It was a one-sided battle. Or rather, it could not be considered a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter by that young man. What was even more frightening was that this kid was killing those on the monster rankings as if they were chickens. He did not even blink. Where did this lunatic come from? Chapter 1391. The group of Sky Prides attacking Lin Chen were very strong, terrifyingly strong. They were all ranked around 6,000 on the Demon Genius list. But at this moment, they couldn't do anything. Because Lin Chen's rune of deceleration was even stronger. 5,000 top-tier rune energy was equivalent to 500 billion advanced rune energy. The most powerful slow rune Lin Chen had used in the Holy Prison was 1,060 billion advanced rune energy. In other words, the slow rune he used this time was almost half as powerful as it was in the Holy Prison. The slow rune was enough to seal the entire mortal world for a few years. It could even seal a sacred heart realm cultivator. Even if the slow rune was less than half as powerful as the last time, it could seal an ordinary star realm cultivator, let alone a group of transformative realm cultivators. They were not on the same level at all. Brother Chen. Could he be Lin Chen? He's the monster from half a year ago. Oh my god, how did I provoke this guy? Many Sky Prides felt their scalps tingle when they recognized Lin Chen. How the F***ck is this Lin Chen? Half a year ago, the Dao Querying Palace had caused a shocking change in the mystic realm. Everyone in the 7th rank sects knew about it. Someone challenged the authority of the Demon Genius list, and the enforcement team of the Demon Genius list personally took action. In the end, they even involved the various sects of the Sword Domain and the Divine Flame Palace. It wasn't that they didn't know about Lin Chen. It was just that as time passed, and Lin Chen had been hiding in the Holy Prison for half a year, there was no news about him in the Sacred Boundary. Whoa, Brother Lin Chen, I didn't know you asked Old Man Shenyuan to forge a sacred artifact. Please let me go. Bang. Lin Chen punched the demon that was begging for mercy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He did not give them any chance at all. Oh no. Save the young master. It's Lin Chen. How could it be this fiend? The life and death realm elders, who were besieging the extreme prison heavenly prison a moment ago, were now crazily rushing over. Get lost. It's not your turn yet. None of you will be able to escape. Lin Chen sneered, and with a flick of his palm, another 9,000 points of top-notch rune energy slowing rune exploded. All the life and death saints were stopped in midair. Within 100,000 li radius of Jade Cloud City, the movements and thoughts of all living beings became extremely slow. Rip Tilda. The Saint Dragon activated his bloodline ability. Raging seas swept across the sky, and water prisons covered the sky. 4 extreme prison heavenly prisons enveloped all the life and death realm saint. The holy dragon, who had taken human form, clenched his fist, and the cage rapidly shrank. The 7 trillion dragon power points were compressed like space collapsing. Before those saints could even use any defensive measures, their flesh and blood were torn apart, and cries of agony filled the air. Bang! 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 One after another, life and death realm saints exploded into bloody mists and were crushed on the spot, leaving behind a large number of attribute light balls. Crack! Bang tilde! There were some super geniuses who possessed life-saving spatial sacred items. Before they died, they would activate automatically to protect their master and tear apart the void to escape. Trying to escape? You jumped out to rob me, and you want to run when you can't beat me? How can there be such a simple thing in this world? Get down here. Lin Chen smiled evilly and clenched his fist. Buzz tilde. A green brilliance descended like a star. The moment it lit up the space, the world turned into a grey void space. Consumed 110,000 talent points. Absorbed 11 crystal-level enemy targets into the hyperspace. Duration of hyperspace, 23 hours 59 minutes. Those geniuses who thought they were saved instantly stiffened. Where is this? I can't shatter the space here. Isn't this the sacred boundary? Even a plane created by a star receiver realm isn't this sturdy. All the geniuses wailed. Lin Chen moved his body and beat them up violently. Their flesh was mangled, and their attribute light balls dropped crazily. These geniuses were here to visit or ask Six-Fingered Shenyuan to come out and forge weapons. They had brought a lot of good stuff with them, and Lin Chen took them all. It just so happened that the attribute points he lacked the most now were set essences. From the outside world, Lin Chen and the remaining geniuses seemed to have been illuminated by a green brilliance and disappeared without a trace. However, in the infinite hyperspace, Lin Chen didn't leave any of them alive. His 6 clones and main body destroyed all the geniuses along the way. At this moment, 23 names on the list of geniuses quickly dimmed. The names that were shining like the sun in the sky dimmed and disappeared like falling stars. Flower Region's Autumn Rain Palace. Thousand Region's Impermanence Sect. Flame Region's Four Xiong's Heaven Flame Sect. Saber Region's Nangong Family. Inside the rank 7 sects and families, many powerful figures stood up in shock. Some were awakened from their secluded cultivation, some were startled when they were managing affairs, and some were startled when they were having fun. They even had to take out the ranking list to confirm it. What's going on? Is Dao Qing dead? Mai Ling'er's talent is unparalleled. He expanded his acupoints by more than 400 times. Even a life and death realm cultivator can't kill him. Who? Who is it? Who dares to kill a person on the list? Who dares to kill a member of the Nangong family? In a distant void dimension, in a pitch-black ancient tower. In a secret chamber, 3 old men opened their eyes at the same time. It was as if a world of lightning was born and died, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. 23 people on the list died at the same time. What's going on? Where did they die? Mystic territory. The 3 old men were stunned. Mystic territory? Why is it mystic territory again? This can't be so coincidental, right? Could it be that little bastard again? How long has it been since he stopped? Jade Cloud City, City Lord Mansion's tower. When more than a dozen sages saw Lin Chen appear like a ghost again, he was the only one left. All the geniuses were gone. 23 geniuses are gone just like that. Oh my god, that's too brutal. This kid is much more brutal than the rumors say. Fortunately, we didn't go up just now. Otherwise. F***CK. He's coming toward us. Swoosh. Lin Chen descended on the City Lord Mansion's tower. Jade Cloud City's City Lord pretended to be calm and cupped his fists politely. Young friend, you're really a god descending from the heavens. We bow down to you. Lin Chen was all smiles. Oh my, you must be the City Lord. Your words are so nice. With that, Lin Chen and the City Lord put their arms around each other's shoulders, smiling like innocent children who had just lost their virginity. City Lord, I've put on such a wonderful performance for you. No matter what, I should charge you a performance fee or something, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't feel good about letting you guys whore me for free, right? Jade Cloud City's City Lord was shocked. What is he doing? From his tone, his F***king, snatching, his asking for it. Young friend, this is a small token of my appreciation. Jade Cloud City's City Lord took out a dark blue storage ring. Lin Chen quickly pushed it back. Oh my, City Lord, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? You're too polite. Take it back. With that, Lin Chen really pushed the storage ring back. Seeing this, the other sages heaved a sigh of relief. They really thought that this kid was going to snatch it. Well, it seemed like they had misunderstood him. This should be an honest kid who wouldn't offend others unless offended. The next sentence almost made everyone vomit blood from anger at this honest child. I heard that there are many treasures in the City Lord Mansion's warehouse of our Jade Cloud City. I, a kid from the mountains, want to take a look. Lin Chen said seriously, well, I don't mean anything else. I'm just going to take a look. I definitely won't do anything. Jade Cloud City's City Lord. Chapter 1392. Ah, I like this one. Lin Ping was dressed in an exquisite dress. She looked very cute as she jumped around happily in the storeroom of the City Lord Mansion. I like this too. Wow, this storage ring is so beautiful. I want it too. Lin Ping took everything out of the storeroom. Lin Ping was all smiles. Isn't that right, City Lord? I'm a man of my word. My biggest strength is that I'm handsome and can fight. My biggest weakness is that I'm too honest. Look, I'm just looking. I won't move. The sages in the City Lord Mansion twitched their mouths. You're F***king honest. You came to look and didn't move, but the little girl beside you liked everything and took everything away. How much did this young man go through to be so thick-skinned? Well, I have to say that the City Lord Mansion in Jade Cloud City is quite beautiful. Let's go back, Ping. When Lin Chen pulled Lin Ping away, the sages were furious but did not dare to say anything. How would they dare? If they said anything more, their heads might fall to the ground. This was a ruthless person who even killed those on the monster rankings. In the entire sacred boundary, he was the only monster who dared to challenge the authority of the monster rankings. Just based on the way he killed those life and death realm cultivators and the deaths of those monstrous prodigies, no one thought that they could escape from him. Don't be fooled by how amiable this kid looks. He's more ruthless than anyone when it comes to fighting. Just admit that we're unlucky. If we didn't come out of seclusion and covet his sage artifact, we wouldn't have suffered like this. We asked for it. Lin Chen held Lin Ping's hand and flew in the air. Lin Ping mumbled, "Why didn't you call me when you were fighting just now?" Lin Chen pretended to be serious. "Why? It's not your turn to fight. Just stay put for these small fries." The holy dragon guarded near the sage artifact and absorbed all the elemental light balls into its body. Lin Chen's stats increased a little. Although it was not as good as when he was in the holy prison, he was still a group of monstrous prodigies and life and death realm cultivators. Lin Chen looked at his 51 million points of top-grade rune energy and sighed inwardly. How confident. What do you mean by having confidence? With 51 million points of top-level rune energy, he could cast the world-shaking rune of delaying hundreds of times in the holy prison. Unless it was a nascent soul realm expert that was ranked on the monstrous genius rankings, otherwise, there was utterly no existence in the 7th level of the saint realm that could threaten Lin Chen. With the power of this rune, Lin Chen could single-handedly charge into any rank 7 sect. He would not be afraid at all. If the enforcement team of the monster ranking was sent out again, even if Lin Chen could not defeat them, it would be easy for him to leave. Unless the other party sent out someone at the peak of the Saint Heart realm, there was no way they could stop Lin Chen. This is what you call confidence. As long as a rank 8 sect didn't make a move, Lin Chen could do whatever he wanted. Let's go and take a look at my sacred artifact. When Lin Chen entered the extreme prison Heavenly Prison, the phenomenon suddenly disappeared. Several streams of light shot towards Lin Chen at the same time. So fast. What's that? Just as Lin Chen was about to stretch out his hand to block the attack, who would have thought that the holy light would stop around Lin Chen's body? The holy light swirled and released a terrifying phenomenon. It was the sacred artifact that Lin Chen had requested to be forged. A spear, a saber, a sword, a bow, and 3 flying sabers. Lin Chen first observed the war spear in his hand. The body of the spear was crimson red, and it was 9 feet long. It was awe-inspiring and filled with righteous qi. It did not disperse and no evil could invade it. The sharp dragon qi at the tip of the spear was like 2 dancing dragons. The war spear was like a newborn baby, leaning on Lin Chen's shoulder. It had just awakened its spirituality. Lin Chen praised in his heart. This spear was simply perfect. When he looked at the saber and the sword, Lin Chen was even more surprised. The sword was 4 feet 7, and it was as white as jade. The ice crystals of the 9 heavens adorned the sword body. Frost flowed at the tip of the sword, the blade was like an unpolished jade, and the sword tip was like a cicada's wing. The ice aura surging from the sword hilt formed a pair of wings. At a glance, it was like a world of ice. When the sword was drawn, it sealed the world in ice and cut through the sky. Its aura was bone-chilling and it danced in the wind. Its spirituality was extremely good. The saber was completely crimson as if it had been bathed in a pool of blood. The spine of the saber was divided into 9 bloody lines that connected to the blood-colored long qing in the center of the saber hilt. The long qing blinked slightly, and flames burst forth and burned the sky. It looked down on the world and bowed down to it. The bow was as blue as a crescent moon. It was inlaid with 3 cloud thunderstar stones that flickered with starlight. The bowstring was like a bolt of lightning. Lin Chen pulled the bowstring slightly, and the bowstring vibrated with a clear sound that shattered the mountains. The 3 flying sabers were even more amazing and mysterious. One of them was as red as a crescent moon, and its blade was as sharp as a cicada's wing. It shone brightly, and wherever its brilliance shone, hundreds of flowers would compete in beauty. One of them was enshrouded in a sharp white light. Its spirituality was so high that it was connected to Lin Chen's heart and would automatically protect its master. With just a thought from Lin Chen, it would release its sharpness. One of them was as straight as a pencil. Thousands of thunderbolts roared in unison, and the lightning was devastating. It swept through the sky and was extremely domineering. The phenomenon released by each sage artifact was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, they had a similar characteristic. When the phenomenon was hidden, there were traces of space stagnation and time stopping. 7th grade, and even more 7th grade. These sage artifacts were all 7th grade. Furthermore, Lin Chen felt that these sage artifacts were still in their embryonic forms, but they had automatically recognized him as their master. Could it be because of that bottle of blood essence? The holy dragon is a part of my body and has the same bloodline. Did they automatically recognize me as their master? Just as Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised, Jin Wuxia and 6-fingered Shen Yuan, who had concealed their auras, rushed out of the tavern. My lord, young friend, there was an accident in the forging process. However, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. The 2 of them looked excited and emotional. When they saw that the sage artifacts had automatically recognized their master, they were even more impressed. My lord, come in and talk in detail. Jin Wuxia's tone was filled with excitement. The 4 of them returned to the tavern. The 2 masters of the forging industry told Lin Chen about the accident in the forging process. What? Accelerated formation in advance. After adding the ancestral dragon scale during the forging process, the flow of time accelerated, causing the sage artifacts to take shape at an extremely fast speed? What? The 7 sage artifacts are only half-finished embryonic forms. They will reach 8th grade or even higher in the future. As their accidents came one after another, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Yes, although these 7 sage artifacts are not the highest grade sage artifacts that we have ever forged, their spirituality is the highest. Moreover, because of the ancestral dragon scale, they have the ability to temporarily affect time and space. As for how far they can be developed, it depends on the use of the host. In addition, the 7 sage artifacts all have their own ways of growing. They are more like babies that were born in advance and have enormous potential. There are very few sage artifacts that can be upgraded in the history of forging. Moreover, all of them are below the 6th grade. My lord, you are the first sage artifacts that can be upgraded above the 6th grade. Jin Wuxia's face was pale but filled with excitement. To the two of them, being able to forge such sage artifacts gave them an extraordinary sense of achievement. That's right, little friend, if you want to head to the Purple Cloud King Valley, you have to hurry. There is a grand event that will be held in the Heavenly Sanctuary recently. That last Qingwu's departure might be related to that grand event. When old man Shenyuan said this, Lin Chen immediately stood up and smiled. Of course, I can't wait to get my hands on the sage artifact. Chapter 1393. Six-fingered Shenyuan asked again, by the way, Sir Lin Chen, have you thought of a name for the saint artifact? Naming the saint artifact was a part of the blacksmith's process. This was the time to witness his own creation. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Naturally, the sword can freeze the 9 heavens, so it's called freezing sky. The blade has absolute flame, one blade can destroy 10 directions, so it's called absolute flame. The bow contains the power of the stars, the fury of thunderclouds, so it's called fury of the 9 heaven stars. The red spear is invulnerable to all evils, the righteous aura can slay all demons, so it's called demon slayer. The 3 flying knives each have their own abilities, one has spiritual connection, so it's called spiritual connection, one can split the spirit of a saint, so it's called scorching god, and one has unparalleled offense, so it's called rushing thunder. Six-fingered Xuanyuan's body trembled, and the 2 blacksmiths looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. Freezing sky absolute flame, fury of the 9 heaven stars. Demon slayer spiritual connection, scorching god rushing thunder. I didn't expect Brother Jin and I to forge such saint artifacts. These saint artifacts will definitely be ranked 8th grade in the future, or even higher. Jin Wuxia stroked his beard and smiled. In Master's hands, 8th grade might not be the peak. The 7 saint artifacts have their own ways of growth, and they might even surpass 8th grade in the future. Let's talk about this later. Ha ha ha, I'm leaving. Lin Chen was standing up with Lin Ping'an. Master, please be careful when you do things. If possible, try not to go to the Heavenly Saint region. The Heavenly Saint region is second only to the Saint Kings, and it has the most experts. It's a place that gathers the mid-high level power of the sacred boundary. Jin Wuxia advised. He understood Lin Ping's personality well, and he dared to fight. He might even cause a big commotion in the Heavenly Saint region. Lin Chen smiled. Don't worry, I can still run if I can't beat them. I'll think of a way to treat Brother Wuxia's injuries. You can set off without worry. I have a spatial passage to the Purple Cloud King Valley. You can rush there as fast as you can. Six-fingered Shenyuan gave Lin Chen a spatial jade scroll. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior. Lin Chen left the tavern and tore the spatial jade scroll, teleportation. Jin Wuxia shook his head and sighed as he watched Lin Chen leave. This lord of mine has a fiery temper. I wonder what kind of big trouble he will cause this time. Ha ha ha, big brother Jin, let's go as well. 23 monstrous geniuses have died. We can't stay in this Jade Cloud City any longer. I have a good place to treat your injuries. Alright, let's go then. 3 days later, in the Violet Cloud King Valley. In the hall of the King's Valley. Damn it, we're all family. Sister-in-law, do you have to be so ruthless? She's still one of us. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder of the King Valley forcing second brother to marry her, I would be annoyed whenever I see this woman. That's enough. quarreling all day long. Are you done yet? She had already been taken away, so what was the point of talking about this? If you have the guts, why don't you go to the heavenly sacred region? Let's fight then. Both of you have a head on your shoulders. Who's afraid of who? Enough, stop arguing. While Zi Tianhu was berating everyone, a beam of light descended into King Valley, startling everyone. Who are you, Senior Zi Tianhu? How have you been? The young man was dressed in a silver robe and looked extraordinarily handsome. He walked into the hall with a smile on his face. Lin Chen? Hey, it's you. Everyone was shocked, but soon after, they beamed with joy. Zi Tianhu even strode forward and gave Lin Chen a bear hug as he laughed heartily. I haven't heard from you for half a year. Did you go into seclusion? Lin Chen didn't deny it. You can say that. I'm here to help the Violet Cloud King Valley. As soon as he finished speaking, the handsome man in the green robe and the beautiful woman seemed to have thought of something when they saw Lin Chen arrive. Lin Chen, a few days ago, 23 monstrous geniuses died at the same time in the mystic territory. Could it be? Everyone's lips trembled as they looked at Lin Chen. He smiled innocently like a child and said casually, yes, I asked someone to forge a few sacred artifacts. Those monstrous geniuses were all killed by me. The hall was silent. Monster. It was already outrageous enough to kill one monstrous genius. Now that he had killed 23 of them, he could still talk and laugh so casually. Zi Tianhu looked at Lin Chen deeply. He realized that Lin Chen's aura was very different when he faced them. If the Lin Chen of the past was neither servile nor overbearing when facing them, he would be unfazed. The current Lin Chen, on the other hand, was relaxed and relaxed. Every single movement he made was filled with absolute confidence. The former was more like a junior facing a senior. But the latter was more like a peer. In other words, Lin Chen's aura showed that he was treating everyone on the same level. There was no difference between the two sides. How is this possible? Could it be that this little guy's strength surpasses ours? It's only been half a year. What exactly has he experienced? It's definitely not closed-door cultivation. It's impossible for such an earth-shattering change to occur in closed-door cultivation, especially the little girl beside him. Why do I feel an inexplicable palpitation when I look at her, but I don't feel the slightest bit of palpitation? While Zi Tianhu was shocked, a handsome middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes walked over from behind him. He was dressed in a purple-gold robe and was extraordinarily handsome. His face seemed to be in his 30s, and his temperament was like a dragon among men. He cupped his fists at Lin Chen and said, "You are Lin Chen, right? I am Qingwu's father, Zi Mingyu." Zi Mingyu was very sincere. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he was especially serious. "Uncle Mingyu, what's the situation with the little demoness?" Zi Mingyu sighed and invited Lin Chen to take a seat. The two of them sat down, and everyone stood in the hall. Zi Mingyu revealed a reminiscing look and said seriously and sadly, "Back then, a traitor appeared in the Purple Cloud King Valley, causing great damage to the King Valley's vitality. In order to unite with other forces to restore the King Valley, the elders of the King Valley decided to marry me and Qingwu's mother. However, this was also the beginning of karma. Qingwu's mother was very powerful. Although we borrowed the power of her family and allowed the Purple Cloud King Valley to gain a foothold in the heavenly sanctuary, what we were worried about still happened. Their family wanted to gradually erode the Purple Cloud King Valley and make our elders turn to their side and tilt our resources. They even wanted to merge with the Purple Cloud King Valley and become a subsidiary force of their family. The ancestors of the King Valley noticed the abnormality and broke off relations between the two sides. However, before the two sides could completely start a conflict, Qingwu arrived. Her astonishing potential and talent gave her family hope. However, because she was born in the King Valley, her lifeline and potential were very suitable for the Purple Cloud Radiant Moon secret realm in the valley. Therefore, the other party did not completely fall out with her. Instead, they left Qingwu in the Purple Cloud King Valley. Even Qingwu's surname was her mother's. It was precisely because she felt the pressure from before that Qingwu had been cultivating harder than ever. However, just a few days ago, they wanted us to hand over Qingwu. If we didn't hand her over, They would attack the valley and bring a large number of life and death realm and star realm experts. There were even many sacred heart realm experts. Zi Mingyu sighed deeply, as if she had aged a lot. Chapter 1394. Zi Mingyu was heartbroken, and her expression was helpless and pained. In order to protect the King Valley, Qingwu broke off the relationship between the two sides and followed her mother back. This time, I'm afraid it has something to do with the stairway tournament. That woman might be determined to betroth Qingwu to one of the candidates to win the stairway tournament. Lin Chen listened to the whole story expressionlessly and only asked one question. What did that little vixen say? Is she willing to marry? Zi Mingyu was stunned. Zi Tianhu walked up and said indignantly, "That girl likes freedom and is born to play. How could she be willing to agree to such a thing? Everything is for the Purple Cloud King Valley." Rumble. A killing intent that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths erupted, alarming all the top powerhouses of the Purple Cloud King Valley. Lin Chen stood up and clenched his fists. Then let's go to the Heavenly Sanctuary region and snatch her back. The Heavenly Sanctuary region gathered many top forces and occupied nearly a quarter of the sacred boundary. The famous Stairway Tournament of the Monster Genius List was also held in the Heavenly Sanctuary region. The Stairway Tournament was a competition for the spots of the Monster Genius List that was held once every 100 years. The Outer Stairway Tournament was mainly a competition for the Monster Genius List ranked after 5,000. As for the Inner Stairway Tournament, it was a competition between the super monsters ranked between 2,000 and 5,000 on the Monster Genius List. It was a grand event that all forces paid attention to. To put it bluntly, the Stairway Tournament of the Monster Genius List was a grand event that the various regions of the sacred boundary could not afford to miss. It was one of the few major events that would change the spots of the Monster Genius List. The geniuses of the new era would be born here. Everyone who stood out in the Inner Circle's Heavenly Stairway Tournament was a monster among monsters. Many famous people in history were born here. In a secret room in the Flying Dragon City of the 100,000 Dragon City, 3 sage-like old men held horsetail whisks in their hands. Their eyes seemed to flash with divine light as they sent a wisp of saint power into the vast spinning astrolabe in the void. The astrolabe was dreamy and illusory. It was like a silent constellation, shining with a trace of light that eventually flickered. The 3 old men's faces gradually turned pale. When they finally stopped, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Seniors, how is the situation?" A slender and beautiful figure appeared in the void, smiling lazily and seductively. The 3 old men clasped their fists. "Madam, there are no abnormalities. The Heavenly Stairway competition can be held safely." These 3 old men were the famous saint-level great fortune-tellers of the sacred boundary. Every time the Stairway Tournament was held, there had to be absolute power and protection to ensure the safety of the Stairway Tournament. This time, it was the same. The 3 grand fortune-tellers would deduce the heavenly secrets and predict the future to ensure that there would be no accidents during the Stairway to Heaven competition. After all, no mistakes were allowed in such a grand event. With the 3 great fortune-tellers working together, even if there was a heaven-opening realm that wanted to interfere with the competition, there would still be traces left behind. "Yes, thank you for your trouble. That's right, the Yi clan requests an audience. I'll have to trouble you all to make a small deduction again." The beautiful figure giggled. A beautiful figure and 2 black-robed figures entered the secret chamber and sat down. The beautiful woman in the lead spoke coldly. "Yi family's Yi Lishue, would the 3 masters please help us calculate whether there will be any unexpected occurrences on our Yi family's big day in 10 days. "Yi Lishue? Oh, I didn't expect it to be Madame Yi Lishue." The 3 old men were very surprised by this rare guest. The 2 black-robed figures respectfully took out 3 storage rings and placed them on the table. The cold and arrogant beautiful woman pushed the storage rings in front of the 3 old men and said indifferently, "This is the reward." The 3 old men took a look and their expressions changed slightly. They originally wanted to refuse righteously. However, the other party had given them too much. "Since that's the case, let's do it again." The 3 old men coughed lightly and performed their divination again. With the Yi clan as the main force, they deduced the heavenly secrets. After a moment, a dazzling purple light shone in the secret chamber. The three old men exclaimed. Even Yi Lishue couldn't help but frown slightly. Purple chi from the east, showing off its ability. This is the phenomenon of the Purple Cloud King Valley. It seems that the Purple Cloud King Valley will interfere with Madam's happy event. This interference is enough to stop the event. If we don't stop it, something big will happen. Impossible. The coldness between Yi Lishue's brows was enough to kill. Purple Cloud King Valley? Yi Lishue was very clear about their background. Unless they turned out in full force and wanted to fight to the death with them, it wouldn't be enough to completely shake the Yi clan. The Purple Cloud King Valley has the ability to shake the Yi clan? Impossible. If that was the case, they wouldn't have to hand over Qingwu that day. Yi Lishue thought for a while and finally stood up and said coldly, I understand. Thank you for your trouble. With a twist of her slender waist, Yi Lishue left. The coldness between her brows seemed to be enough to freeze everything. No matter who the Purple Cloud King Valley invited, they won't be able to stop the Yi clan's grand plan. 7 days later, Flying Dragon City of the Heavenly Sacred Region. With the arrival of thousands of countries, all the 7th-ranked sects gathered together. 8th-ranked giants from the various regions of the Sacred Boundary appeared in the Flying Dragon City. Below the Flying Dragon City, a few saints who managed to get a spot to watch the event would occasionally exclaim in surprise at the group flying across the sky. What kind of group is that? Oh my God, 300 sword saints. To be able to do this, it must be the sword domain. Even the sword domain is here. Look, the Thousand Flames Palace of the Yang region is here too. So many 8th-ranked great sects, how terrifying, rumbled Tilda. A divine flame descended from the sky as 14 seemingly invincible figures walked out from the divine flame pillar. 7 females and 7 males. The females were all beautiful and varied in their looks, but all of them were 1 in a billion. The males had an imposing appearance and a heroic aura, as if they were untainted by the mortal world. They were extremely handsome and domineering to the point that others didn't dare to look directly at them. The Godly Flame Palace. The peerless geniuses of the Godly Flame Palace. So terrifying. This is the former legend of the Godly Flame Palace. I heard that the Godly Flame Palace has already sent out a few Saint Talents ranking characters. I'm afraid that the ones they sent out this time are only the youngest ones. The Godly Flame Palace is participating in this year's Heavenly Stairway competition. Oh my God, the other monstrous geniuses will be suppressed by them. The moment the monstrous geniuses of the Godly Flame Palace appeared, their auras suppressed everyone present. It was as if they were born with superior numbers. They didn't even look at the mortal sages as they rushed straight into the Void Island in the depths of the Flying Dragon City. The Flying Dragon City was extremely lively, and the neighboring Wolong City was filled with cheers. Inside an ancient pagoda, there were all sorts of scenes and dazzling flowers. However, without exception, the endless sounds of explosions were nerve-wracking and shocking. The Tongtian Pagoda contained many high-level secret realms. The secret realms were extremely powerful and could stimulate the potential of the sages to increase their spiritual senses and instantaneous speed, helping them expand their acupoint. Only the monstrous geniuses of the demon ranking and a few 8th-ranked sects were qualified to enter this pagoda. At this moment, the Tongtian Pagoda was filled with cheers and shout. Young Master Su Qing from the Elixir region has expanded his acupoints to 31 times. It's not over yet, 32 times. No, Miss Hua Feiyu from the Thousand region has expanded her acupoints to 36 times. Damn, she's too strong. The foundation of a top 7th-ranked sect is indeed strong. The crowd was excited, and everyone was watching. This place was one of the best places for the monstrous geniuses to expand their acupoint. As the Heavenly Stairway competition neared, many monstrous geniuses were also well prepared and participated in this explosive expansion of their acupoints, dazzling countless expert. The Heavenly Sanctuary was filled with excitement at all times. This was the central stage of the Sacred Boundary. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.